Chapter 865. Although other folk and humans both shared the same word, their hatred for one another was so deep that it completely surpassed their hatred for the demons who ate the most humans. It was probably because demons could not tell so much from eating, and being killed and eaten was a common occurrence. What surprised Li Qingshan even more was Ru Xian's attitude. Just like how she felt for her own kind, she was extraordinarily indifferent towards merfolk, as if she did not treat herself as a merfolk at all. At the same time, she did not treat herself as a human either. Thinking up to there, Li Qingshan glanced around the beach, but he did not find any traces of Ru Xian. They had split up, so he had no idea where she was right now. However, he was not worried either. With the myriad poison ancestors' protection, she definitely would not be in any danger. The duration of the merfolk seafair was not fixed either. It could be as short as a night or as long as several days. This time, Gong Yuan had come in person, so it would probably be a little longer, so he was not afraid of missing it. "Kid, we've already reached the shore. Why aren't you getting off?" Elder Blue lost his temper. He swung his tail and kicked up a huge wave. Gong Yuan had already disembarked from the whale's back with the elders, currently meeting with Ji Changfeng on the platform. The two of them glanced over from time to time. Only Li Qingshan remained standing on the large blue whale, as if he was waiting for something. He smiled at Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan before crossing his legs and patting Elder Blue's smooth head. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm waiting for someone." "Hey kid, are you really treating me as your mount? Get off me right now." If it were not for the fact that Elder Blue was afraid of disrupting the seafair, he would have gone all out against Li Qingshan right now. As he said that, another figure flew over from the cloud mountains on the horizon. His target was Elder Blue's head. "Let's see who else dares to come." "Ah, what a beautiful little girl." Elder Blue was surprised for a moment. He forgot to get angry and let Little Un land on his head. That is. A ray of light flashed across Ji Changfeng's eyes. When he was young, he was also very promiscuous and flirtatious. Now that he had reached this age, although he had long thrown this thought out of the 9 heavens and thought that he had seen all kinds of beauties, he would no longer be stunned by them. However, at this moment he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There's actually such a beauty in the world. There are so many talents in the 9 prefectures. Ji Qingyu and the rest of the cultivators with weaker composure were even more stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. The mermaid girls were indeed beautiful, but compared to her, it was like the difference between a pearl and the moon. They could not compete with her in terms of splendor. She didn't have any accessories on her, it was as if there were only 2 colors of black and white. Her hair was black, her eyes were white, and her skin was snow white. She was even better than the mermaid queen. "She's little Anne." Just now, the dragon's roar came from her mouth. It said that she's even younger than Li Qingshan. She shouldn't even be 30 yet. Such cultivation is truly terrifying. Although most humans are mediocre, with billions of them, a genius would occasionally appear, and even gods would be left in the dust. That's how they were able to unify the 9 prefectures. Gong Yuan thought to herself, but do Buddhist disciples also cultivate the art of charm? It's not as simple as the art of charm. Although the path of white bone and great beauty contained many techniques such as artifact forging and alchemy, there was no such thing as the art of charm. It derived the path of life and death, the appearance of emptiness. Great beauty as color, white bone as emptiness. The 2 words great beauty contained the pinnacle of beauty in the mortal world, and only then could it reflect the emptiness of white bone. It was not the art of charm, but it far surpassed all other arts of charm. It originated from the very essence, directly targeting one's heart. The people from the Sword Tower sure are slow. This is probably the so-called show of strength again. Do you think I'm the one begging you? If you're so good, then don't come." Li Qingshan found a bronze mask and had Little and put it on. Then he called out to the sky, "Yu Wufeng." The South Sea Sword Tower was just a pawn in the first place. It was not like he was the one asking the master of the Sword Tower for help, so it was good that they did not come to make trouble for him. Yu Wufeng stood in the sky and stared in the direction of the South Sea Sword Tower, but he did not see any sword flashes flying over. When he heard Li Qingshan's call, he showed a helpless expression. He turned into a streak of white light and arrived before Li Qingshan, but he did not land on the whale. He clasped his hands and said, "What are your orders, my king? It's not good to keep waiting like this. The brother below is already unwilling. If your master wants to come, he'll naturally come. Let's go ashore first." Li Qingshan said. "Yes," Yu Wufeng said. "You're Yu Wufeng?" Elder Blue exclaimed in surprise. Although they had only met once many years ago, Both that streak of white light and that head of white hair left too deep of an impression. It's been many years. I didn't think Elder Blue would still remember me. Yu Wufeng smiled. After little and put on the mask, he had just caused a wave of disappointment. Yu Wufeng's appearance immediately caused an even greater uproar. It really is him, the Fogbow swordsman Yu Wufeng. Didn't he betray the South Sea Sword Pavilion? Why does he still dare to come to the South Sea? Your information is too outdated. This is the South Sea Sword Pavilion's plan. They wanted him to see Savage Mountain. However, they never thought that this Li Qingshan would interfere. Not only did he fail to become king of savages, but he even lost himself in it. Yu Wufeng sighed inside when he heard these discussions. When he looked back, there were quite a few familiar faces among the South Sea cultivators on the beach. Just now he was unwilling to come down because there were too many familiar faces below. However, he was calm now, clasping his hands from afar to show that he had met them. Almost all the cultivators returned the greeting from afar. In terms of reputation among the South Sea cultivators, Yu Wufeng was much more renowned than Li Qingshan. He had been a great genius in the past, wielding the Fogbow sword and roaming the South Sea alone. He had been in the limelight for a time. Afterwards, he betrayed the South Sea Sword Pavilion and became the first cave master of Savage Mountain, which added to his legend. Now that he had returned to the South Sea, the Fogbow sword was still the same, but his cultivation had improved. He was only a step away, which should have been something worthy of celebration. However, he had been bound by the Blood Oath Scroll and become someone else's slave. How could people not sigh emotionally? A few of Yu Wufeng's old friends made their way over as soon as they saw him, but when they saw him refer to Li Qingshan as king and stand behind him silently, they all stopped and hesitated. They felt very conflicted inside. They would rather they had never seen this. Wufeng, you're quite popular in the South Sea, Li Qingshan smiled. My king, don't look at how I am now. I was once a swordsman too. With this meter-long sword, I saved people from danger, Yu Wufeng said. Yu Wufeng said. After experiencing the various matters, he had already accepted Li Qingshan wholeheartedly. In particular, the myriad poison ancestors' fate delighted him greatly. He no longer considered becoming enemies with Li Qingshan anymore. This was not because he feared Li Qingshan's strength. As a sword cultivator, if he did not possess a staunch and unyielding character that would rather break than bend, it would have been impossible for him to reach his current level of cultivation. He accepted Li Qingshan out of admiration and recognition. Yeah, you don't seem like a demonic cultivator to me. Don't worry, even if your master doesn't come, I'll remove the blood oath in the future. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder. Someone like him had not taken the initiative to become enemies with him, nor was he a demonic cultivator who was guilty of countless crimes. If it were possible, Li Qingshan was willing to let him continue down the path of cultivation. Then thank you, my king. If I'm lucky enough to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll definitely repay you. What Yu Wufeng feared the most was that Li Qingshan would use the Blood Oath Scroll to suppress him for the rest of his life. Suddenly receiving this promise, he could not help but be taken aback. He knew that Li Qingshan was not a person who kept his promises easily, so he could not help but admire his breadth of mind. If it were someone else, even if they had no use for Yu Wufeng, they would never spare him so easily, afraid that he would take revenge after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan was not afraid. His breadth of mind and boldness originated from absolute confidence. Once he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, even if Yu Wufeng fell out with him, all he would have to do was kill him with a single punch. I hope it's not revenge. Li Qingshan smiled. He believed in his own insight. As a genius sword cultivator, Yu Wufeng was not a petty person like that. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber or some other demonic cultivator were in his position, he would never have done this. Even if it was a promise, it would probably be a bluff. Never. I can swear on my heart of the sword that I'll never become your enemy. Actually, we shouldn't have been enemies in the first place. It's all just a coincidence and fate. However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm in a hurry to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, so actually, the chances of me undergoing the tribulation aren't great. Perhaps it's my fortune instead that I've been dealt this blow and tempered a little more. I only hope that we can speak as equals when the time comes. I don't have to call you king anymore, Yu Wufeng said from the bottom of his heart. If he cast aside their conflict, everything that Li Qingshan had done in the Mist Province, subduing the cave master of Savage Mountain, sweeping through the demons of the south, destroying the myriad poison cult, and slaughtering 100,000 bone-eating shamans, were all things that he wanted to do but could not. Even if he underwent the third heavenly tribulation and became a great sword cultivator, he would not be able to subdue the myriad poison ancestor, nor would he be bold enough to fall out with the bone-eating shaman king. If he had a choice, he would be extremely willing to befriend Li Qingshan. Sure. Actually, I don't want to trample on others and abuse my authority, but there are some people who won't treat you as a human if you don't trample on them. Li Qingshan shook his head. Because he had once ridden on Brother Ox's back, he refused to lower his head to anyone. It was also exactly because he had witnessed Brother Ox's strength that he understood how distant the 9 heavens were, which was why it was very difficult for him to develop the mentality of a so-called expert who treated mortals like ants. Looking down from above, he was just a slightly stronger ant. He had just gained some strength, yet he thought he was impressive, acting all high and mighty. Even he himself found it embarrassing. He had only stood before the merfolk queen and said a few words normally, yet he had been labeled as arrogant. He had only called Zhu Yan fellow, yet he had been mocked without restraint. Just who was the arrogant one here? Yu Wufeng felt ashamed. If he had conversed with Zhu Yan as an equal in the past, it would have never ended up like this. He had been confident in his strength and possessed a geographical advantage, so he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. He even blamed him for ruining his plans on Savage Mountain. In the end, he only thought of befriending him after being trampled underfoot, which basically answered what he had said. Get down here. Elder Blue flew into a rage. It's not like I'm talking about you. Alright. I'll get down right now. Li Qingshan suddenly discovered that if he said that from Elder Blue's head, he would really be pointing at a bald man and scolding a monk. He had been implicated while he was doing nothing. The rumors really are true. His current cultivation is actually a little more powerful than I anticipated. He really is a genius of the sword. Who can give up on a disciple like that so easily? If my sect had a successor like that, I'd probably have to agree to whatever conditions Li Qingshan brings up. It'll be enough to ensure that the Cloud Sail sect remains in power for a millennium. Yi Duanhai's in for a headache. As Ji Changfeng pondered, he gave Ji Qingyu a meaningful look. Ji Qingyu flew over. I am Ji Qingyu. I've come under the sect master's orders to invite the 3 of you to the platform. He could not help but glance at Little An again, meeting Yu Tong behind the bronze mask before immediately shifting his gaze. Chapter 866. Looks like your master still cares quite a bit about you, Li Qingshan said to Yu Wufeng with a smile. Yu Wufeng subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and gave an almost undetectable grunt. That was his master. The ray of sword light that was grand and resplendent like a star seemed to have noticed Yu Wufeng's existence as well. It suddenly sped up like a shooting star that tore through the sky, leaving behind a long trail of light as it flew over. Everyone on the beach raised their heads and stared at the star's descent. The resplendent light rapidly expanded in their vision, and in the blink of an eye, the star landed and turned into a middle-aged man. He had a grayish beard and wore a large cloak. He wore a tall crown on his head that was adorned with dark golden ornaments. His wide sleeves were folded before his chest, and he held a simple sword in his arms. He and his sword radiated with a stern, murderous aura. He was the master of the sword pavilion, Yi Duanhai. Master. Yu Wufeng took a few steps forward and knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword with his right hand. Rise. Yi Duanhai was so stern that he was almost cold. He did not even have any intentions of helping Yu Wufeng up. However, the sea-splitting sword in his arms clearly thrummed, demonstrating his inner turmoil. I'm useless and have failed you. Please punish me, master. Yu Wufeng lowered his head. The fogbow sword in his hand flickered with white light. Your cultivation is fine. You haven't wasted all these years. Once you return, go to the sword punishment pavilion and receive your punishment. Yes. Yu Wufeng stood up. Only now did Yi Duanhai shift his gaze away from his disciple. This great sword cultivator filled with determination did not even waste a single moment to look at Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng. He immediately locked onto Li Qing. You're Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan felt like he had been cut by a sword wherever his gaze passed by. He was only 10 steps away from Yi Duanhai. Even to mortal swordsmen, this was a lethal distance, let alone one of the few great sword cultivators in the world. Sword cultivators had the sword as their heart. Even their nascent souls were sword nascent. The path of attack dominated the world. At the same level of cultivation, sword cultivators could basically completely defeat other cultivators. It was as if a peerless sword was placed across Li Qingshan's neck. With just a thought, he would be beheaded. However, Li Qingshan completely believed that Yi Duanhai wanted to do that very much. No one liked being threatened, especially by a weakling. Li Qingshan was extremely glad that he had fought the myriad poison ancestor in the past and not the one before him. He probably would have blown up his sword nascent without the slightest hesitation and taken him down with him. That's right. Li Qingshan stared back fearlessly, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. If the feeling of staring into the Merfolk Queen's eyes was extremely comfortable for the spirit turtle, then this was the rhythm that the tiger demon liked the most. Powerful enemies, suppressed killing intent, and lethal threats. The moment he saw Li Qingshan, Yi Duanhai knew that the situation was troublesome. With his many years of experience, he could tell with a single glance that Li Qingshan was one of the few brave and resolute people in the world. He would not be easily threatened. As he said that, he made a surprising discovery. This kid isn't afraid of fighting me. He even seems to desire it. This could not be faked at all. However, it was already extremely rare for a second heavenly tribulation cultivator to maintain his fighting spirit when he faced a greatsword cultivator. What was with his fighting spirit becoming more and more exuberant? Was he really not afraid of death, or did he have some sort of confidence? Yi Duanhai's plan was to directly restrain Li Qingshan and search for the Blood Oath Scroll. It was simple and straightforward. Even if he could not restrain Li Qingshan in time, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan would be so disrespectful to his life that he would actually try to take him down with him. However, when he saw how Li Qingshan behaved, he could not help but hesitate. However, it was only for a split second. His mind immediately recovered its calmness, almost icy cold. As a matter of fact, he even dismissed his worry for his beloved disciple and dealt with the matter with absolute rationality. The sea-splitting sword was about to be drawn. A battle was about to erupt. A figure suddenly stood between him and Li Qingshan. "Master, please reconsider." After receiving Li Qingshan's promise, Yu Wufeng felt much more at ease. At the same time, he made up his mind that he could not allow the South Sea Sword Pavilion to become enemies with Li Qingshan. Only he knew just how terrifying of an enemy he would be. Yi Duanhai frowned. No one knew a disciple better than a master. This disciple of his had never been someone who feared death. He would not back down from this gamble just because his life was in danger. Very good. Yi Duanhai spat out those two words as if they were gold before turning around and making his way towards the platform. This matter had to do with his disciple, as well as the future of the entire South Sea Sword Pavilion. After receiving such a clear warning, he would not stubbornly insist on taking the gamble. He was prepared to think of a countermeasure and observe the situation. It was not like Li Qingshan and Yu Wufeng were here, so the situation could not worsen. He was confident about that. His gaze paused on Little and for a moment. He had already guessed her identity, and he sensed a profound and unpredictable sword intent. With her age, it was impossible for her to possess such a sword intent. Moreover, she was not a sword cultivator. Was she hiding a treasured sword? His senses were very accurate, but it was not because he had discovered the existence of the Buddha-slaying sword. After Li Qingshan gave up on the path of the sword, he had given the three absolutes calligraphy to Little and to Refine. They complemented each other. Li Qingshan nodded towards Yu Wufeng, indicating that he could move about freely. He showed a hint of gratitude as he deliberated over his words, considering how he should tell his master. After all, the Blood Oath Scroll was present. If he accidentally leaked the secret, the Blood Oath would be no laughing matter. He had finally reached this step after so much difficulty, and he could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. If he lost his life because of a single careless word, that would be the greatest joke in the world. His life was fine, but once he was cursed to death by the Blood Oath Scroll, the South Sea Sword Pavilion would definitely not rest until Li Qingshan was dead. He would become a sinner of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He was about to catch up to Yi Duanhai when calls of surprise and joy rang out by his ears. "Senior brother!" Wufeng. Peng Jingni and the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion immediately surrounded Yu Wufeng. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. As long as Yi Duanhai did not fall out with them as soon as they met, the chances of them taking action would be greatly reduced. Everything was going according to plan. Most importantly, he had no fundamental conflict with the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He did not plan on using Wufeng to threaten Yi Duanhai. This was just a deal. "I've captured your disciple in a battle of life and death, and he knows many of my secrets. Of course, it's impossible for you to take him back as soon as you open your mouth. It makes sense for you to pay a slight price. If it were Ji Changfeng or the Merfolk Queen making this deal, it would be perfectly normal. Yi Duanhai would not have behaved like this at all. Instead, he would have negotiated from the very beginning. As a result, the crux of the matter was still equality. It's been several years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved. Peng Jingni stood out from the crowd and took the initiative to greet Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan had hidden his demon qi, he did not purposefully suppress the demon qi from his demon heart. After exploding and condensing many times, his demon heart had become much more powerful than before. Chapter 867. At least it's not too slow. I just never thought the promise of the past would only be fulfilled now. Li Qingshan thought back to when Peng Jingni and Chen Liangmu had visited Savage Mountain together. Before he knew it, several years had already passed. If this is slow, then there's nothing fast in the world. In just a few years, you've swept through the demonic cultivators of the south, defeated the myriad poison cult, and slaughtered countless bone-eating tribes. Right now, who doesn't know the name of the king of savages in the Mist Province? I just hope we can reach a satisfactory conclusion today, Peng Jingni said from the bottom of his heart. Probably no one had imagined Li Qingshan would rise up so quickly. That'll depend on whether your master takes me seriously or not. Li Qingshan smiled. Who can take the mighty king of savages lightly? Peng Jingni shook his head with a bitter smile. The two of them conversed happily, but the elders and disciples of the South Sea Sword Pavilion behind them were not so friendly. Many of them showed hostility in their eyes. Not only had Li Qingshan destroyed the South Sea Sword Pavilion's plans, but he had even enslaved Yu Wufeng, forcing the master of the Sword Pavilion to lead everyone to Giant Ship Island. They were obviously not in a good mood. Some of the older elders were still able to keep a straight face, but the younger disciples were not as good at maintaining their composure. If Peng Jingni had not expressed his stance quickly, probably some of them would have been unable to hold themselves back from mocking Li Qingshan, which would have led to many more setbacks in their lives. Yu Wufeng saw this and nodded to himself. Junior brother Peng had already done a very good job as the first senior brother. Sir, Ji Qingyu called out carefully from the side. I've made you wait. We'll be going right now. Li Qingshan arrived on the platform with little and clasped his hands. I've long heard of the Wind Gale King's great name. Now that I've seen you today, you really do live up to your reputation. I'll be troubling you for the next few days. The King of Savages has graced the Cloud Sail sect with your presence. Please wait a moment. There really is quite a lot of goods this time. Ji Changfeng returned the gesture politely, treating Li Qingshan as an equal. Although there are many things, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly precious. The goods on the whale's back were naturally priceless to ordinary cultivators, but Li Qingshan did not think much of them. Of course, he knew that the truly valuable goods would not be placed outside, but in the Sumeru Ring and 100 Treasures pouch. That was very strange. Could it be that the two great cultivators and the Merfolk Queen were here just to look at these common goods? The Myriad Poison Ancestor had the right to do so, but according to the plan, the Myriad Poison Ancestor would never appear at a time like this. This was clearly stated in the letter of visit. And the master of the Sword Pavilion definitely would not be willing to wait. After speaking a little with Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng, Yi Duanhai arrived on the edge of the platform alone with his sword. He was currently conversing with Yu Wufeng. He was extremely serious, but he did not show any dissatisfaction at all. When the sea fair opens, fellow Taoist will naturally see it. However, fellow Taoist might not know this. Ji Changfeng paused for a moment. This time, the head butler of the Yu King's mansion, Mr. Ram, isn't he here? Yu Wangfu. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This was not within his expectations. He had no idea whether it would affect the plan or not. Whatever. How could he calculate everything in life? He'd just take it one step at a time. In the northern sky, a mountain of clouds moved against the wind. Suddenly, a huge ship broke through the mountain of clouds, speeding over under the moonlight as it glowed with silver light. What a huge ship! Li Qingshan was taken aback. The huge ship was around 3,000 meters long, and it was rather similar to the soaring dragon ship. Its lines were even sharper and smoother, and it was 10 times larger than the soaring dragon ship. It hovered in the sky like the sword of a god. It's the Silver Dragon King. Don't be fooled by its size. If it flies at full speed, it won't be much slower than Pavilion Master Ye's sword. Ji Changfeng was taken aback before introducing with a smile. However, Li Qingshan could clearly sense that his expression was no longer as carefree as just now, while Gong Yuan's gaze had become slightly colder. Yi Duanhai stopped talking with his disciple and stared at the incoming Silver Dragon King. He did not refute Ji Changfeng's words. The South Sea Sword Pavilion is relatively close to the Mist Province, but they've always maintained their independence. Yi Duanhai isn't an honored guest either. The Cloud Sail sect is isolated in the ocean, so they only need to maintain good relations with the merfolk of the South Sea. It's even less likely that they'll pay any attention to the King of Southern Yu. As for the merfolk, there's no need to even mention them. They've always hated humans, and they seem to have even clashed with the King of Southern Yu's estate in history. The three of them are all powerful figures in the world. Against a mere caretaker, a golden core cultivator who's a ram or a Yu, they all have to get serious. The King of Southern Yu's influence is just too great. Oh, I forgot to include myself. I'm a genius cultivator from the enemy's camp, and I've clearly refused to become an honored guest of the King of Southern Yu's estate. Although the Banyan Tree King is keeping things in check, the King of Southern Yu definitely doesn't like me very much. If that's the case, we're all so-called outsiders. When Li Qingshan thought of that, he suddenly felt a chill inside. The creed of ambitious figures throughout history had always been, if you don't work for me you'll be killed by me, and how can I allow someone else to sleep by my bedside? According to the Banyan Tree King's analysis of the situation in the Mist Province, the King of Southern Yu's estate had already begun gathering the strength of the Mist Province's cultivation community to prepare for the war that was drawing closer and closer. Right now there was a group of rather powerful outsiders in the south, or even potential opposition. The King of Southern Yu would definitely be very tempted to make them all vanish. And through the Merfolk Sea Fair, they just happened to gather together. The Silver Dragon King drew closer and closer. It was clearly an inanimate object, yet it gave off a great pressure. After Ji Changfeng said that it was very fast, he lost interest in talking. However, Li Qingshan knew that regular soaring dragon ships were not renowned for their speed. Instead, they were renowned for their indestructible defenses and terrifying destructive power. He doubted whether they could take down this thing even if they worked together. Only a single person knew the answer among everyone present. It was not Ji Changfeng, Gong Yuan, or Yi Duanhai, but Little An, as the king's estate of the Green Province also possessed a similar Scarlet Dragon King. And the answer was, absolutely not. This was a war machine that great cultivators of Moism had created after expending tremendous amounts of time, effort and materials that could be used to forge many arcane treasures. Compared to regular soaring dragon ships, it was like the difference between nascent soul cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. Its purpose was not to deal with individual cultivators, but to destroy sections. If the Silver Dragon King launched an attack, the protective formation of the Cloud Sail sect would definitely fall. A single shot from the main cannon of the Dragon's Roar would be enough. Just like how regular soaring dragon ships were equipped with a large number of puppet soldiers, the Silver Dragon King was no different. There was probably a puppet king in there, and there might even be more than one. Coupled with the price of hiring the great cultivators of Moism, even large sects would not be able to afford it, let alone a single cultivator. Only a king's estate that ruled over an entire province possessed the strength, but they could only create a single one. Chapter 869. If the situation doesn't look good, we'll retreat. Li Qingshan called out to Little An secretly. Whoosh. He tried using the spirit turtle to sense around, but he could not sense any danger. However, he dared not be careless either. If the King of Southern Yu really was determined to eliminate them, he would definitely confuse the heavenly secrets. The Silver Dragon King slowly slowed down and stopped firmly in the sky above Giant Ship Island, casting a huge shadow over it. Everyone on the island stopped what they were doing and raised their heads. They could not help but hold their breaths. Li Qingshan suddenly raised an eyebrow. He sensed two extremely familiar auras. Why were they on the Silver Dragon King? Three figures descended from above. The one in the middle was an old man with a goatee dressed like a scholar. The most eye-catching part was the pair of curved goat horns on his head, clearly possessing the bloodline of demons. Mr. Ram's nickname, Ram, was actually true to his name. To the left and right of the head caretaker of the King of Southern Yu's estate were two people that Li Qingshan could not be more familiar with, the Myriad Poison Ancestor and the Masked Ruexin. This was different from the plan. However, at least they did not directly start fighting without saying anything. Ji Changfeng clearly let out a sigh of relief, and the Merfolk Queen lowered her eyes too. Yi Duanhai gazed at the Myriad Poison Ancestor and frowned. Why had he become a ghost cultivator? Although their auras didn't weaken and instead became stronger, this world was the Yang world, and ghost cultivators would be suppressed by nature. Therefore, even a world-famous sect like the mysterious Dark Sect would mainly control ghosts, and the cultivators would still retain their human bodies. The myriad poison ancestor shot a vicious glare back at him. Yi Duanhai looked away before exchanging glances with Yu Wufeng beside him. He thought about what he had said. Yu Wufeng had made it clear right from the beginning that he could not divulge Li Qingshan's secret because of the Blood Oath Scroll. He asked for his master's understanding, but he had repeatedly expressed one thing very clearly, which was to never become enemies with Li Qingshan. Yi Duanhai understood his disciple's temperament extremely well. He was not the type to nag even if it was for his own life. Suddenly an unbelievable thought occurred to him. Had the myriad poison ancestor's body been destroyed by Li Qingshan? That was far too unbelievable. Had the myriad poison ancestor spent all his years living like a dog? So be it if he could not take down Savage Mountain, but his body had been destroyed by a junior, forcing him to become a ghost cultivator. The biggest problem was, how could he endure this? Please investigate clearly, master. Yu Wufeng had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he didn't dare to say a single one. He didn't even dare to give too obvious a hint. He was very tempted to tell Yi Duanhai that the myriad poison ancestor's body had not just been destroyed. Instead, he had been completely subdued by Li Qingshan. However, even if he said that, Yi Duanhai probably would not believe him. My apologies, I've made everyone wait for a long time. Originally the timing was just right, but I heard that an imperial official was also coming. Oh, it's this senior myriad poisons beside me. His prestige has shaken the southern border for many years, so I don't need to introduce him. So I took a detour and missed the opportunity to welcome Her Majesty. It's really a sin. As soon as Mr. Ram landed on the platform, he apologized profusely. He behaved very humbly, even a little wretched. He did not possess the awe-inspiring bearing of the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate at all. He was the complete opposite of Li Qingshan's high profile. Li Qingshan was forced to maintain a high profile. No matter how polite this Mr. Ram was, who would dare to look down on him? As the host, Ji Changfeng was as amiable as he could be. Let alone the King of Yu's estate, just the Silver Dragon King hovering in the air gave off a tremendous sense of deterrence. There was also the myriad poison ancestor, an imperial official of the king's estate. The myriad poison ancestor's eyes were half opened, and he clasped his hands casually in greeting. He stared at Li Qingshan resentfully as if he was ready to strike and kill him at any time. Li Qingshan sneered in disapproval before shifting his gaze and making his way over to Yi Duanhai's side. Pavilion Master Yi, your sword sure is a fine one. That was basically the same as, the weather is nice today. In the eyes of others, he was borrowing Yi Duanhai's influence to make the myriad poison ancestor afraid of acting recklessly. If it were not for his conversation with Yu Wufeng, Yi Duanhai would have believed that too. Now he glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. I heard you also practice the path of the sword. This left the people in the surroundings greatly surprised. They never expected Yi Duanhai to respond. Sure enough, their successor was under someone else's control. Even someone as proud and aloof as Yi Duanhai could not be stubborn to the very end. As for those who thought further ahead, they believed the South Sea Sword Pavilion intended to work with Savage Mountain to fend off the great enemy that was the myriad poison cult. Sure enough, the myriad poison ancestor showed a hint of hesitation, holding back his urge to strike. Yu Wufeng roared inside, Master, don't be fooled by their acting. They're together. Li Qingshan glanced at Ru Xian. She wore the gas mask she wore when refining poison and retreated behind the myriad poison ancestor, bowing like a disciple. She did not even glance at Li Qingshan the entire time. Li Qingshan and Yi Duanhai conversed a little absent-mindedly. Mr. Ram strode over and bowed with his hands clasped. Ever since we parted in the Sword Pavilion, the Pavilion Master remains as graceful as ever. Congratulations. I wasn't a good host last time. You're welcome to visit the Sword Pavilion again, sir. Yi Duanhai also let go of his airs a little. You're too kind. Of course. Mr. Ram chatted a little more. He knew that Yi Duanhai did not like to talk, so he turned to Li Qingshan and said, You must be someone who shakes up the South. You're such a genius at such a young age. You've really put us old coots to shame. His face was filled with undisguised admiration. It was clearly from the bottom of his heart. You're too kind, sir. Li Qingshan returned the gesture politely. He could truly sense Ji Changfeng and Yi Duanhai's feelings. The King of Yu's estate was far too powerful. In the 10 millennia of history before Great Xia was founded, the Mist Province had always been a part of the Kingdom of Yu. It had been passed down until now, so its heritage was just too deep. Even great cultivators and large sects were under its rule. The South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Cloud Sail sect were still on the South Sea after all, while Savage Mountain was truly under the King of Yu's rule. Even if his plan succeeded and he successfully took over Fire Melt Mountain, he would still need time to cultivate. If he fell out with the King of Yu's estate, he would not be able to defend it at all. All he could do was run back to the Green Province. Fortunately, this Mr. Ram was very good with his words. He did not make people feel like he was being oppressed by the King of Yu's estate. However, anyone with a rational mind could not ignore the existence of the King of Yu's estate behind him. Though, what exactly has he come for? Li Qingshan had a vague guess, but he was unable to verify it from Mr. Ram's expression. Esteemed guests have gathered here today. This is an unprecedented event for our Cloud Sail sect. Please come with me to Cloud Sail Mountain to properly celebrate. The master of the Cloud Sail sect, Ji Changfeng, waved his hand, and a gentle breeze rose up from beneath everyone's feet. Apart from the people on the platform, there were also a few cultivators from the South Sea Cultivation community. They were all at the second heavenly tribulation or above, which was why they had the right to attend the banquet in the main hall on Cloud Sail Mountain. The regular merfolk and cultivators had their own designated people to guide them, setting up banquets on Cloud Sail Mountain and Cloud Sail Mountain. Only after the banquet did the sea fair formally begin. Li Qingshan allowed the gentle breeze to drag him towards Cloud Sail Mountain. He arrived at the Philian Hall at the top of the mountain, and the seats had already been set up, waiting for everyone to take their seats. As the host, Ji Changfeng modestly declined slightly before sitting down in the seat of honor. Gong Yuan called herself the master of the South Sea, as well as half the host of this sea fair, so she sat on the same level as Ji Changfeng. The master of the Sword Pavilion and the myriad poison ancestor sat on the left and right, facing each other. However, the seats on the right were a little more honorable, so the myriad poison ancestor occupied them. Ji Changfeng was originally rather worried. Originally, he had arranged for Yi Duanhai to sit on the right and Mr. Ram to sit on the left. That would be the most suitable and no one would be able to find fault with it. He never expected the myriad poison ancestor to appear out of nowhere and mess up his plans. However, seeing how Yi Duanhai had no objections, he stopped worrying. Further down it was much simpler. Mr. Ram sat on the right without any modesty at all. No matter how great his background and organization were, his cultivation was still there. It was impossible for him to be more honorable than a great cultivator's seat. Politeness was politeness, but the King of Yu's estate was still much more powerful than Savage Mountain. Their cultivation was higher too. Li Qingshan did not think too much about it. He had never planned on sitting next to the myriad poison ancestor in the first place, so he sat right next to Yi Duanhai as a matter of course. Just like that, he set the tone of the banquet this time. The six of them were the most honorable, while the seats below were rather casual. However, there were people who were displeased, such as the Golden Core cultivator who sat in the seventh seat. He stared at Li Qingshan a few times, as if he was blaming Li Qingshan for stealing his seat. He was also a renowned sect leader. His sect was only second to the Cloud Sail sect in the cultivation community of the South Sea. He did not feel like Li Qingshan had the right to be seated higher than him. He was just a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. He had not even reached the peak of the South Sea. What king of savages was just a bluff? However, there were a few great cultivators present today, and Li Qingshan seemed to be chatting happily with them, so he did not stand out. Otherwise, if any of them found him displeasing to the eye, he would be in huge trouble. The banquet began very soon. Delicacies with a distinct flavor of the South Sea were served up like flowing water. None of them were seafood filled with spiritual qi, and there was even singing and dancing to liven things up. It was as graceful as the sounds of nature. Li Qingshan ate heartily. Just as he was eating happily, a gust of wind rushed over from behind. He raised an eyebrow, but he did not dodge, allowing a huge hand to strike his shoulder. "Damned brat, don't forget that we still want to spar." Li Qingshan looked back and saw a large man in blue smiling at him with ill intentions. The man in blue stood over 9 feet tall. He was well built, with a bulging stomach and a bulging chest. His upper body seemed particularly thick. If it were not for his simple, honest face, which was not vicious enough, he basically seemed like a mountain god from a temple. "So it's Elder Blue. How did you transform? You don't even look human." Li Qingshan smiled as soon as he saw him. "What does it have to do with you how I transform? You can't escape now." Elder Blue widened his eyes. Li Qingshan glanced at the merfolk queen nearby. "Is she still going to test me? Whatever, I might as well follow the plan. With the King of Yu's estate supporting me, I have even less reason to fear Gong Yuan falling out with me. Chapter 870. You're right, Mr. Ram. Originally, I wanted to make arrangements, but ordinary people probably won't catch your eye. Now that the King of Savages has taken action, it really is for the best. Ji Changfeng immediately expressed his agreement. At the end he could not help but laugh. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched and he replied, "Hee hee." Before he had even finished speaking, a red-faced old man below stood up. "I've been the South Sea Sword Pavilion's cultivation method elder for many years. I've heard that the King of Savages is skilled in the way of the sword, so I'd like to ask for your guidance so that I can witness the supreme techniques of the Green Province." "That's unfortunate. I've recently given up on the way of the sword and changed to the way of the spiked club." Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Even someone from the South Sea Sword Pavilion had jumped out. It was probably under the instructions of the master of the Sword Pavilion beside him. Yi Duanhai sensed Li Qingshan's gaze and turned around. He said indifferently, "Thank you, fellow." Referring to him as fellow was an extremely great acknowledgement, but the underlying meaning was that if he could not handle this round, he would not be worthy of this title. What right did he have to make a deal with him? "That's unfortunate. I've already given up on the way of the sword. I don't want to use the sword anymore." During the 2 years that Ru Xian had been in secluded cultivation, Li Qingshan would take out the 2 clubs to play with whenever he had nothing to do. The more he played, the more he found Yin Qing's words to be reasonable. It was exactly because he accepted this setting that he found it rather interesting. The way of the sword really did not suit him. What a coincidence. The cultivation method elder stared at Li Qingshan. He did not believe him at all. His face was flushed, not only because he was tipsy, but also because he was excited from discovering his opponent's weakness. If Li Qingshan really had the strength, he would definitely agree to it right away. Now that he was actually trying to shirk the responsibility, he was clearly afraid. What a coincidence. I've already changed to the way of the spiked club, so I can't give you any guidance in the way of the sword. Li Qingshan casually grabbed an unknown fish and stuffed it into his mouth. He then gulped down a few mouthfuls of alcohol as he mumbled, "Mace Dao? What kind of Dao is that? Kid, don't try to bluff. It doesn't matter if you don't use your sword, but you can't run away from us." Elder Blue's voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the entire table. "Haha, as expected of the King of Savages. Your boldness is not something we can match." Most people, even if they knew that they were no match for their opponent, would still wait until they were defeated before reluctantly agreeing not to use their swords again. But to say that they would never use their swords again without waiting for their opponent to make a move, this is what a wise person would do. It can be said that you are in an invincible position. I admire you. The one who spoke was none other than the 7th seat. Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in his words, and it immediately caused a roar of laughter in the hall. It was as if they were of the same breadth and branches, and even their thoughts were similar. We're all at the same cultivation level. You're so young and you're even a dog of the imperial court. What right do you have to be above us? Daring to proclaim himself a king at this level, what a joke. I was almost fooled by you just now, but now I've finally exposed myself. To be able to sit in this main hall, which one of them was not a well-known figure for a long time? Which one of them did not have some pride? No matter how great Li Qingshan's renown was in the south, all he could hear about in the South Sea was an illusory legend. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. Arrogance, suspicion, xenophobia, and an unspeakable jealousy. Under the influence of all these emotions, it would be strange if Li Qingshan could obtain their good impressions. When Li Qingshan was strong, he talked freely with the Mermaid Queen, ignored the Sword Pavilion Master, and showed off his abilities. Even the head butler of the Yu King's residence had to praise him. Who dared to take the initiative to provoke him? Now these 3 all had the intention to test him, but he did not decisively accept their challenge. Once he showed a slight weakness, this hostility was immediately revealed. Sitting on the same level as these experts seemed to be incomparably glorious, but in reality, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Dozens of pairs of eyes fell on Li Qingshan, all of them waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Mr. Ram sat opposite him, holding half a cup of wine in his mouth and smiling mysteriously. "Hurry up and get up. I've been standing here for a long time." Elder Blue urged again. "If you're tired of standing, then sit down. You won't be the first in line anyways." Li Qingshan said without turning his head. "You." Elder Blue forcefully grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and almost made a move. But if he did that, it would not be a test and competition, but a direct confrontation which went against the original intention. King of Savages already has an order in mind? Mr. Ram asked. He also felt strange. Since he was not willing to accept the Sword Pavilion Elder's challenge, his opponent could only be this whale demon. Also, what order was there to talk about? Yes. Li Qingshan held a pot of wine and stood up. Elder Blue felt an unstoppable force rise up. His huge, fan-like hand was actually unable to suppress it. However, he had wanted Li Qingshan to stand up and fight in the first place, so he did not forcefully suppress it. He let go and took a step back. Li Qingshan strolled to the front of the 7th seat, and laughed. How about you count in as well? Although I don't cultivate the sword Dao, I can still use the mace Dao to give you some pointers. Sure, that's what I was thinking. Let me try out King of Savages means. The 7th seat was stunned. He did not expect that not only did he offend a few strong enemies, he even took the initiative to challenge him. Although his heart was beating like a drum, how could he show weakness in front of so many people? After hearing the word first, Li Qingshan turned his head and used his hand to point at the heads one by one. And you all count in? He casually pointed at almost everyone in the hall. Other than a few more experienced and prudent cultivators who just now did not laugh, everyone was counted in. Everyone's expression changed, especially the 7th seat. Li Qingshan clearly did not care about him. The hall suddenly went silent and then everyone became excited. They all stood up to accept the challenge, and then they felt the same anger as the 7th seat. This was because Li Qingshan had already turned around. He did not waste a second to see their reaction and pointed at Elder Blue. You will be the last. Elder Blue's face immediately turned green. Li Qingshan even comforted him. Don't worry, I can wait. The crowd mocked, undisguised mockery. He almost perfectly pulled everyone's hatred. Even Mr. Ram was greatly surprised. Alright, I will be the first. I'm afraid there is no need for a second fellow Taoist. The 7th seat suddenly stood up, the spiritual energy on his body surging, and a hook-shaped magic treasure was already in his hand. Oh no, you are not the first. Seeing that you are so enthusiastic, you will be the second. Come. The Elder of Cultivation Methods over there, you are the first. Li Qingshan waved his left hand and beckoned at the Elder of Cultivation Methods with his right. The 7th seat only felt anger attack his heart. He was almost tempted to slap Li Qingshan's face. The Elder of Cultivation Methods' face became even redder. He held back his anger and stood up to enter the hall. Didn't you say you don't use the sword anymore? It's not like I said I was going to guide you. Li Qingshan dodged to the side, revealing a graceful figure standing behind him. Shaoan, give him some guidance on his sword style. Veins bulged on the Elder of Cultivation Method's forehead. Fortunately, he had trained his patience over many years of teaching disciples, which was why he did not erupt. Yi Duanhai nodded at the Elder of Cultivation Methods. Li Qingshan had made so many opponents, so there was no longer a need for the Sword Pavilion to probe him. He could use this opportunity to probe the mysterious woman beside him. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. Her path of the sword completely surpasses mine. Li Qingshan pressed against Little Anne's shoulder and smiled at the Elder of Cultivation Methods. It's the same for everyone. Come. The Elder of Cultivation Methods said coldly. Afterwards, Little Anne's indifferent reply almost drove him mad. I don't have a sword. Cough, then what do I do? I'll find one for you. Li Qingshan gave Little Anne a thumbs up inside. Good girl, you've already inherited my legacy. Little Anne did not say that completely to help Li Qingshan anger. She had spent almost a year and used 30,000 bone-eating shamans as materials to refine the Buddha-slaying sword to a brand new level. It could rival the famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace, but it was inconvenient for her to take it out. Behind the bronze mask, she blinked and glanced around the hall. She said, "There's no need." Afterwards, she made her way to the corner of the hall. A peach tree was planted in a large flower pot. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, giving off an intoxicating fragrance. She extended her hand and snapped off a section. The twisted peach branch was around 2 feet long with a few pink, tender peach blossoms on it. With a gentle breeze, they almost drifted away. She walked back. It's done. Chapter 871. At the very least, the Elder of Cultivation Methods was quite angered. The corner of his eye twitched and his face reddened. He had been immersed in the Tao for 4 centuries. So be it if a little girl who was less than a tenth of his age wanted to compete with him, but she did not even use a sword. What is this? This is an undisguised insult. The hall fell into an uproar. The cultivators all looked at one another, almost doubting their ears. Ji Changfeng thought to himself, as expected of two people who hang out together. Even their arrogance is the same. Yi Duanhai's expression became slightly colder as well. He said to Li Qingshan, "Are you serious? Although it's a competition, if we really fight, I'm afraid swords and blades will be blind, and you'll end up injuring this little friend." A competition. Isn't it guidance? I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Elder over there, are you afraid? Li Qingshan never expected Little N to do something like this. He could not help but sigh inside. Sure enough, the student surpasses the master, the new generation surpasses the old, I'm already old, and so on. However, he did not worry for Little N at all. This girl was even more meticulous than him. Since she was bold enough to do something like this, she had absolute confidence. Only mortals would believe that. Even the slightly more experienced people of the Jianghu would not believe that, let alone the great swordsman Yi Duanhai. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the effect of a divine weapon was absolutely decisive. Cultivation was not useless, but when it came to actual combat, it was still a battle of strength. If an old monk who had studied the Buddhist Dharma for his entire life did not cultivate, all he could do was pray to the Buddha to keep the tiger from hunger if he encountered a tiger. She was using a peach branch as a sword against a true treasured sword. And the owner of the treasured sword was a sword cultivator who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a sword embryo. She seemed like she was looking to die no matter how she looked at it. Afraid? I don't even know how to write that word. The elder of cultivation method's eyes shone with cold light. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted. I can teach you. Little Anne's voice remained as calm and emotionless as before, as if she really believed the elder of cultivation methods did not know how to write. Sharp-tongued girl, cut the nonsense. How about I witnessed the sword style of the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The long sword was unsheathed, and a purple light illuminated the entire hall, accompanied by the low rumbling of thunder. This sword is 3 feet 7 inches and 5 fun. It is named Violet Lightning. The technique imparting elder's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Arcs of electricity coiled around his body as he held his sword horizontally in front of his chest with his right hand. His left hand brushed across the blade of the sword, causing electricity to surge between his hand and the blade of the sword. In an instant he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was calm and composed without a trace of anger, just like the sword in his hand. This is not a sword, but a branch of peach blossom. Little N replied calmly. Compared to the elder of technique imparting elder's magnificent aura, she did not have any aura at all. It was as if she had already fallen into a disadvantageous position even before she had attacked. Sword chi surged and lightning was about to strike. Her figure became more and more delicate. Only his right hand, which was holding the peach branch, glowed with a faint golden light. If one did not look carefully, they would almost miss it. However, no matter how hostile the people present were, they still possessed some insight. They could all tell that the Buddhist light was extraordinary. Mr. Ram thought, her Buddhist cultivation method really is profound. Across the entire South Sea, there probably isn't a single Buddhist disciple who can rival her apart from the mysterious divine nun of the South Sea. It's just a pity that this is a competition of the sword. If her strength far exceeds her opponent, then so be it, but this elder of the sword pavilion is already at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. Apart from the few people above, no one can claim to possess a higher cultivation than him. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not going to change your sword? The elder of technique imparting elder stood with his sword. The electricity blazed even more intensely, producing a hissing sound. He no longer seemed to hold a sword in his hand, but a bolt of lightning plucked from the sky. It twisted and trembled as if it could break free from his hand at any time and kill his opponent instantly. Everyone could tell that once he struck, it would definitely be an earth-shaking strike of lightning. Perhaps he would not even need a second strike to determine victory. Little N said nothing. She shook her head gently. In that moment, the elder of technique imparting elder vanished. Only a bolt of violet lightning remained in the hall. He had become one with his sword, and the lightning sword chi he had accumulated for a very long time erupted instantly, but there was only a flash of lightning. The violet lightning was as thin as a snake, twisting and turning. It was unpredictable, but it was also extremely fast. There were not many people in the hall who could see the purple lightning clearly. The blazing lightning and the roaring thunder caused the weaker cultivators to be unable to see or hear. They were shocked. If the target of this sword was me, wouldn't I be dead for sure? Even the more powerful cultivators became stern. I never thought the Elder of Technique imparting Elder would actually be so impressive. It's not without reason that the South Sea Sword Pavilion has always looked down on the cultivation community of the South Sea. The combination of a sword cultivator and a treasured sword is far too terrifying. It's basically unstoppable and unstoppable. Even 7th Seat felt that the reason the Elder of Technique imparting Elder was willing to sit below him was because he did not care much about his reputation. Otherwise he really would have to give up his seat. The rumbling only subsided after a very long time. Little and remained where she was. The peach branch drooped beside her, scattering the peach blossoms. It was as if she could not even swing her sword in time to block the strike. She wore a mask so no one could see her expression. The Elder of Technique imparting Elder stood 10 steps away with his back towards her. His expression was stern as he slowly sheathed the violet lightning sword. The outcome had been determined. That was what all the cultivators thought. Although most of them did not even see the strike clearly, it did not stop them from evaluating the outcome of the battle. In the end, it was 7th Seat who sensed that something was amiss, as Yi Duanhai, who had always been solemn and expressionless, was actually stunned. His cup of alcohol stopped by his mouth just like that. Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan both looked at Little N in surprise. They did not look at the Elder of Technique imparting Elder, who was even closer. Only Mr. Ram looked at the Elder of Technique imparting Elder's face. His expression was also one of surprise. The Elder of Technique imparting Elder's back trembled slightly. His breathing became rather disorderly. As for the detestable Li Qingshan, he stood with his arms crossed. His smile became even more detestable. Li Qingshan, how can you still smile? It'll be our turn once they're done. I definitely won't be the last. I'll fight you first. Elder Blue glared at Li Qingshan. Alright, I've already given you guidance on the path of the sword. You're next. Li Qingshan said. You're still talking about guidance? Are you out of your mind? Just now, if it weren't for the fact that this old man showed mercy, this girl would be dead already. Elder Blue pointed at his own eyes, expressing that he had seen it very clearly. You know, with your age, it's impossible for you to possess such a path of the sword. The Elder of Technique imparting Elder suddenly turned around. His expression was both excited and haggard, as if he had aged a decade in that instant. His face was extremely pale, making the faint red dot on his forehead stand out. It was obviously not from him. If that's the case, that doesn't make sense. The old man was one with the sword earlier. He didn't even show his head. Elder Blue was stunned. He did see Little and swing the peach branch, but compared to the violet lightning, it was far too slow. Little and adjusted her mask and said nothing. Apart from Li Qingshan, she had never liked talking nonsense with others. She directly practiced silent meditation in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so she did not want to explain anything right now either. Li Qingshan smiled. I've already said I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Do you believe me now? I'm not using a real sword because I have no grievances with you. I just don't want to take your life. No one knew that he was actually telling the truth. However, this was not a victory of cultivation. Little and might be a talented prodigy, but she was not a sword cultivator after all. No matter how powerful her swordsmanship was, it was impossible for her to surpass the Elder of Technique imparting Elder who had immersed himself in the path of the sword for 4 centuries. This was a victory of strength. Although she only had a peach branch in her hand, there was sword chi that contained the 5 absolutes immortals' profound path of the sword in her heart. In the moment they clashed, she had used the path of white bone and great beauty, going from life to death, from color to emptiness. As a result, the Elder of Technique imparting Elder's sure kill strike lost its target. His heart of the sword was like a blind man. She used this state to completely unleash the 5 absolutes immortals' path of the sword. It was almost like the 5 absolutes immortal had possessed her. If it were a regular person such as Li Qingshan, they would not be able to unleash it to such a level even if they refined the 3 absolutes calligraphy. The Elder of Technique imparting Elder had immersed himself in the path of the sword for 4 centuries, but compared to a legendary figure like her, he was still worlds apart. It was impossible for the sword chi she had nurtured with the 3 absolutes calligraphy for so long to be weaker than a regular strike from him. To put it bluntly, this was the path of white bone and great beauty crushing the sword pavilion's cultivation method, and the 3 absolutes calligraphy crushing the violet lightning sword. The peach branch was purely to help Li Qingshan infuriate him. She could win even if she was empty-handed. The elder of technique imparting elder's defeat was completely justified. With that, let alone the elder of technique imparting elder, even Ji Changfeng, Gong Yuan, and Yi Duanhai were shocked. The king of savages had been in the limelight for far too long. It was very easy for the woman who followed him silently to be overlooked. Even with her alluring beauty and reputation as a genius, it was unavoidable for others to look down on her once she was willing to serve as a foil to someone else. However, at that moment no one dared to look down on her anymore. Even the people above were not confident that they could definitely receive that strike. In particular, Yi Duanhai understood the significance of that strike the most as a great sword master. Even if he struck out with his full strength, the power of that strike would only be SOSO. Moreover, she had only used a peach branch. What would happen if she used a treasured sword as well? They all knew there were many prodigies in the world, but a prodigy who could even ignore major realms of cultivation was far too exaggerated. In this aspect they had actually underestimated little Anne's strength. Due to the wonders of the path of white bone and great beauty and the uniqueness of the three absolutes calligraphy, none of them could tell that little Anne had used an arcane treasure, and it was an extremely powerful arcane treasure at that. They thought it was little Anne's own strength. Actually, that was all little Anne could unleash. If she faced a great cultivator directly, even if she used the Buddha-slaying sword, she would not be able to kill them in a single stroke. However, while it was a miscalculation, it was not an overestimation. She had not killed the 100,000 bone-eating shamans for nothing. If she had unleashed her true strength, she could have easily defeated an opponent like the elder of technique imparting elder. Chapter 872. Little Anne returned to the corner of the hall and reattached the branch of peach blossoms into the distance. In that moment, green buds sprouted from the branch again, blossoming into peach blossoms. They shone brilliantly even more than before. This move was basically even more surprising to Ji Changfeng and the others than the strike just now. Just how fragile was the branch? Using it as a sword to unleash such a magnificent strike had already completely severed its vitality. When its aura dispersed, it should have been reduced to dust immediately. Yet she was actually able to reattach it, allowing it to sprout and bloom again. Who knew how many times more difficult this was than reviving a withered tree? It was basically resurrecting the dead. Little Anne gazed at the blossoming peach blossoms on the branch for a while before turning around and returning to Li Qingshan's side. The past 2 years had not gone to waste. She had gained a deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. She was already close to the third layer. You've worked hard. Li Qingshan poured her a cup of alcohol with a smile and massaged her shoulders. He seemed very attentive. It left the jaws of the cultivators who had just witnessed his arrogance dumbfounded. Was the king of savages just a label, and he actually relied on this mysterious woman little Anne to live off her? Even Yi Duanhai had the same doubts. Was this little Anne a reincarnated celestial? Otherwise, it was impossible for her to possess a path of the sword like that at her age. If that was the case, many things could be explained. With a path of the sword like that and her ability to instantly conceal her aura just now, she only needed a treasured sword to launch a sneak attack when he least expected it, and it would not be strange for the myriad poison ancestor's body to be destroyed. As for Wu Feng, his defeat was just too obvious. However, what Yi Duanhai did not know was that when she fought the myriad poison ancestor back then, little Anne had yet to obtain the three absolutes calligraphy. Her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty was not that deep either, or there really was no need for her to hunt him down. Little Anne lifted her bronze mask slightly, revealing her vermilion lips that curved into a smile. She drank the alcohol Li Qingshan had given her. When she was expressionless, she possessed a beauty that could topple the world. When she drank wine with a smile, although only half of her face was revealed, it caused the hearts of many cultivators in the hall to tremble. I couldn't tell that this little sister is not only a beauty but also has such skills. Li Shao, you are really lucky. I think you should give up your title of King of Savages to her. The Merfolk Queen suddenly said. She had only wanted to test Li Qingshan and did not pay much attention to little Anne. She did not expect that her test would produce such a shocking result. Hence, she changed the topic and tried to test the relationship between the two of them. They couldn't possibly be lovers, right? The Chan monastery of Devanaga was a renowned holy land of Buddhism after all. Were they supposed to be so open-minded? However, if he was a man, he would also be tempted by such a woman, and Li Qingshan was obviously not a person who liked to suppress himself. Under all kinds of reasonable inferences, the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure out their relationship. That's obviously my good fortune. but it's not nice to be called the king of savages by a girl. Li Qingshan helped Little An put on her mask. Little An glanced at Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan immediately sensed it. She actually felt a hint of fear. As a woman, she knew that most women held grudges, and their thoughts were unpredictable. After witnessing that strike, she was reluctant to incite hostility from a woman like that for some baffling reason, so she said, "I see." At the very least, there was one thing that she could be certain of. Little An valued her relationship with Li Qingshan very much. However, Li Qingshan's behavior made her feel rather contemptuous. Little An had already done so much for him, yet he still cared about the title of King of Savages. However, all men in the world were like that. They valued their reputation even more than their lives, so there was nothing strange about that. Actually, Li Qingshan did not sense her instigation at all. Shaking up the world had always been a man's ambition, and he was no exception. However, let alone the fact that the title of King of Savages was absolutely nothing on his path to the 9 heavens, no matter how important it was, it definitely could not reach the level where it could be mentioned in the same breath as Little An. As for Little An, not only did she have no concept of fame and fortune, but she did not even have the concept of giving anything. Their thoughts differed from those of ordinary people in many aspects, which made their relationship even more difficult for outsiders to understand. Fascinating. That's far too fascinating. The King of Savages sure has many hidden talents under his command. It's amazing. Mr. Ram clapped his hands and praised. His cultivation was not low, but it was not high enough for him to see through the mysteries of Little An's strike. Only after communicating with the myriad poison ancestor beside him did he understand what the strike meant. He was greatly shocked. His Majesty the King of Yu has been drawn away too much by this Li Qingshan. I never thought this woman would actually be the big fish. If someone like her returns to the Green Province and becomes enemies with the Mist Province again, it'll be terrible. However, I refuse to believe there really isn't any discord between the two of them. Since ancient times, it has been the hardest for geniuses to get along with one another. Perhaps I can split them apart. No wonder you've given up on the path of the sword. Yi Duanhai downed the cup of alcohol by his mouth. The elder of cultivation methods had been defeated in a single stroke. Not only had it humiliated him, but it also made him feel threatened. Perhaps he would be forced to swallow his pride and sit down to make a deal with Li Qingshan, so he went along with Gong Yuan and Mr. Ram's conversation. No matter how stupid Li Qingshan was, he could tell that every single one of them was trying to drive a wedge between them. Although it was absolutely impossible for him to fall for it, it still made him feel disgusted. Just now he had been provoked by 7th Seat, and mocked by the cultivators of the South Sea. His reaction seemed intense, but it was actually just out of interest. He did not take it seriously at all. However, he had a sore spot too. That's part of the reason. However, this elder of cultivation methods under Pavilion Master Ye's tutelage better not give up on the path of the sword like me after just a few pointers. If I make the disciples of the South Sea Sword Pavilion give up on the path of the sword too, then I'll be committing a grave sin. Alright, Mr. Ram, I wonder what was so interesting about that strike earlier. Did you see it clearly? And Your Majesty, the word beauty doesn't really suit Little An. You better keep it to yourself. With that, Yi Duanhai looked down. Killing people in a fit of rage had always been the duty of a sword cultivator. Gong Yuan's eyes turned cold. How could the dignity of the queen be offended in the slightest? Mr. Ram was still smiling, but it was slightly unnatural. His modesty was established on the basis that no one dared to show him any displeasure. As the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate, he was no kind person. The atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. The cultivators of the South Sea suddenly realized that as it turned out, Li Qingshan had not been particularly arrogant earlier. He was not exactly provoking them either. Now this was arrogance, this was provocation. From the beginning until now, I've never purposefully caused any trouble. You can say that I've shown you respect. You're just seeing that I haven't undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. If you want to test me, then test me. Don't be so underhanded and ruin your reputation. Li Qingshan had never liked scheming and putting on airs in the first place. It was only because of the spirit turtle's influence that he had feigned civility with them for so long. Now that he had been provoked like that, he might as well just expose the truth. At worst, he would just fall out with them. He just happened to have broken through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon. Coupled with Little An and the myriad poison ancestor, he could guarantee that there would be less than a handful of people who could make it out of the hall alive. Chapter 873. The smile that had been hanging on his face the entire time vanished. His face sank slightly. It was just one. It was just a simple change in expression, but it was like a vicious demon had ripped off its disguise, replaced by ruthlessness. Originally, the impression he gave off was that of gallantry, but that was only a description for humans. The tiger demon did not have the so-called gallantry, only brutality and bloodthirstiness, grinding its teeth and sucking blood, going on a rampage to eat people. Just like how the subject had to die when the master was humiliated, the merfolk and elders of the sword pavilion all stood up when they saw how the queen and the pavilion master had been provoked. They were just about to go up and berate Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. Scarlet light flashed, glancing past their faces. They were tongue-tied and immediately felt fear, as if they were about to be killed on the spot in the next moment. They retreated instinctively and assumed a defensive posture. The group of people all stood up at the same time before shrinking back. Although they immediately returned to their senses, their presences had already been completely overwhelmed. Their furious words of rebuke became stuck in their throats. They were rendered speechless. Li Qingshan did not use any abilities, but the tiger demon had already merged with his blood and soul. His movements and stillness, his anger and laughter all appeared. What a heavy evil aura. Mr. Ram shivered inside. Although he had life-saving arcane treasures on him, he did not feel safe at all. He subconsciously glanced at the myriad poison ancestor beside him. You really are a boorish man with a death wish. Humiliating those cultivators of the South Sea is nothing, but do you really think the few of us are people you can provoke? Let alone the fact that we've been very vague, even if we're trying to sow discord in the open, you'll have to endure it. If you don't, you'll die. But perhaps this is an opportunity. He already has a grievance with the myriad poison ancestor, and now he's fallen out with the master of the sword pavilion and the merfolk queen. Does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Why don't we just give up on the original plan and put him to death? As the head caretaker of the king of Southern Yu's estate, no matter where he went in the Mist province, Mr. Ram would show him some respect. Even great cultivators had to be polite to him. He had already forgotten just how many years it had been since someone had mocked him to his face like this. He could not help but make up his mind to hide his sliver of fear. He had always been a person who planned things out before taking action. He never thought Li Qingshan would be so unwise. He weighed his words and considered the pros and cons inside, struggling to make up his mind. What a brute! Gong Yuan sneered. Since she was a woman, it was impossible for her to not care about her appearance. Li Qingshan had asked her to keep the word beauty for herself. It could be said that he had hit the nail on the head, making her very uncomfortable. What was even more unbearable was that her dignity as a ruler had been offended. From ancient times until now, the dignity of those in power was the most fragile. A single wrong word was disrespect. Directly calling someone by their name was treason. Even their name had to be avoided. When an ordinary man is enraged, blood will be splashed 5 steps away. Li Qingshan turned his head and glanced at the merfolk queen from the corner of his eyes. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. In order to maximize benefits, forbearance was necessary. Compared to the ox demon's stubbornness and the tiger demon's bloodthirst and warlike nature, the spirit turtle's calmness and intelligence were the best ways to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He understood all of this. However, understanding didn't mean that he was willing to do it. If life was full of schemes and only did the right thing, what was the point? Sometimes he just couldn't bear it and didn't want to retreat. So what if he was wrong? Alright, let's see how you're going to bleed. I've shown you some respect and you really think you're the king of savages. Elder Blue, teach him a lesson. Gong Yuan immediately became as deep as an abyss. She had always rejected and detested humans. Originally, she had reluctantly accepted Li Qingshan as her equal out of curiosity, so she had already accumulated some dissatisfaction. Now that she saw how he did not know what was good for him and actually thought he was someone important, she immediately erupted. If he were a regular person, perhaps she would just teach him a lesson. However, a genius like that had to be killed once they became enemies. Elder Blue hesitated. His huge hand reached towards Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. He did not dodge at all. Do you really want to be the second one? Of course. Elder Blue's heart tightened. He already knew that Li Qingshan's ability was very weak. However, he didn't expect that when it came to an enemy he would give him such a huge pressure. He couldn't help but think of a sentence that Li Qingshan once said, "Some people, if you don't step on their heads, they won't know how to treat you as a human." Elder Blue pressed both of his huge palms on Li Qingshan's shoulders. He smiled. This place is too small. Little rascal, let's go out and fight. He said telepathically. Don't be stubborn. It's not worth it for a sentence like that. Although the two of them bickered a lot, he didn't hate Li Qingshan. Instead, he felt a little admiration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Li Qingshan to sit on his head until they reached the harbor. He was thousands of years old. Although the mermaid queen was strong, she was still a little girl in his eyes. He didn't think that Li Qingshan deserved to die just because he offended her with one sentence. You're not bad. You can leave now. Li Qingshan looked deeply at Elder Blue and loosened his right fist slightly. Elder Blue had no idea that he had walked on the edge of life and death. If he had really listened to Gong Yuan's order to teach Li Qingshan a lesson, Li Qingshan no longer planned to hold back. Although he had a good impression of him since they were standing on the opposite side, he could only kill. He was both relieved and a little regretful. The tiger demon's killing intent boiled like fire. It made him feel hot all over. This was the feeling he liked the most. You. Elder Blue was secretly anxious. He wanted to use force to drag Li Qingshan out, but he was shocked. This 7-foot body was like a mountain, not moving an inch. This is impossible. His strength is far above mine. Then Li Qingshan said to the cultivators of the South Sea, just now, the people I haven't chosen can leave as well. Perhaps the spirit turtle's perfect plan did not suit him at all. Wanting to reach a certain level of strength before exposing his identity as the North Moon and fighting the Dragon King of the Sea was far too conservative. Whatever, I can't think too much about it. I'll just use these guys as practice for now. Without any surprise, Little An removed his bronze mask and stood beside him quietly. Everyone in the hall shivered inside when they heard Li Qingshan's words. What was he trying to do? Regular people would definitely be thinking about how to flee and avoid her wrath when they spoke rudely and angered the mermaid queen. Yet he seemed determined to remain here. Gong Yuan frowned heavily. For some reason she felt a hint of fear. My king, please reconsider. Yu Wufeng blocked Li Qingshan's way. Apologies, there's no wind. Looks like I'll have to go back on my word. Li Qingshan smiled again, but it was completely different from just now. It seemed much more sincere, giving off a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. If he killed any elder or disciple of the South Sea Sword Pavilion today, he would develop irreconcilable grievances with Yu Wufeng. He obviously would not act pretentiously or care about his promise. He would let Yu Wufeng undergo the third heavenly tribulation before seeking revenge. That's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. However, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. My king, please focus on the great things. Yu Wufeng tried to persuade Li Qingshan as he cast a pleading gaze at Yi Duanhai. What he feared the most was not his own safety, but the entire South Sea Sword Pavilion falling into danger because of him. Chapter 874. Mount Cloud Mass stood above the surging waves. Before they knew it, the clouds had become connected, shrouding the vast starry sky. They weighed down on the mountain heavily, as if they were about to touch the roof of the Fylian Hall at the very top. The Silver Dragon King hovering in the air was vaguely visible in the sea of clouds. A storm was brewing and the world was dusky. The gale swept the soybean-sized droplets of rain into the Fylian Hall. The noble, scattered chandeliers illuminated the large, empty hall like it was daytime, pressing down on everyone's shadows beneath their feet. On the mural behind Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng, the legendary god of wind, Fylian, gazed down at the surprised and stunned faces. For a moment, there was only the sound of wind and rain. With a rumble of thunder, the elder of cultivation method's shadow used the even brighter lightning to escape from beneath his feet, arriving before little Anne. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yi Duanhai. What was the meaning of this? Was it his idea? Surely he wasn't giving in, right? Yi Duanhai continued to hug the ancient sword as he stared at Li Qingshan with a frown. Suddenly, he stood up and slowly made his way towards Li Qingshan. A mortal swordsman could kill with 10 steps. So what if he was a great sword cultivator? Let alone 5 steps, 3 steps and 1 step. The sea-splitting sword thrummed. Sword intent condensed like it was tangible. With each step, even the ocean parted to the side. However, Li Qingshan did not retreat. He stared at Yi Duanhai with his head held high, like a pillar of support. Faced with the great sword cultivator's threat step by step, his battle intent did not weaken at all. Instead, it skyrocketed, rushing out of the hall and into the clouds. Yi Duanhai stopped. The gazes of the two equally tall men clashed. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Their auras condensed without erupting. Everyone held their breaths as if a boulder was weighing down on their chests. The thrumming of the sword immediately stopped. He clenched his right hand into a fist. Yi Duanhai pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Li Qingshan frowned, but he instead loosened his fist. Yi Duanhai then opened his eyes. "You've won this competition. You've won. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, we'll talk in private." Without waiting for Li Qingshan's response, he came to the side of the Cultivation imparting elder and patted his shoulder. Then he walked out of the hall, facing the wind and rain without looking back. His back view was a little bleak, and the elders and disciples of the Sword Pavilion followed closely behind him. Everyone found it hard to believe that the Sword Pavilion's master, who was famous for his unyielding and decisive temperament, was actually a Sword Pavilion master. Facing a junior who hadn't even undergone 3 heavenly tribulations, he was actually forced to retreat in a head-on confrontation. Yu Wufeng let out a long sigh. He was both relieved and sighed. "Master, I'm not sure. It's Windless who let you down." Killing in a fit of rage was the duty of a sword cultivator, but Yi Duanhai was not alone. He was also the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He needed to consider the bigger picture and the entire sect, so he was unable to swing his sword in the end. When Li Qingshan didn't want to care about the big picture, someone else did. Just now we're just joking. Why do you have to be so serious? If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I will punish myself with a cup of wine as an apology to you." Mr. Ram stood up with a smile. He picked up his cup and drank it all in one gulp. "Sect Master Ji, I can't handle alcohol. I'll be going to rest first." Suddenly he seemed to remember something. "Oh right, His Majesty the King of Yu knows the King of Savages is a wine lover. He specially made me bring a jar of fine alcohol this time. Even I covet it very much. I'll be basking in his glory tomorrow." Before Ji Changfeng could stand up and see him off, he strode off. The myriad poison ancestor caught up with him and walked beside him, while Ru Xen followed behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. The head caretaker of the King of Southern Yu's estate had actually taken the initiative to apologize. Was he different from what they had imagined? Was this Mr. Ram really a good person who was as good as he seemed? Yi Duanhai's decision to back out was understandable. After all, his beloved disciple was in his hands, but what was Mr. Ram afraid of? Was he afraid Li Qingshan would suddenly attack him? The Silver Dragon King was right in the air, and the myriad poison ancestor was right beside him. Who could harm him? Not to mention, didn't the myriad poison ancestor have a deep grievance with Li Qingshan? Let alone them, even Ji Changfeng was greatly surprised. The King of Southern Yu has taken the initiative to give him alcohol to express his goodwill. Just what are Li Qingshan's origins? Why does he have such great prestige? Don't tell me the head caretaker of the estate's main objective this time is Li Qingshan? Otherwise, why would he put up with this? He had no idea that Li Qingshan had once gifted the King of Southern Yu a jar of alcohol. He was merely returning the favor. All he knew was that he could not drink the alcohol. Mr. Ram crossed the door sill and actually felt his body lighten. He could not help but glance back. Li Qingshan was also looking at him with some pity. He clasped his hands with a smile and glanced past the myriad poison ancestor. His heart sank. Just now he had already made up his mind. He wanted to destroy the 2 geniuses of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and Little An in the Philian Hall, and he could use this opportunity to suppress the cultivation community of the South Sea. Right when he was about to communicate with the myriad poison ancestor beside him, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The myriad poison ancestor had behaved far too calmly. Li Qingshan had almost destroyed the myriad poison cult after all. Ever since the myriad poison ancestor entered the Philian Hall, he had actually not said anything about this irreconcilable grievance at all. Even when Li Qingshan provoked everyone, he did not say a single word against Li Qingshan. If the myriad poison ancestor were a person of deep emotions, then so be it, but he just happened to be renowned for his narrow-mindedness. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. An unpredictable change had happened to the person he relied on the most for this trip, which made Mr. Ram very uneasy. He no longer communicated with the myriad poison ancestor. Instead, he carefully observed his reaction. When Yi Duanhai retreated with his disciples, the myriad poison ancestor showed no intentions of doing anything either. Mr. Ram could clearly sense a hint of danger, so he immediately decided to give up on this opportunity and hold it in, returning the matter to its original trajectory. When Li Qingshan no longer wanted to hold it in, someone chose to hold it in. Cough cough, Sect Master Ji, about that. I'll be taking my leave as well. I've drunk too much today and said some nonsense. I've really made a fool of myself. Haha, please forgive me. Seventh seat smiled, but his smile was rather unnatural. A moment ago he was so high-spirited that he wanted to fight Li Qingshan to the death, but now it was like that did not exist at all. He cursed himself inside. God damn it, it's just a seat. Only if I'm crazy would I get involved in this mess. When those important figures fight, what does it have to do with me? I cultivate in the South Sea precisely because I don't want to get involved in these battles. Can't I just watch the show properly? Why did I have to jump out myself? Even the king of Southern Yu has to show respect to that kid Li Qingshan, so why should I be angry with him? If we really do fight, just that woman called Little and will swing her sword over. I'll struggle to block her. Sigh, I can't hold my liquor either, so I'll be taking my leave first. Please forgive me, Sect Master Ji. The cultivators who had been singled out by Li Qingshan had already felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. With seventh seat taking the lead, they all stood up and bid farewell. The light in their eyes flickered as their gazes basically moved past Li Qingshan. Some of them even lowered their heads and looked at their toes. Stop right there. Li Qingshan called out. Don't go overboard. This is the Cloud Sail sect. This is the South Sea, not your savage mountain. Seventh seat shuddered and turned around. His expression was extremely ugly. Some of the other cultivators stopped, while others just made their way out with their heads lowered. They even sped up a little. When the people who had stopped saw this, they gritted their teeth and followed him in a hurry. They thought to themselves, he might not necessarily be calling for me. No matter how powerful you, Li Qingshan, are, you can't make me stop just because you want me to. The more you make me stop, the more I want to leave. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen streaks of light flew out of the Philian hall. Gazing at the sky covered in dark clouds, their moods immediately lightened up. Not only am I leaving, but I'm also leaving. What can you do to me if I walk out? Fortunately, you're not calling for me. Some of them glanced back at seventh seat and said, good luck. Some of them did not even look back. They even grumbled inside, if it weren't for your nonsense, we wouldn't have been dragged into this. Why did we have to provoke this king of savages for no reason? Cultivating in the South Sea is about peace. You're also the leader of a sect, yet you don't even understand that. Regardless of whether they looked back or not, they did not slow down at all. The group of people vanished into the curtain of rain very soon, only leaving seventh seat standing there facing Li Qingshan. His expression became uglier and uglier, and he was filled with regret. Why did I stop? Fellow Li, when it's possible to forgive, one should forgive. Ji Changfeng said. Seventh seat glanced at Ji Changfeng gratefully. It was not that he was afraid of death. If a great enemy truly stood before them, he would not hesitate to fight to the death. He just did not want to die for some random reason. He had said something too rash. This feeling was like touching a tiger's, but for no reason, only to end up being eaten by the tiger. Such a stupid way of dying would probably make him the laughingstock of the entire South Sea cultivation community. Just looking at his slightly bitter face, Li Qingshan felt like he was going to turn his stomach. What was the point of killing someone like that? He was very surprised that the matter had developed to this point. Originally he was prepared to fight to the death, but he never thought Yi Duanhai and Mr. Ram would actually give in. It was not like he had any deep grievances with the South Sea Sword Pavilion or the King of Yu's estate. They had already admitted defeat and apologized, so there was no reason for him to cling onto it and fight them to the death. However, there was still a big fish. Li Qingshan turned around. Gongyuan, what do you think of my anger? The Merfolk Queen's expression wavered. If Li Qingshan had been bold enough to call her name so rudely a moment ago, she definitely would have taught him a lesson. Yet now, as she gazed at the hall that had suddenly emptied out and the figure that seventh seat had flown out of the hall like he was fleeing, she was actually speechless for a moment. Even the Merfolk elders felt uneasy. They no longer dared to casually scold the man before them. Ji Changfeng opened his mouth, but he said nothing. He could persuade Li Qingshan to spare someone who had nothing to do with him, but when it came to the Merfolk Queen, he could only let them deal with it themselves, just in case they offended either side. Yi Duanhai could admit defeat for the sake of his disciple, and Mr. Ram could apologize for the sake of his safety, but Gong Yuan could not swallow her pride. Just now she could still fall out with Li Qingshan without any hesitation, but right now she was unable to make that decision. Let alone just how much strength Li Qingshan was hiding, just the little and was difficult to deal with. She was fearless, but the merfolk under her command were not that powerful. She could not lose them pointlessly. If Ji Changfeng assisted them, then the formations of Cloud Sail Mountain would be enough to suppress the two of them. However, Ji Changfeng clearly had no plans to do that. He maintained a neutral stance. Ji Changfeng was only cooperating with the merfolk of the South Sea. He was not their lackey, nor would he fall out with the Chan monastery of Devanaga over the momentary displeasure of the merfolk queen. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and gazed at the merfolk queen who was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was delighted inside. After making his choice, it was now her turn to make her choice. Chapter 875. A thin layer of cold mist radiated from Gongyuan. The delicacies before her were immediately covered in frost, and the cup in her hand immediately shattered. Crack crack. The frost crawled up the white jade table, producing cracks. The temperature in the hall plummeted. The coldness was oppressive. The surprised cries of mortals rang out in Three Sails City. Both the adults and children arrived on the streets, raising their heads and gazing at the mountain. As soon as the rain approached the top of the mountain, it turned into snow and hail, pitter-pattering against the glazed roof tiles. Has the merfolk queen finally taken action? Merfolk sure are domineering. That kid Li Qingshan is probably done for this time. The cultivators who had left the Philian Hall did not return to cultivate like they had said. Instead, they gazed at the mountain from a safe distance. Master, senior brother, he. Peng Jingni gazed at Yi Duanhai's back as he stood with his hands behind his back. He was worried. If Li Qingshan could not defeat the merfolk queen, he would definitely have to order Yu Wufeng to take action. He would basically die for sure. Yi Duanhai said nothing. As long as he's dead. Mr. Ram let out a long sigh inside before shaking his head. It was completely unreasonable, but he just felt like the kid would not die in battle. Strange, far too strange. The cold mist slowly pressed towards Li Qingshan. The sound of freezing grew closer and closer. A layer of ice seemed to cover Gong Yuan's face, beautiful yet cruel. Her eyes turned pitch black, as deep as the ocean abyss. Ji Changfeng was forced to stand up and leave as well, avoiding the coldness that grew heavier and heavier from her. He thought, she's really angered this time. If I refuse to assist her, I'll definitely be blamed in the future. He also grumbled about Li Qingshan inside. Since you've already gained the upper hand, why don't you know when to stop? Why don't you give Gong Yuan a way out? If you really anger her, what good will that do? However, he also understood that at this point, even if Li Qingshan gave her a way out, Gong Yuan might not necessarily accept it. Instead, she would probably take advantage of the situation and attack. Gong Yuan was not Yi Duanhai. There was no need for her to worry about her disciple's safety. It was not Mr. Ram either. She had relied on her own strength. It could be said that her strength was the strongest on Giant Ship Island, and her faction was the strongest in the South Sea. Yi Duanhai and Mr. Ram had their reasons to retreat, but she did not. Although she did have some misgivings, it was not enough for her to put down her dignity as a ruler and submit to a lackey of the imperial court who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Thus she chose to attack, forcing them step by step. If they retreated, they would immediately show their weakness, and then she could attack with all her might. If they didn't move, the cold air would slowly freeze them until they lost all ability to resist. If they were to retaliate, that would be for the best. It would allow the merfolk elders to retreat, and then she would no longer have any misgivings. At this moment, Li Qingshan moved. He didn't retreat but advanced, stepping into the domain of ice and frost. The merfolk elders were all experienced and wise. They wanted to leave the Philian Hall. At this time, a white shadow flashed, and Littleton stood in front of the main hall, staring at them expressionlessly. So fast. The merfolk elders stopped in amazement. Thinking back to the sharpness of that strike, none of them had the confidence to escape from it. Damn it, but since you dare to split up, I'll take care of you one by one. Gong Yuan's dark eyes gazed at Li Qingshan as he walked over step by step, as if she was looking at a dead man. She cultivated a cultivation method passed down by the merfolk from the ancient divine kingdom. It was called All Water to Ruin's End. Ruin's End was the legendary bottomless abyss, the place where all water gathered. Even the heavenly river would flow there in the end. In order to cultivate the All Water to Ruin's End, she had to hide in the abyss of the ocean all year round, using the merfolk's secret technique to communicate with the mysterious Ruin's End. The process of cultivation was extremely difficult. Not only did she have to endure the heavy pressure of the ocean, but her mind was also tormented. There were many times when she almost fell into despair, and her soul was completely sucked into Ruin's End. Compared to that, the physical pain was nothing. Even during the era when the merfolk flourished, There were not many people who cultivated this cultivation method, and there were even fewer who succeeded. It was precisely this kind of cultivation experience that made her cold and deep. At the same time, she was prone to hysteria. Even the merfolk were extremely afraid of her. The cold chi that she was releasing now contained the deathly cold power of Ruin's End. It was pervasive. Even Ji Changfeng could not endure it for a long time. Li Qingshan was simply courting death by walking over step by step. The black and red demonic chi that Li Qingshan released was of no use at all. Waves of cold pierced into his bones. His clothes were frozen and shredded in the blink of an eye, and the demonic armor that replaced them was still useless. The White Eagle commander's uniform was almost equivalent to a supreme-grade defensive artifact. It was impervious to blades and spears, and impervious to water and fire, but it could not even last a moment in this cold chi. The distance between them was less than 30 steps, but it was as far as the horizon. Every step he took felt like he was walking into an abyss. His exposed skin quickly turned blue and purple, and a layer of frost appeared on his demonic armor. He didn't know when it would shatter like his clothes. His battle boots were frozen as soon as they touched the ground. He needed to use force to lift them up and continue onwards. Li Qingshan should have sped up and rapidly closed the distance between him and Gong Yuan so that he could engage her in close combat, or he could just stand a little further away and launch an attack. Without a doubt, this was an opportunity for Gong Yuan to push the all-water to Ruin's End to the limit. But for some reason he continued to walk forward step by step, neither too fast nor too slow. Don't tell me he's so confident in his strength? Even I wouldn't compete against Gong Yuan in cultivation like this, as there's no chance of victory at all. Even if the fire-devouring kings were bold enough to do this, defeat would be certain. Even if he's a supreme genius, it's impossible for him to win. The outcome has really been determined this time. Ji Changfeng secretly shook his head. He was forced to activate the formation, not because he wanted to help either side, but because he was afraid that the Fylian Hall would be destroyed by Gong Yuan. Originally, there were still a few bold cultivators of the South Sea who lingered around, but they had all been forced out by the coldness now. There was no need for them to risk their lives just to watch a show. If they died to the shockwaves of the battle, that would be an undeserved disaster. Large areas of Li Qingshan's body suffered from frostbite and necrosis. His eyes turned white too, covered in a layer of frost. However, he continued to stare at Gong Yuan with his blind eyes. What he saw was no longer the noble ice-cold merfolk queen, but a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. He could not help but think of a saying, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Right now that was exactly what he felt. The abyss was ice-cold and deathly still, but it seemed to possess its own consciousness. However, what he felt was not terror or despair, but a call from the depths of his soul. It was exactly this wondrous feeling that prevented him from attacking in a hurry. When the ground became frozen soil, the tiger bones stiffened, and even the phoenix lost its endless vitality. However, the spirit turtle's mind became especially clear. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression circulated at an unprecedented speed, radiating with divine light. What's going on? Li Qingshan was perplexed. Back when he met Gong Yuan's gaze on the whale's back, he felt very comfortable. However, when Gong Yuan struck out with her full strength, the feeling was no longer just comfortable. It was basically gratifying. There was no longer any ruthlessness on his face at all. He became extremely peaceful. What's going on? Gong Yuan also wanted to know why Li Qingshan, who should have been frozen a long time ago, could still walk towards her. Why was his expression so strange, and why did his presence give her a sense of intimacy, even instinctively wanting to get close to him? What's going on? Ji Changfeng felt like he was at a loss as well. If he only looked at their expressions, he would never believe that they were about to fight to the death. Finally, Li Qingshan stepped over the white jade table that had been frozen into shards and arrived before Gong Yuan. Their presences intertwined, and the feeling of intimacy reached the limit. If I can maintain this state, breaking through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle will be a piece of cake. Li Qingshan sighed inside, but there was also a hint of joy. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was easy in the beginning, but it became more difficult the further one progressed. The wondrous power that Gong Yuan gave off had undoubtedly opened a window for the spirit turtle's cultivation. As for Gong Yuan, she just closed her eyes as if she was sensing something silently. She practiced the all-water to Ruin's End all year round. Even when she left the ocean and stood among people, she still felt like she was in the abyss of the ocean, facing the unfathomable Ruin's End. It left her extremely exhausted, which led to a severe inner demon. Being prone to hysteria was one of the external manifestations of inner demons. If she could not suppress her inner demons, not only would it be difficult for her cultivation to increase, but she might even face the danger of suffering from chi deviation. Inner demons were different from demonic nature. They were very difficult to deal with through external methods. They could only be dealt with by themselves. Many cultivators ended up ruined by this, which was also known as chi deviation. This was not as simple as falling into the demonic path and becoming a demonic cultivator. Instead, it was losing control of the mind. It was easier for demonic cultivators to suffer chi deviation than regular cultivators. When regular people lost control of their minds, they would only go mad. Cultivators possessed great power in the first place. Once their minds lost control of this power, the consequences were self-evident. But at this moment she felt her mind become unprecedentedly peaceful. It was so comfortable that she almost wanted to moan. Whether it was Gong Yuan or Li Qingshan, neither of them knew that the mysterious ruin's end was the home of the spirit turtle, the final resting place of the spirit turtle. Because newborn spirit turtles could not survive in ruin's end, adult spirit turtles would reproduce outside ruin's end. Once the little spirit turtle matured, it would swim back to ruin's end like a river flowing back to the ocean. This cycle repeated itself. The environment of ruin's end was far too deathly still. Only spirit turtles liked it. Even water element divine beasts that were no weaker than spirit turtles would not stay there for long even if they could endure the environment there. However, to spirit turtles that pursued peace and longevity, it was the most ideal paradise. Just like how humans referred to the Mother River, they also treated ruin's end as their mother. Meanwhile, the mysterious will or laws of ruin's end also treated spirit turtles as their beloved children. This was why the two of them had such a wondrous reaction. But at this moment, Li Qingshan was in an extremely dangerous state. Although his body was tough, it was almost frozen solid. His expression remained calm as he slowly extended his hand. With every movement, the sound of ice cracking and shattering could be heard. Even his tiger bones became fragile in the extreme cold. Chapter 876. Gong Yuan shuddered and opened her eyes. Her ocean blue eyes were filled with incomparable shock. However, after glancing at Li Qingshan, it immediately turned into embarrassment and anger. It turned out that even the demonic heart in Li Qingshan's body had been frozen. Naturally, the demonic armor could not be maintained and his muscular naked body was exposed. Although she was not an innocent girl and could not bear to see a naked man, the problem was that this naked man was standing in front of her, less than a foot away. One of his hands was even on her shoulder. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth twitched with difficulty. He could not tell if he was apologetic or proud. At the side, Ji Changfeng's eyes widened. He had never seen such a strange scene in his life. The naked man stood in front of the noble and elegant mermaid queen with one hand on her shoulder and a strange smile on his face. "Take off your dirty hand." The cold air that Gong Yuan emitted became even denser. Her voice was also as cold as ice. Not only did Li Qingshan not do that, he raised his other hand and placed it on her other shoulder. He did not have much killing intent now. Instead, he was more concerned about the secrets on her body. Although Gong Yuan appeared angry, he could clearly feel that her hostility had been appeased. Moreover, he believed that she could also feel the change in him. It was a very strange feeling. However, if this continued, he was afraid that he would be frozen to death. He would not place all his hopes on his opponent. At this distance, as long as he used his hands to grab her neck and release the power of vibration, although Gong Yuan's physique was strong, it might not be comparable to the corpse king from before. He could turn the situation around in an instant. Gong Yuan frowned slightly. Her expression changed. Her breasts rose and fell. She took a deep breath and suddenly took a step back. She retracted the cold air. "I'll spare your life today." Then he flicked his sleeves and left. When he brushed past Li Qingshan, he even glanced at him. There was no longer any hostility in his gaze. Instead, it was as if he had seen some kind of rare and precious item. At the same time, this item contained some kind of disgusting attribute, so he couldn't decide what to do with it. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Little and stepped aside without saying a word. Gong Yuan glared at her fiercely. Elder Blue felt strange. Although his thoughts were not meticulous, he had still watched Gong Yuan grow up. He could keenly sense that there was a subtle change in Gong Yuan's temperament. There was less melancholy and cruelty. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise, wondering what had just happened. Only Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan were clear about the changes in their auras. Others could not understand it. The flames of the phoenix warmed his entire body, and the necrosis on Li Qingshan's body rapidly healed. His skin recovered its normal color in the blink of an eye. He looked at his hand and smiled. He never thought he would reap such an unexpected benefit this time. However, calling it an accident was not really an accident. Just like how the fire devourers possessed the divine Wutong tree, it made perfect sense for merfolk who were born with the spirit of water to possess items that could assist in the cultivation of spirit turtles. After all, they had both been passed down through the ancient divine kingdoms. Even though they had declined now, there were still very few that could rival their heritage. In the blink of an eye, the large Fylian hall emptied out. Only Li Qingshan, Little Anne, and the dumbfounded Ji Changfeng remained. Fellow, just what did you do? Ji Changfeng hesitated for a very long time, but he still could not help but ask. I used my charm, of course. Li Qingshan smiled. Really? Ji Changfeng laughed dryly. He could not tell what startling charm Li Qingshan possessed. You might not believe me, but my charm is useless against men, but against women it's... You better put on some clothes first. Ji Changfeng could no longer listen to him anymore. Li Qingshan found a set of clothes from his sumeru ring and put them on. Little Anne came over to help him tidy up. Seeing this, Ji Changfeng immediately confirmed that this was not a relationship that outsiders could drive a wedge between them. With her alluring beauty, talent, and cultivation, there was no reason for her to do something like this for a man. For a moment he almost believed in Li Qingshan's so-called charm, but he immediately dismissed this nonsensical thought. Everyone's gone anyway. It's perfect. I was just worried that I wouldn't have enough to eat by myself. Li Qingshan glanced around and nodded in great satisfaction. Everyone who disliked him had all left, so he could do as he pleased. The corner of Ji Changfeng's eye twitched. He was still in the mood to eat. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still ordered the banquet to resume. Originally he was just trying not to offend Li Qingshan. But now he really put Li Qingshan on the same level as him, so much so that he even felt that Li Qingshan was unfathomable. Fellow cultivator, you're really impressive today. You've really broadened my horizons. You're only at the second heavenly tribulation, yet you're already so impressive. If there's a day when you pass through the third heavenly tribulation, won't you be invincible in the world? How could that be? I'm still far from it. Being invincible in the world is not as simple as being number one in the world. I can defeat everyone from number 2 to number 1 in the world. But thank you for your auspicious words. I will be invincible in the world sooner or later, haha. When Ji Changfeng heard the first sentence he thought, you brat finally know how to be humble. But when he heard the next sentence he suddenly didn't know what to say. The world is so vast. If all the experts of the 9 provinces and 4 seas are counted, I'm afraid I can't even be ranked in the top 100. As for those who reached the so-called invincible in the world realm, there hasn't been a single one since ancient times. If Li Qingshan spoke to him like this 2 hours ago, he would definitely mock him a little. But now, facing Li Qingshan's admiring expression of you have good taste, he could only pick up the wine cup and drink. You're indeed ambitious. This old man admires you. Let's drink. Not long after, Ji Changfeng couldn't sit still anymore. I've drunk quite a lot tonight. I'm also a little drunk. It's all right. Fellow cultivator, you can go and rest. You're welcome. Li Qingshan supported his head with one hand and held the wine cup with the other. He reclined on the main seat and leisurely enjoyed the singing and dancing below. As a result, only Li Qingshan and Little Anne remained in the large hall a while later. He simply waved his hand and dismissed the singers and dancers as well. It's really clean now, Li Qingshan communicated. He picked up the wine cup and clinked it gently with Little Anne in his arms, drinking it all in one gulp. Why? Little Anne took his wine cup with one hand and placed his own into Li Qingshan's hand with the other. Li Qingshan drank it all in one gulp again. The aura that Gongyuan gives off is extremely strange. It seems to be very beneficial to the spirit turtle transformation, and the aura of the spirit turtle seems to be beneficial to her as well. You want to dual cultivate with her? Of course. She's a queen after all. Li Qingshan pinched Little Anne's little face. I'm just joking. She's definitely not a good person. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have the confidence to capture me, she definitely would have taken action and interrogated me about my secrets. Let alone the fact that the merfolk queen won't dual cultivate with a human. Even if she's willing, I won't agree to it. He was lustful, but he was not so lustful that he would lose his mind and think with his lower body. Gongyuan was different from Lolth. Not only was she extremely powerful, but the organization behind her was extremely powerful as well. If Lolth slept with her, then so be it, but if he got too deeply involved with Gong Yuan, there would definitely be no benefits. You overestimate yourself. Little An turned her head away in disapproval. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. He said angrily, "You damned girl. Even when you stripped naked in front of me, didn't I still manage to control myself?" "That's because you're a coward." Little An curled her lips. "You dare say I'm a coward?" Li Qingshan glared at her. "I've already said that." Little An glared back at him. Forget it. I'm afraid of you." Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms helplessly and thought, "Originally, I had no idea what I should exchange with the merfolk, but I finally have a target now. I need to find a way to contact Wuxia." At this moment, the banquets between the regular cultivators and the merfolk reached an end on Central and Lesser Cloud-massed mountains. The goods the merfolk had brought from the sea had been properly arranged too. The banquets dispersed, and the sea fair officially began. Let's go for a walk too." Li Qingshan stood up and said to Little An. Walking through the antique pavilions, they were surrounded by a dazzling array of goods, but most of them were not worth much. They were just warming up right now. There would be an auction in 3 days' time. That would be the climax of the sea fair this time. As low-level cultivators still made up the vast majority, it was still extremely lively. However, wherever Li Qingshan and Little An went, the place would fall silent. The cultivators avoided them from afar, and even if they could not avoid them, they lowered their heads and maintained a respectful attitude. Only when they had traveled far away did they quietly discuss among themselves. Everything that had happened in the Philian Hall had already spread. The cultivation community of the South Sea had basically accepted the King of Savage's might. However, the one who attracted the most attention was still Little An. The sight of her descending from the sky had already become an unforgettable memory for many people. Li Qingshan and Little An looked around. Sure enough, there was nothing worth paying attention to. They arrived on the balcony outside the pavilion and leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. The heavy rain was still pouring down, falling into the South Sea in an overwhelming manner. The waves constantly surged towards the shore, splashing against the rocks and cliffs. The raging waves beat against the shore, stirring up 1,000 piles of snow. The landscape is like a painting, and how many heroes have there been in a time? Li Qingshan said slowly. Little Li II, even if you don't recite poems, we are still friends. A familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. On the balcony of the lower floor, Wuxia was leaning against the railing, gazing at the night rain. "What is your relationship with Gong Yuan?" Li Qingshan originally had a stomach full of questions, but when it came to the most gossipy one, it was at the tip of his tongue. Wuxia was silent for a moment, then said, "Next question. What kind of cultivation method does she cultivate?" Li Qingshan could hear that she was not in a good mood, so he went straight to the point. "All water to ruin's end, a cultivation method passed down from the divine kingdom. The end is the legendary place where all water gathers. It is a mysterious and unpredictable world." Wuxia introduced the all water to ruin's end. When Li Qingshan heard the 2 words ruin's end, he felt an incomparably intimate feeling. He then asked, "Do you know this cultivation method?" Chapter 877. This surprised Li Qingshan greatly. Originally he had only asked casually. Probably even the merfolk elders he met today did not know about something as secret as all water to ruin's end. He never thought she would actually know about it. He became even more certain that her resemblance to Gong Yuan was not just a misconception. However, since she refused to say anything more, it was inappropriate for him to pry, so he cut to the chase. "Can you teach me?" "Yes." Wuxia agreed without any hesitation. "However, even if I teach you, you won't be able to cultivate it." "What?" "Cultivating this cultivation method requires you to connect with ruin's end. That's not something you can achieve just by finding a random sea abyss. According to what I know, it can only be done with the heart of the abyss, but that's a supreme treasure that only merfolk can refine. It's in Gong Yuan's hands right now." "Then what if I exchange it with her? For example, I can use that virus of yours." "That's impossible. The refinement method for the heart of the abyss has already been lost. The imperial court of the merfolk only has a single one. Once it's lost, Gong Yuan's cultivation will stagnate, and I've already thought of what I want to exchange for it." The path of cultivation was crucial to any cultivator, and it was even more so to experts like Gong Yuan. Li Qingshan suspected that even if he threatened her with the fate of the entire merfolk race, she might not necessarily hand over the heart of the abyss. That's a little troublesome. Whatever, I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll think about it when the time comes. His priority right now was to raise the Phoenix transformation to the 4th layer. Once his strength increased, forcefully stealing it was not impossible. Alright, what do you want to exchange for? Li Qingshan asked curiously. The lost stocks of the King of Yu. What's that? One of the things that the King of Southern Yu wants the most. More accurately speaking, it's an incomplete stock. That's the main objective of the Ram's trip. I still don't understand. In ancient times, a king of Yu skilled in divination attacked the Crystal Palace in an attempt to take the South Sea under the Kingdom of Yu's control. Because of a great storm as well as the tenacious resistance of the merfolk, it finally ended in failure. Moreover, half of a set of calculation rods refined from dragon bones and dragon horns was lost in the Southern Sea. It is known as the King of Yu's remaining calculation. Refined with dragon bones and dragon horns. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Just by looking at the materials he could understand the value of this calculation token. Legend has it that in the ancient times before the humankind unified the world and established the divine kingdom, the demon race once ruled the 9 regions. At that time there were many mythological beasts such as the phoenix, Xieji and Qiongqi, while the dragon race was the leader of all demons. This was where the name of the dragon province came from. The minds of merfolk are unfathomable, which is why the King of Yu ordered the myriad poison ancestor to accompany him, as well as the Silver Dragon King as a form of deterrence. As a result, I hitched a ride, which makes it easier for me to bargain with Gong Yuan. Doesn't that mean you'll be in direct conflict with the King of Southern Yu's estate? Little and said you've already been suspected by that Mr. Ram. The King of Yu's remaining calculation was not of much practical use to Li Qingshan. Even if he obtained it, it would be incomplete. However, it was different to the King of Southern Yu. Right now, a war with the Green Province was imminent. Just like how it was said that the more you calculate, the less you calculate, the more you calculate, the less you calculate, the less you calculate. The use of the path of divination in a war like this could be described as crucial. It could basically determine the outcome of the war. This aspect also happened to be the greatest shortcoming of the Mist Province. The Green Province was much smaller than the Mist Province, but the system of the academy was relatively complete. The school of Yinyang specialized in this aspect, while the Mist Province was far too chaotic. Basically no one was willing to practice the path of divination that was slow to cultivate and lacking in battle prowess. As a result, the King of Southern Yu's remaining calculation was one of the items the King of Southern Yu wanted the most right now. It was not wrong at all. However, it was exactly because of this that the King of Southern Yu's estate would view anyone who tried to sabotage or obstruct them. If the saboteur just happened to run over from the Green Province, then they could basically label them as spies immediately. They would not stop until they were completely killed. At the very least, right now, Li Qingshan still did not want to directly clash with the King of Southern Yu. Otherwise his attack on Fire Melt Mountain would be completely pointless. If the Silver Dragon King above him blasted wildly, no formations would be able to protect him. If you suspect him, then so be it. It's not like we'll ruin his plans. We'll just let him negotiate with Gong Yuan first. Though, with that woman's temperament, once you obtain the King of Southern Yu's remaining calculation, you'll have done the King of Southern Yu's estate a great service. Of course, I can't just hand over such a precious treasure so easily. It'll be the King of Southern Yu's estate's turn to beg me. Li Qingshan came to a realization. He was already relatively close to the Banyan Tree King. If he dealt with the King of Southern Yu too, just who in the Mist Province could touch him? Whether it was Savage Mountain or Fire Melt Mountain, his position would be as stable as a rock. He felt rather touched inside. Ru Xian had considered so much, still helping him out at the end of the day. Apart from devoting myself to you, there's really nothing else I can do to repay Miss Ru Xian's kindness. You're doing this for revenge. Haha, compared to repaying kindness, I still prefer revenge. Ru Xian fell silent for a while. All she heard was the desolate night rain. Suddenly she said, "When you're free, come with me somewhere. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I won't turn it down." After Ru Xian left, Li Qingshan shared the information he had obtained with Little and thought for a while. I was originally worried that helping the merfolk take down Fire Melt Mountain and disrupt the balance between the two races would be beyond the King of Southern Yu's tolerance. Now it's safe. Li Qingshan also felt like the path ahead had become much clearer. Right when he was about to leave the building and return to his residence, a streak of white light passed through the night rain and arrived before him. Yu Wufeng said, "My king, my master invites you over. From tonight onwards, there's no need for you to call me my king anymore. After all, the path of the sword is about being unyielding and resolute. It's not good to always be under someone else's command." Li Qingshan's voice was filled with confidence. "Let's hope so." Yu Wufeng smiled. Sure enough, when Li Qingshan arrived before Yi Duanhai again, what he received was the equal treatment he had been anticipating for a long time. There were not a lot of people present. Only Yi Duanhai, the elder of cultivation methods, Li Qingshan, Little An, and Yu Wufeng were present. They negotiated amicably as equals. The actual process was extremely short. Yi Duanhai did not make any small talk at all, cutting right to the chase. One strike. Li Qingshan did not demand an exorbitant price, which allowed Yu Wufeng and the elder of cultivation methods to let out a sigh of relief. Compared to a genius disciple who could become a great sword cultivator and an arcane treasure fogbow sword, the conditions could basically be described as generous. When, where, and who? The king of Southern Yu's estate definitely won't do. There's also the royal court of the merfolk. Don't worry, it's neither of those places. It won't bring disaster to the South Sea Sword Pavilion either. You'll naturally know when the time comes. How can I trust that you'll keep your promise? Look at your heart. I also have some secrets that require Yu Wufeng to swear not to divulge. Only then can I remove the blood oath. However, there's no oath that can bind a great sword cultivator. All you can do is look at your heart, Li Qingshan said calmly. All right. Yi Duanhai did not waste any more time. See our guest off. Farewell. Li Qingshan still liked this kind of straightforwardness, but in order to obtain this straightforwardness, he really did put in quite a lot of effort. Chapter 878. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Torrential rain poured down, whistling through the surroundings. It showed no signs of stopping. Gazing at the surroundings, the sky flashed with golden light, gilding the clouds. Sunlight shone on the ocean. If one looked from above, they would discover that the entire island was enveloped by a thick layer of dark clouds, while the other places were sunny with white clouds drifting about. A mountain of clouds approached the sky above Giant Ship Island with the sea breeze. As if it had been swallowed, it merged into the thick clouds, making the rain even heavier. No matter how the sea breeze blew, the dark clouds remained unmoving. This was obviously the work of the merfolk. Merfolk did not like to leave the ocean and come to land. Only rain could make them slightly more comfortable. Regular merfolk obviously did not possess such methods, but there were many powerful merfolk led by Gongyuan in the seafair this time. As natural spirits of water, and they were in the moist South Sea, it was nothing for them to summon clouds and rain. Legend had it that when dragons traveled they did not need to use any techniques. They were accompanied by clouds and rain, which was also known as dragons following clouds. At the center of the storm was a lake. A magnificent palace rose out of nowhere on the lake. The pillars, walls, and eaves were all constructed from jelly-like water. The rain fell on the palace, kicking up ripples. Enveloped in the hazy mist, it was filled with illusory beauty. At this moment, the mist above the lake parted. An old man with a goatee and goat horns appeared. He arrived on the shore under the accompaniment of a merfolk elder. There's no need to send me off. Mr. Ram clasped his hands and emerged from the merfolk palace once again. Even with his mental fortitude he could not hide his bad luck. This was already the 5th time he had tried to persuade her in the past few days. The price he offered each time was higher than the last, already infinitely close to his bottom line. However, Gongyuan never relented. If it was just that, then so be it. In the past few days he had visited Ji Changfeng, Yi Duanhai, and the detestable Li Qingshan one after another. He only had a single objective, which was to pull them onto the chariot of the kingdom of Yu and make them honored guests of the king's estate. However, all of his attempts had ended in failure. This result was far too difficult to accept. It was basically one of the rare mistakes he had made in his life. Li Qingshan. Mr. Ram gritted his teeth in hatred. He'd had a premonition about this outcome since the moment he was forced to retreat in Fylian Hall. With his cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan had to be a little more forceful. Only then would he be able to treat Yi Duanhai and the others as equals and carry out the transaction smoothly. How could Mr. Ram not need to display the might of Yu King Manor? He was also a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. He never thought he would be forcefully suppressed by a cultivator whose cultivation was even lower than his as soon as he arrived at the Cloud Sail sect. This invisibly created a great impact. And the myriad poison ancestor's strange behavior had disrupted many of his plans. Originally, he planned on using the myriad poison ancestor's hostile relationship with the South Sea Sword Pavilion and Savage Mountain to threaten them to a certain extent. The king's estate did not need to take action directly. All they needed to do was support the myriad poison ancestor slightly, and Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan would have to consider the consequences. It was still in the Filian Hall. How could the dissension between him and the myriad poison ancestor escape the eyes of those shrewd people? A single misstep resulted in a series of mistakes. Apart from the very beginning, he had come alone whenever he negotiated with Gong Yuan, so his momentum had weakened by quite a lot, let alone threatening Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan. Sure enough, nothing good comes out of this kid's visit to the Mist Province. The potential that he and that little N have demonstrated is far too startling, so I need to get His Majesty the King of Yu to consider it and take preventive measures. If I can keep them in the Mist Province forever, the benefits won't be any less than killing 2 great cultivators of the Green Province. Though perhaps there's no need for that. Mr. Ram gazed at the Silver Dragon King in the clouds, and a sliver of coldness flashed through his eyes. He vanished into the curtain of rain. Soon after Mr. Ram's departure, a masked figure arrived before the Merfolk Palace and bowed. "I request an audience with your Majesty." A while later, the mist parted again. Ru Xen stepped onto the surface of the lake, making her way towards the Merfolk Palace step by step. Enchanting laughter rang out from the raging surface of the lake. Beautiful figures swam about, studying her. A beautiful mermaid poked her head out of the water and asked curiously, "Hey, what's your name?" Ru Xen glanced at her and thought of a distant name, but she said nothing. She arrived in front of the Merfolk Palace and stopped for a while, studying it. She revealed a look of nostalgia, but it was hidden under the heavy mask so no one could see it. "South Sea, I've returned." She stepped into the Merfolk Palace, and the whistling rain suddenly grew distant. A world of water unfolded before her. Many beautiful mermaids swam and played around in the water. Their tails of various colors such as dark blue, crimson, dark green and so on, left behind colorful trails. The trade of regular goods had already been completed. Most of them were bartering for resources that did not exist in the sea, as well as some reserves for war such as pills, talismans, food and so on. They finally did not have to conjure up legs to deal with those ugly humans anymore. Splitting their tails did not feel comfortable at all, and walking was very difficult too. It was nowhere near as difficult as swimming. The mermaids who had only just conjured up legs felt like they were walking on the tip of a blade when they walked on land. Once the auction ended the next day, they would be able to return home, so everyone was in a very good mood. What made them the happiest was that the queen, who had always been cold, seemed to have become much gentler. When she was free, she would even guide them in their cultivation. This had never happened before. Ru Xan spotted Gong Yuan on the crystal throne with a single glance. She sucked in a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. The feeling of being a bystander in the crowd was completely different from being in front of her. "You're the myriad poison ancestor's disciple?" Gong Yuan asked from above. "Yes." "How dare you? You're a coward." "You're requesting an audience with the queen. Why don't you remove your mask and state your name?" The captain of the guards, Gong Kuan, scolded. "Due to refining poison, my appearance has been ruined. I don't want to show it to others, so please forgive me, your majesty. As for my name, it's just a code name. It can be real or fake, so it's not important at all," Ru Xian said hoarsely. Gong Yuan waved her hand and dismissed Gong Kuan. Demonic cultivators who refined poison would often turn themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Looking at her figure, she was still a woman, so it made sense for her to be reluctant to show her face. Most importantly, she definitely had the myriad poison ancestors' orders for this trip. There was no need for her to provoke that narrow-minded old man over something as small as this. "Since it's a Merfolk Sea Fair, I want to make a deal with your majesty," said Ru Xen. "Oh? Tell me, what do you have, and what do you want to exchange with me?" "I want to use the lives of all the fire devourers who have yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fire Melt Mountain to exchange for something with your majesty." The hall suddenly fell silent. The mere people were all taken aback. Chapter 879. The greatest weakness of other folk was their difficulty in reproducing, which was why they valued every single clansman very much. In particular, it was even more so in this age where humanity flourished. Even the weakest of the clansmen might be able to produce powerful descendants. Fire Melt Mountain stretched for several hundred kilometers. There were only around 100,000 fire devourers, and around 100,000 of them had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation. However, killing 100,000 fire devourers was much more difficult than killing 1 million or even 10 million mortals unless they completely destroyed Fire Melt Mountain. However, that was basically impossible. Across the entire Mist Province, only the Banyan Tree King and the King of Southern Yu's estate possessed the strength to do so. However, if they started a war like that, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Demon kings and great cultivators would definitely die. Don't tell me it's another scheme from that old dog from the King of Southern Yu's estate, trying to trick the lost stocks of the King of Yu into returning. But isn't that a little too stupid of a lie? Gong Yuan stared at Ru Xan coldly and thought to herself, I want to use the lives of all the fire devourers who have yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fire Melt Mountain to exchange for something with your majesty, Ru Xan repeated calmly. Even her tone had not changed at all. All right. I'd like to hear what you have to say, Gong Yuan said with the mindset of, I'd rather believe it than not. The security of Fire Melt Mountain is tight, so normally speaking, you have to kill the fire-devouring kings and breach Fire Melt Mountain before you can massacre fire devourers on a large scale. However, even great cultivators can't achieve something like that. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush, Gong Yuan said impatiently. All right. I've studied medicine for many years and I've come up with an idea. Do you know about plagues, your majesty? Ru Xan asked. Fire devourers feed on fire. They're immune to all diseases, so how can they be infected by plagues? Is this your idea? Gong Yuan asked. Regular plagues obviously won't work. Please take a look at this, your majesty. Ru Xan fished out a grayish-white stone from her sumaru ring. The water surged and swept the stone over to Gong Yuan. She glanced at it and said, This is just a regular stone. What are you trying to pull? Don't tell me your majesty doesn't find the shape of this stone rather familiar? Originally, Gong Yuan had only used her soul sense to investigate whether there was anything strange in the rock or not. Only with Ru Xian's reminder did she take a closer look and become slightly surprised. This seems like the heart of a fire devourer. The heart of a fire devourer was equivalent to the demon core of a demon. However, demon cores had to be condensed after birth, while the heart was innately present. It was the source of power for fire devourers. However, it should be emitting a crimson glow and containing a dense amount of fire spiritual energy. That's right. This is the result of being infected with a plague. The hearts of fire devourers will turn into lifeless rock. I've already tested it on many fire devourers. This plague is very contagious and it has a certain degree of latency. Once it breaks out, death is certain. Stone heart, Ru Xian said. Do you think I'll believe you just because you took out a heart carved out of a random rock and boasted about it? Gong Yuan closed her hand gently, and the stone heart turned to dust. She waved her hand. See off the guest. Ru Xian bowed and actually said nothing more, turning around and leaving. Gong Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, her back seemed rather familiar, but she could not recall where she had seen it before. Ru Xan was about to make her way out of the hall when Gong Yuan's voice rang out from behind, Stop! What other orders do you have, your majesty? Ru Xan seemed to be expecting this a long time ago, so she turned around gently. Who are you exactly? The sense of familiarity from the way she turned around intensified. Gong Yuan had a vague feeling that there was a mysterious connection between her and this mysterious visitor, as if they were connected by an invisible thread. At her realm of cultivation, intuition was no longer just intuition. It was almost like divination and prophecy. Your Majesty shouldn't be concerned about my identity but our deal, Ru Xan reminded her. You said you study the path of medicine, but I don't recall the myriad poison cult having any path of medicine. Even across the entire Mist Province, there aren't a lot of disciples of the school of medicine. If what you said is true, then you've gone to so much effort to refine a plague that targets fire devourers just to make a deal with me. Gong Yuan doubted. Why not? Ru Xian answered with a question. Gong Yuan curled her right index finger, and the flowing water before Ru Xan suddenly condensed into a blade of ice. It was thin and transparent, almost invisible. It was even sharper than a blade. With Ru Xian's cultivation that had only recently undergone the second heavenly tribulation, she was unable to respond at all. She only felt a sliver of coldness sweep across her face, and the mask silently split into two. Seeing her face clearly, Gong Yuan, who had always been cold and dignified, revealed a stunned expression of disbelief. She cried out involuntarily, "Little sister." However, she immediately returned to her senses. "No, that's impossible. Who are you exactly?" Although her appearance was roughly similar, there were still some differences. However, the sense of familiarity from that moment was far too intense, overlapping with the image in her memories, which was why it created a false impression. Her little sister's expression had never been so cold. Even when she left the South Sea, she was as gentle as before. "Your little sister is already dead, so of course she can't stand before you again." Ru Xian's face seemed like it was carved from white jade. Apart from the movement of her lips, she did not reveal any expression at all. Her voice was so calm that it seemed like she was stating a fact that had nothing to do with her. "So it's you, you wretched child," Gong Yuan said sternly. Right now, what she felt was no longer just familiarity, but a deep connection of blood. The distant past surged through her, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Did she regret it? Did she feel guilty? For a moment, she was unable to describe what she felt. "It's me, you wretched child. I didn't think your majesty would still remember me. I'm still alive. You must be very disappointed, your majesty. What do you think? After seeing my face, have you become a little more interested in our deal?" Ru Xian asked. "The final outcome isn't what I want to see either. Originally, I thought they could leave the Mist Province. Forget it. Thousands of clansmen died at the hands of the Fire Devourers. Even if she's my younger sister, she's just one of them. Since I'm a queen, I can't be selfish. Whether you're telling the truth or not, stay behind. I'll avenge you." Gong Yuan suppressed her various emotions and recovered her composure as a merfolk queen. If what she said was true, then she had to be in her hands. She would be the trump card for defeating the Fire Devourers. Perhaps she could even end the war completely. "Unfortunately, I don't need you to avenge me. If I need to rely on someone's strength, that person won't be you." "I'm not asking you. This is an order." "Then that's even more of a pity. I'm not a merfolk, so I don't have to follow the merfolk queen's orders. If your majesty isn't willing to carry out the deal, then I'll be leaving." With that, Ru Xian turned around and left. "That's not up to you." Gong Yuan's eyes turned cold and she clenched her right hand. The water around Ru Xian immediately froze into a prison of ice. She finally sneered. There was a flash of green light, and with a boom, the prison of ice shattered. The entire palace shook. Chapter 880. After becoming a poison-assimilating ghost king, the myriad poison ancestor had gone from being a living being to a ghost, so he could hide very well. When Ru Xian came to see Gong Yuan, she had already guessed this worst-case scenario, so why would she not make any preparations? Myriad poison ancestor. How dare you interfere with the matters of our royal court? Gong Yuan saw the myriad poison ancestor, but not only was she fearless, but she even swung her tail and immediately approached the myriad poison ancestor. Her eyes became as deep as an abyss. She refused to believe that everyone possessed a wondrous ability like Li Qingshan. Sure enough, the myriad poison ancestor was slightly taken aback. He sensed the iciness and deathly stillness of Ruin's End. Because ghosts did not possess bodies, they were even more susceptible to mental attacks like this. Gong Yuan turned into a streak of blue light, making her way around the myriad poison ancestor and straight for Ru Xian. At this moment, an inhuman roar exploded in her ears. The myriad poison ancestor returned to his senses. His expression twisted and changed, and his body swelled up, going from a dignified, gloomy old man to a vicious ghost with a green face. A ghost claw the size of a millstone swung towards Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan struck back without even looking back. The flowing water froze into ice, but it was unable to stop the ghost claw at all. Countless pieces of ice spattered, but they directly passed through the ghost claw. Gong Yuan shivered inside. After becoming a ghost king, not only has this old monster's cultivation not weakened, but his close combat abilities have actually become so powerful. It's just a small trick. How can it stop me? Boom. The entire giant ship island shook gently. The merfolk palace shattered loudly, and the lake water surged, surging towards the horizon. The poison-assimilating Ghost King's colossal body staggered back a few steps. A layer of frost covered him, and even the poisonous flames in his eyes dimmed. Although he could incorporeal his body and avoid the direct attack of the ice, the coldness it contained could directly freeze the soul. As for Gong Yuan, she took advantage of the situation and grabbed Ru Xian. She turned around and said coldly, "Myriad Poison Ancestor, I respect you as a great cultivator, so I'll show you some respect. Don't be so ungrateful. I have to keep this person. No one has ever stolen anything from me. If you don't want these small fries to die, you can leave them here." Jiji. The poison-assimilating Ghost King's eyes burned with green poisonous flames as it let out a creepy laugh. "Your Majesty, this is bad. There's poison." Gong Kuan said with difficulty, his lips turning blue. The mere people in the surroundings all lost their senses and fainted. Their bodies were dyed in a layer of green. Even the merman elders had to circulate their magic power to resist. Since it was called the Poison-Assimilating Ghost King, it naturally did not focus on close combat, but on controlling poison. Killing without a trace. The Myriad Poison Ancestor knew he was not Gong Yuan's opponent, so when he appeared to help Ru Xen break out of the ice prison, he treated the merfolk as targets and silently dispersed his poison. After he became a ghost cultivator, his methods of poisoning became even more insidious and secretive. Even an Azura commander could not endure his poison. Not everyone possessed a body as tough as Li Qingshan's. Gong Yuan also felt her hand turn numb. She lowered her head and took a look. Her face had turned green too. The Myriad Poison Ancestor's silent release of poison was already startling, let alone forcefully taking a palm strike from him. "You other folk think you're some god, or something, but you're nothing in my eyes. If you touch my disciple, I'll kill all of your elders. If you're so capable, come to the Mist Province and attack the Myriad Poison cult." I don't think you have the courage either. Cut the bullshit and release her, or I'll make them all die from the poison with a single thought. The Myriad Poison Ancestor reverted to his original appearance and stood with his hands behind his back, displaying his true nature as a demonic cultivator. "I'll release her if you remove the poison, or your disciple will die with them too." Gong Yuan grabbed Ru Xian's shoulder with her left hand and squeezed it gently. The sound of ice shattering immediately rang out. Ice condensed on her right hand, and with a gentle shudder, the ice shattered. The color of her hand had already returned to normal. The other mere people clearly did not possess what she was capable of. If it were not for the Myriad Poison Ancestor's intentional control, the weaker mere people would have been reduced to a puddle of water a long time ago. "You're still threatening me? She's just a disciple. If she dies, then so be it. I've already poisoned her. Even if you don't kill her, I'll kill her. Don't even think about getting me to give away what she's developed for free. I'll count to 3. If you don't release her, I'll leave right now. Can you really make me stay?" This was the strength of demonic cultivators. They did not care about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, emotions, or morals. Let alone capturing a disciple like him, even his own son would be useless. If Yi Duanhai were a demonic cultivator, Li Qingshan would never have come to discuss a deal with him. It was not without reason that even gods and ghosts feared the wicked. "You can leave, but can the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate leave?" Gong Yuan frowned. She understood that someone like the Myriad Poison Ancestor was definitely capable of something like that. She could defeat him, but killing him was basically impossible. Once they fell out, he could poison all the mere people present to death before running back to the Myriad Poison cult. No matter how powerful the mere people were in the South Sea, they would not be able to do anything to him. "As long as I can leave. If you're willing to fall out with the King of Southern Yu's estate, what does that have to do with me?" The Myriad Poison Ancestor cut right to the chase before beginning to count. 1. "Is this what you want?" Gong Yuan stared at Ru Xian closely. Her familiar face remained calm and cold the entire time. Even when the coldness had cracked her shoulder, she did not show the slightest hint of pain. "What do you think?" Ru Xian replied with a smile. The Myriad Poison Ancestor was ready to go, not to fight or save Ru Xian but to flee. "You vile spawn, piss off." He gritted his teeth and sent a palm strike towards Ru Xian's back. Originally, he wanted to heavily injure her, but a face suddenly appeared before him and his heart softened. All he felt was coldness. At least you know what's good for you." The Myriad Poison Ancestor was complacent. He did not even look at Ru Xian. "You still haven't cured her?" Gong Yuan said coldly. "I've already planted coldness in her body. I've already said it. She's just a disciple. She dies, then she dies. Don't make me say it a second time. Before I cure her, let's complete our deal first. If we can't make a deal, keeping her alive is useless. Feel free to kill her." "You still want to make a deal with me? What do you want?" Gong Yuan was both surprised and furious. Normally, great cultivators would still have some sense of pride, whether they were righteous or evil. She never expected the myriad poison ancestor to be so shameless. She gritted her teeth. She had never been so humiliated in her life. The lost stalks of the King of Yu. Sure enough, it's still that ram who's behind all this. Fine, I can give you the lost stalks of the King of Yu, but we'll talk about it after you, my disciple, fulfill your promise and kill 100,000 fire devourers. Not a single one less. As soon as Gong Yuan heard the lost stalks of the King of Yu, she confirmed that this was Mr. Ram's scheme. After all, this item was useless to regular cultivators. She also hated herself for being agitated when she saw this wretched spawn, which was why he managed to poison her successfully. Mr. Ram is about to leave. I want it right now. The myriad poison ancestor extended his hand. Your Majesty, we can die, but we can't lower our heads to humans. Spurt. A merfolk elder propped himself up and said, but as soon as he said that, he coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood and collapsed on the ground unconscious. You're still blabbering. The myriad poison ancestor sneered. We'll never lower our heads. Old monster, feel free to kill us. The merfolk all called out before coughing up blood again and fainting. They still cherished the glory of the ancient times, looking down on the despicable, shameless humans. They would rather die than yield. Don't worry. If you die, I'll immediately destroy the lost stalks of the King of Yu and bury them with you. Since the King of Yu's estate wants to restart the war, then come. Gong Yuan calmed down and stared at the myriad poison ancestor coldly. Why must you? My stone heart isn't fake. You should be able to tell. I've studied it painstakingly for all these years, returning without any hesitation to help the merfolk kill powerful enemies. I'm much more loyal than these elders or whatnot. Your Majesty should be rewarding me. Ru Xen stood up on the surface of the lake and made her way over to Gong Yuan, staring straight into her eyes. Don't you claim to be calm and rational? Don't you have to consider the entire merfolk race? Don't you say you can't make decisions based on your emotions? Come, give me the lost stalks of the King of Yu. I'll help you kill 100,000 fire devourers, or you can kill me. It's fine. This group of merfolk will be buried with me anyway. Alright, I'll have to endure the King of Yu's wrath too. There's the threat of the destruction of the entire race. Hurry up and think about it, Your Majesty. Come. After the residence of the merfolk shattered, it rapidly recovered. The entire hall fell silent. All that could be heard was the pouring rain outside. Ru Xian's voice echoed through the hall, growing louder and louder until it was almost a roar in the end. Gong Yuan fell silent for a while before taking out a handful of stalks. The black ones were dragon horns while the white ones were dragon bones. After who knew how long, they still gave off the deep, unfathomable might of a dragon. Ru Xan accepted the lost stalks of the King of Yu and turned around, arriving before the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor examined them and confirmed they were real, but he raised his head. Why are you missing 2 stalks? There were a total of 49 stalks of the lost stalks of the King of Yu. The King of Yu's estate had 30 stalks, so Gong Yuan should have possessed 19, but there were only 17 here right now. She was missing a black stalk and a white stalk. It was just like how as long as there was a hole at the bottom of a bucket, it was a broken bucket. It could still be used to draw water, but it would be much less effective. The lost stalks of the King of Yu were the same. Once we're done, I'll give you the 2 stalks. Gong Yuan closed her eyes, no longer willing to look at them. She was afraid she would lose control and attack them. Alright, then it's a deal. Just when the myriad poison ancestor was about to say something, Ru Xen could tell that Gong Yuan had already backed away as far as she could. If she continued to force the issue, she would only end up falling apart, so she beat him to it. The lost stalks of the King of Yu were only used to keep the King of Yu's estate busy anyway. Whether they could collect them or not was the King of Southern Yu's concern. The myriad poison ancestor said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, specks of poisonous fire flew out from the mere people, and they all returned to their senses. Gong Yuan suddenly realized this wretched spawn of hers was definitely not as simple as the myriad poison ancestor's disciple. Otherwise, why would a disciple make a decision for their master without any objections from their master? However, it was too late to say anything now, and she did indeed need the stone heart to destroy the fire devourers. Very good. You've triumphed over your personal feelings once again and made the correct choice. You've earned my admiration. Farewell, Your Majesty. Wait for my good news. Someone once told me that a person's hatred will be avenged 100-fold, which is why I think 100,000 fire devourers is still a little too little. The rest will be up to you. Ru Xian recovered her composure. Before she left the residence, she said to Gong Yuan from behind. Gong Yuan was alarmed. She also considered how the fire devourers would respond after she used the stone heart. This battle would probably not end until one of them was dead. Chapter 881. The commotion caused by the human palace had alerted everyone on the island. However, by the time they arrived, the human palace had already returned to its original state. It was impossible to tell from the outside. Ru Xian arrived by the lakeside alone, allowing the rain to fall on her face. She was still rather agitated, but the heaviness in her chest had eased up by a lot. Afterwards, she put on her mask again and returned to her residence. "What are you doing here?" Mr. Ram suddenly appeared and stopped Ru Xian. He asked in doubt. "I've come to discuss some private matters with the Queen," Ru Xian said with a hoarse voice. "I'm leaving. Do you want to come with me?" Mr. Ram did not pry too much, asking meaningfully, "Right now? But the auction is tomorrow." Ru Xian was slightly surprised. "I'm already done with what I have to do. I have to report back. I can't help it." Mr. Ram let out a long sigh. "All right, I'll go ask my master about it right now." That night, even though he had been turned down time and time again, Mr. Ram still bid farewell to Ji Changfeng Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan very politely. Only then did he board the Silver Dragon King with the myriad poison ancestor and Ru Xian. Mr. Ram stood at the front of the ship and clasped his hands with a smile before turning around and returning to the cabin. His expression became rather sunken, and he forced a smile at the myriad poison ancestor and Ru Xian. "Are you interested in visiting the interior of the Silver Dragon King? I left in too much of a hurry when I came, so I didn't have the time to be a good host. Now that I'm back, I won't be in such a hurry." "That's exactly what I was thinking," said the myriad poison ancestor. "Please?" In the long silver passageway, Mr. Ram led the way at the front, introducing the various designs of the Silver Dragon King. This was the first time the myriad poison ancestor and Ru Xian had ventured so deeply into the interior of the Silver Dragon King. They were both shocked. Once again, they felt that the colossal organization that was the King of Yu's estate was not something that individual cultivators or sects could contend with. Turning around a corner, Mr. Ram suddenly fell silent. He even tidied his clothes and passed through a long, covered bridge, arriving before a set of silver, metallic doors. In front is the core region of the Silver Dragon King. Ru Xian thought to herself, could it be that this Mr. Ram flew into a rage out of humiliation and wants to control the Silver Dragon King to attack Giant Ship Island? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how unhappy he is, he has to consider the consequences. Flattening Giant Ship Island is easy, but killing Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan is very difficult. One of them can control the wind and is extremely fast, and the other is the overlord of the Southern Sea. It will not be difficult for her to escape. Making two great enemies for no reason doesn't seem like something the Yu King's residents would do. The metal door opened, revealing a luxuriously decorated room. A silver humanoid puppet walked over and said in a cold mechanical voice, "Mr. Ram, you're back. His Majesty the King of Yu is waiting inside." The King of Southern Yu. Ru Xian and the myriad poison ancestor were both surprised. As a result, the puppet king before them was no longer as surprising anymore. They developed many doubts. The King of Southern Yu has actually been hiding in the Silver Dragon King the entire time. Yes, apart from him, who else has the right to control the Silver Dragon King? But does the mighty King of Southern Yu really have to hide like this? You said His Majesty the King of Yu was here. Why didn't you tell me in the beginning? The myriad poison ancestor frowned. His Majesty the King of Yu will personally explain this to the two of you. Please wait here for a moment. Mr. Ram made his way towards the wooden door at the end of the room with green carvings alone. Before long, the wooden door opened again, and three people emerged side by side, two men and a woman. They were all well built, with messy hair like fire and scarlet eyes like charcoal. They were actually three fire devourers. There were two men and a woman in total. The one in the center was the oldest. His hair and beard connected together, making him as disheveled as a male lion. The aura he gave off was the strongest too. To the left was a female fire devourer filled with wildness. Even her skin was fire red. To the right was the current fire-devouring King Zhu Yan. His aura was the weakest. In that moment, all the myriad poison ancestor felt was a wave of heat. When he sensed it carefully again, the surrounding temperature had not changed at all. As it turned out, It only originated from the heat in his mind. The three fire devourers were like three volcanoes. Terrifying power was hidden within their bodies. Once they erupted, they could destroy everything before them. Why were they here? The three of them ignored the myriad poison ancestor. They strode over like a rampaging ball of flames. The myriad poison ancestor could not help but dodge to the side. His poison was not particularly effective against fire devourers, and ghosts were innately suppressed by open fire. As a matter of fact, he even had a feeling that if he clashed directly with the three of them, he would be dead for sure. However, he could not be bothered to consider this, as when he dodged, Wuxia actually did not dodge at all. She simply stood there without moving at all. As soon as Wuxia saw Zhu Yan, she stiffened up. She also felt heat. Her blood seemed to be on fire, and the scorching, piercing pain was unbearable. She became restless uncontrollably. This was the taste of hatred. She had once thought that after so many years, her hatred had already weakened. After drinking so much water of oblivion, the past should have blurred a little. Only now did she discover that not only had her hatred not lessened, but it had even grown with the passage of time. She had never left that fiery night. Make your choice. Do you want to be a merfolk or a fire devourer? You're not allowed to turn your head. You're not allowed to blink. If I see you shed a single tear, you'll suffer the same fate. Faced with the three people charging over, not only did Wuxia not dodge or retreat, but she could not help but take a step forward instead. Right when she was about to collide with the three of them, a force swept her to one side. The myriad poison ancestor pressed down on her shoulder and barked, "Have you lost your mind from fright?" The old, lion-like fire devourer and the female fire devourer both showed contempt. Zhu Yan glanced at Wuxia in a strange manner. He could clearly sense intense hostility. However, he had something important to do right now, and the two of them were guests of the King of Southern Yu, so he said nothing. It was just a puny human who had just undergone the second heavenly tribulation anyway. He could kill her with a single finger. Wuxia blanked out for a moment before slowly calming down. "Please come in." Mr. Ram greeted them at the entrance. The myriad poison ancestor and Wuxia finally stepped into the mysterious room. A handsome young man stared at them with a faint smile. He was the King of Southern Yu, Chen Lingji. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The myriad poison ancestor bowed. The moment he saw the King of Southern Yu, he came to a realization. He thought, legend has it that the secret technique of the Kingdom of Yu, the duality soul transformation technique, can condense two soul nascences. It's actually true. As it turned out, it was not the King of Southern Yu's original body here, but a soul nascence clone. Its aura was connected to the entire Silver Dragon King, actually using the Silver Dragon King as its body. Chapter 882. At the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, Ji Changfeng stood against the wind. The mountain breeze ruffled his robes. He stared at the Silver Dragon King floating in the air, completely unaware of it. Actually, he did not directly turn down the King of Southern Yu's invitation. Instead, he agreed to provide a certain amount of resources and support, but who knew whether the King of Southern Yu would make an example out of him and destroy the Cloud Sail sect first. Before they knew it, the storm had eased up slightly. Gong Yuan held a black and a white divination token in her hand. Her eyes were as deep as the sea as she thought, "King of Southern Yu, oh King of Southern Yu, if you take action right now, you won't have the chance to obtain the two lost amulets of the King of Yu anymore." Yes, one of the main reasons why she agreed to give most of the lost stocks of the King of Yu to Wuxia was because she wanted to give the King of Southern Yu a certain amount of hope. She did not want any unexpected problems to arise when they were about to declare war against the fire devourers. However, she had no idea there were so many twists and turns involved. Only Yi Duanhai was not too worried. As a sword cultivator, he was not afraid of being sucked into war like Ji Changfeng. However, even if he wanted to join the King of Southern Yu's estate, he would have to wait for an appropriate time. The South Sea Sword Pavilion had always been isolated overseas. They did not have much contact with the cultivation community of the Mist Province. Instead, their grievances with the myriad poison cult ran deep. Most importantly, the South Sea Sword Pavilion was not a demonic sect. If they joined from the very beginning, they would easily be ostracized or even reduced to cannon fodder. It was better to wait until a critical moment to make a decision. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was better than icing on the cake. Mr. Ram should be able to understand this. This was the might of a king's estate that guarded a province. Although Mr. Ram's persuasion was a complete failure, every single person who turned him down had made a certain level of preparation, afraid of actually falling out with the king of Southern Yu. Even Li Qingshan was no exception. Finally, the Silver Dragon King slowly set off, parting the rain clouds and heading to the distant north, leaving behind a starry heavens trail. As a result, everyone let out a sigh of relief. In particular, as the host, Ji Changfeng was the happiest. Phew, we've passed another obstacle. I knew the king of Southern Yu wouldn't be so unwise. Though there seems to be fire at the bow of the ship? The clouds closed up and the rain poured down. Li Qingshan watched the Silver Dragon King leave, but he felt a little uneasy. He couldn't get anything even with the spirit tortoise's divination. He said to Little Anne, "Let's get ready to retreat too. Are you not going to wait for the auction tomorrow?" "I won't wait any longer. It's not very useful to me anyway. I'll go back and prepare to cooperate with Ru Xian's operation." Li Qingshan muttered Ru Xin, and frowned as if he had overlooked something. He thought, with the myriad poison ancestor watching over her, she should be fine. Ji Changfeng was about to return to the Filian Hall when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. What's that?" The instant the clouds were about to close, he saw several dazzling scarlet stars appear in the resplendent river of stars. Radiance radiated in all directions like fire. "Your Majesty." The myriad poison ancestor took a step forward. Right when he was about to say something, the king of Southern Yu raised his hand and stared straight at Ru Xin. "I'm not talking to your disciple." This was already a warning. The myriad poison ancestor furrowed his brows firmly as he rapidly thought of a countermeasure. Li Qingshan had ordered him to protect Ru Xin no matter the cost, but if he took action here, he had no confidence at all. "All right." Ru Xin bowed slightly. Even when the king of Southern Yu had exposed her identity, she did not panic at all. She slowly took off her mask with both hands. Zhu Yin, who was about to cross the covered bridge, suddenly looked back, but all he saw were two doors that had closed one after another. "Ru Xian? I've never heard of that name before." The old, lion-like fire devourer asked through his soul sense, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yin said, "Nothing." "Then prepare to do it. With these 3 divine fire tablets, we can definitely burn that bitch Gongyuan to a crisp." King Fin, the divine fire tablets really are the divine artifacts of the kingdom passed down from ancient times. We've searched for them for so many years, yet we still couldn't find them. I didn't think they'd been hiding them in the king of Southern Yu's estate the entire time. But are we really going to help the king of Southern Yu fight? Zhu Yin asked. In order to obtain the heirlooms of the fire devourers, they had paid a considerable price, becoming honored guests of the king of Southern Yu's estate and setting foot on the Mist Province's war chariot. However, there were no god folk who were willing to submit to humans, especially the violent fire devourers. Zhu Fan said, "That's right. We fire devourers aren't as hypocritical as humans. Since we've agreed to it, we won't go back on our word. However, don't even think about sending us to our deaths. We, the 3 gods, are attacking together. If we want to fight, we'll fight. If we want to leave, we'll leave. Who in the world can stop us? We can use this opportunity to burn more humans to death. Once they've run out of internal strife, the world is in chaos right now. It's a heaven-sent opportunity for us to rise up again." As they spoke, the 3 of them stepped onto the deck of the Silver Dragon King. Their gazes pierced through the sea of clouds, gazing at giant ship island below. The 3 of them glanced at one another and raised the divine fire tablets at the same time. With a clang, they struck each other. The divine fire tablets were around a foot long and scarlet red, like 3 pieces of red-hot branding iron. At the top were 3 balls of flames that merged together. The tablets were engraved with the words Heaven, Earth, and Man. They possessed the power to incinerate everything. The scorching heat dispersed the thick clouds. In the moment they struck each other, there were bright sparks that rose extremely high into the sky. However, they seemed to have become much larger, as if many dazzling scarlet stars had lit up in the sky. Heavenly fire, meteors fall. Zhu Fan held the fire medallion of heaven in his hand and pointed at Giant Ship Island. Star after star flew downwards and grew larger and larger, dragging long tails of fire behind it. It whistled through the clouds and illuminated the dark and rainy night as well as everyone's eyes. Meteors of the heavenly fire, kill the merfolk. Unrelated people die quickly. Zhu Fan laughed madly. He actually wanted to wipe out the entire cultivation community of the South Sea in a single stroke. My Cloud Sail sect has no grievances with your Fire Melt Mountain, so why are you attacking our headquarters? Aren't you afraid I'll come for revenge? Ji Changfeng called out in a hurry. At the same time, he powered the protective formation of the island. A faint, green barrier of light enveloped the entire island, blocking the meteors of the heavenly fire. However, before he had even finished speaking, there were 3 great rumbles. The meteors had blasted through the protective formation of the island. The surface area of Giant Ship Island was just too large. The outermost formation was only used to block the wind and rain of the sea and protect the mortals on the island. Its defenses were very limited. Boom, 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 boom. The endless explosions were deafening. The entire island was covered in flowers, immediately reduced to a sea of fire. A meteor landed in 3 Sails City. The human and livestock residences in the center were directly vaporized, not even leaving behind ashes. Scorching waves of heat whistled past, reducing the city to burning ruins. There was not a single survivor. The residences of Li Qingshan and the other esteemed guests happened to be on the large cloud sail. They watched as a meteor smashed over. The terrifying aura made all the powerful cultivators close their eyes subconsciously. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Li Qingshan frowned and widened his eyes, watching as the meteor smashed into the protective formation. Flames flooded the surroundings, filling his vision and basically enveloping most of the mountain. They stuck to the mountain and burned for a long time. They would not stop until everything was reduced to ashes. The waves of heat swept over through the formation, and the cultivators all retreated. When they opened their eyes and discovered they were actually still alive, they did not feel any joy at all. There was only fear. They, who had always been particular about cultivating in seclusion, had finally become embroiled in a war, and it was a war they had absolutely no control over. Li Qingshan was extremely surprised as well. Fire devourers really are a fighting race renowned for their destructive power. This power is simply terrifying. These flames aren't regular flames either. Even with my phoenix bloodline, I'm not bold enough to take it head-on. Suddenly, a huge ball of ice burst through the sea of fire, passing through the protective formation and landing on Mainmast Mountain. The cultivators basically cursed aloud. Li Qingshan frowned too. Now this really was troublesome. Your Majesty, why have you come? As it turned out, the ball of ice was Gong Yuan and the Mare people. The moment the meteor struck the protective formation on the outskirts, Gong Yuan immediately took action, condensing the entire residence and lake into a huge ball of ice and rushing towards Mainmast Mountain. Only after dodging a few meteors did she finally arrive. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the ball of ice landed, 3 meteors struck Mainmast Mountain consecutively. The protective formation shook violently, demonstrating the fire devourers' determination to kill them all. It made people doubt just how long the formation could last. Gong Yuan glanced at Li Qingshan and was in no mood to pay any attention to him. She raised her head and gazed at the horizon. 3 tremendous, scorching auras rushed into the clouds. They were the 3 kings of the fire devourers, Zhu Fen, Zhu Zai, and Zhu Yan. What was even more shocking was that the flames on them were connected, forming the simplest formation of the 3 in the sky. However, their auras enveloped the entire island, gazing down like gods. In the sky even further away, the Silver Dragon King was about to cross the sea. Gong Yuan ground her teeth. The king of southern Yu. Fire devourers were known for their ability in battle, but they were not skilled in hiding their auras, let alone obscuring the heavenly secrets. Only by hiding in the Silver Dragon King that prevented all detection could they venture deep into the South Sea silently. Originally, even if they ventured deep into the South Sea and launched a surprise attack, Gong Yuan would never have taken them seriously. The ocean was her home ground. Even if she was not their opponent, she could still escape easily. However, just the protective formation of Mainmast Mountain was very difficult for them to breach. Their wild bombardment would only push Ji Changfeng over to her side. As long as they could last a little longer and request reinforcements from the Crystal Palace, they would be able to surround or even kill them instead. However, the divine fire insignia in their hands had destroyed her last sliver of hope. They had come to take her life. Giant Ship Island burned, dispersing the clouds and rain and illuminating the sea and sky. Even from 50 kilometers away, the surging flames could be seen. Only the 3 peaks on the island stood in the sea of fire, enduring the bombardment of the meteors through the protective formation. Ji Changfeng, you're tangled up with the merfolk. Just how many seafarers have you held? Do you still want to hide away until now? Just watch. You and your cloud sail sect will all be reduced to ashes. Only now did Zhu Fen respond to Ji Changfeng's questions and threats. His voice was filled with contempt. The merfolk of the South Sea constantly used the seafarers to communicate with humans in exchange for resources that the sea did not possess. The temperaments of fire devourers were not suited for interacting with humans, so as a result, the Cloud Sail sect had become a great problem for the fire devourers a long time ago. However, they were not confident in killing Ji Changfeng in the past, so they gained a powerful enemy, which was why they had held it in until now. Now this hatred had completely erupted, blazing like fire. Chapter 883. Ji Changfeng's face was dyed bright red by the firelight. The cool mountain breeze turned into surging waves of heat, causing his clothes to ruffle violently. The surroundings were filled with the sound of burning flames. Looking down from the top of the mountain, there was only boundless flames. 1,000 years of hard work on Cloud Sail Mountain had been reduced to ashes in a single day. Originally, one of the main reasons why Gong Yuan had come this time was to ask him to help her deal with the fire devourers, but he turned her down politely. Only now did he realize he had already become too deeply involved in the war, unable to extricate himself. He roared out furiously, "From today onwards, my Cloud Sail sect and Fire Melt Mountain will never stop until one of us is dead." The Philian flag appeared in his hand, growing to 30 meters in length in the wind. On the green flag, the Philian divine beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws ready to take off. 10,000 kilometers of wind, extinguish. Ji Changfeng gripped the flagpole firmly with both hands and swung it violently. The Philian let out a roar, which also sounded like the roar of the fierce wind. The wind swept through, dispersing the flames on Cloud Sail Mountain before suppressing the flames on the entire island. The sky cleared up. "Fellow Daoist Ji, let me lend you a hand." Gong Yuan flew to the top of the mountain. Faint blue coldness whistled out, merging with the wind from the Philian flag and turning into surging streams of cold air. A few meteors fell from the sky, but they were frozen before they could even hit the ground. "I'd like to see how you destroy my Cloud Sail sect. If the Cloud Sail sect isn't destroyed today, I'll definitely make you pay tenfold in the future." Ji Changfeng's hair and beard ruffled in the wind. He seemed rather violent as he swung the flag furiously. The wind blew over from the sea in all directions. The surroundings were filled with the whistling of wind, while his voice merged with the wind, like the furious roar of a god of wind. However, Gong Yuan's coldness was not as imposing, but it was even more effective against the flames. Silently, the entire mountain froze up. Could no longer feel any heat at all. Instead, it became like winter. She spread her arms and sang a moving mermaid's song softly, like a prayer, like a chant, like a curse. At the same time, she raised the crystal scepter high into the air, shining with resplendent blue light along with the crystal accessories on her. The sea roared in response. Wave after wave surged over, constantly being evaporated by the flames, but it did not stop. The steam became thicker and thicker, piling up layer by layer outside Giant Ship Island. It was dyed red by the flames, presenting an extremely magnificent sight. On the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, green and blue light shone together, clashing with the 3 fire-devouring kings. Of the 3 fire-devouring kings, one of them was the master of Mount Cloud Sail, while the other was the ruler of the South Sea. The mountains and seas would provide them with endless support, and they had formations to block the fire devourers' attacks, so they could unleash their full strength without any qualms. The attacks from the 3 kings are quite fierce, but they are cloud kings. Kings is cloud changers. But cloud. However, getting through the protective formations of a large sect like the Cloud Sail sect in a single stroke won't be that easy unless the Silver Dragon King attacks. Li Qingshan also guessed that the Silver Dragon King was the reason why the fire-devouring kings could suddenly appear here. He looked at the horizon again. The Silver Dragon King had already vanished into the horizon. As it seemed, the King of Yu's estate did not plan on directly taking action. Is Mr. Ram really that confident in taking down the Cloud Sail sect? Nothing will happen to Ruexan, right? However, thinking about how no one would be bold enough to touch Ruexan as long as the King of Southern Yu did not directly fall out with the myriad poison ancestor, a honored guest, he stopped worrying and continued to watch the show. In the fiery red sky, Zhu Yan said, "This Wind Gale King really does have some tricks up his sleeves. They have a geographical advantage, so it'll be disadvantageous to us if time goes on. It's just a trifling trick. Let me do it." The only female fire devourer, Zhu Zai, said in disdain. "All right. Destroy their formation." The bombardment of the meteors suddenly stopped, and the flames on Zhu Fan suddenly dimmed rapidly, passing to Zhu Zai. Zhu Zai raised the fire tablet of earth high into the air and pointed at the mountain from afar. Let the earth blaze. Scorch the earth for thousands of kilometers. With a rumble, Giant Ship Island shook violently, as if a huge, violent beast was suppressed below, awakening from its slumber and trying to break free from its restraints to unleash destructive power. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, the meteors that fell from the sky were just preparations for the attack right now. Above the ocean and at the top of the mountains, Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng did indeed possess a geographical advantage. If the fire devourers wanted to win, they had to destroy their geographical advantage first. The craters created by the meteors suddenly rose up high again, turning into over 100 hills. Cracks appeared at the top, shining with dazzling red light. Ji Changfeng's expression changed. Boom, 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 boom. Within the endless rumbles, the hills turned into volcanoes. Lava gushed out, immediately bursting through Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng's suppression. Black smoke rushed into the air as rivers of fire flowed about recklessly, reducing Giant Ship Island to scorched earth. It made Li Qingshan recall the situation of Fire Melt Mountain. Giant Ship Island was basically equivalent to a miniature Fire Melt Mountain. Even the boundless ocean had to be supported by the earth, while beneath the earth was the surging sea of lava, which allowed the fire devourers to possess a geographical advantage no matter where they went. However, Giant Ship Island was not. It was a mountain island. If they wanted to draw out the surging flames of the earth, they had to bombard it with the flames of the heavens first. The meteors from before were only the prelude. Now was the main show. The grade of the formation only played a half part in the defensive power of the protective formation. The other half came from the geographical advantage. The more blessed the land of cultivation, the stronger the defense. However, the surging flames of the earth wreaked havoc on the blessed land that was Giant Ship Island, eroding the underground spiritual veins wildly. Originally, Mizzenmast Mountain still held on stubbornly, but with the invasion of the flames of the earth, the protective formation rapidly dimmed. Very soon the flames directly burned through it. The halls, terraces, flowers, and trees were immediately reduced to ash. A group of cultivators flew up in an attempt to flee for their lives, but before they could even fly very far, they were set alight as balls of fire, falling out of the sky. The weapons on them were forcefully melted away, becoming a part of the sea of fire. Only a young man rode a feather that resembled a small boat, soaring through the sea of fire and waves of heat, flying towards Mainmast Mountain. However, the feather also began to burn very soon. Ji Qingyu called out, "Save me, father!" Ji Changfeng swung the Filian flag, and a whirlwind rushed through the sea of fire, sweeping towards Ji Qingyu. Die! Zhu Zai swung the fire tablet of earth. Boom! A volcano erupted, unleashing a pillar of fire and forcefully cutting off the whirlwind. Ji Qingyu's handsome face was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a skeleton before turning to ash. Qingyu. Ji Changfeng was utterly furious. In order to nurture his beloved son, he had made Mizzenmast Mountain host the situation and receive the weaker cultivators of the South Sea, establishing a foundation for his future development. He never thought he would encounter such a disaster. If mortals died, he could find a way to gather them again, but Mizzenmast Mountain was filled with disciples that had been carefully selected. Every single death pained Ji Changfeng, and the loss of his beloved son who was connected to him by blood, was an irreparable loss. He roared furiously, "I'll never stop until you fire devourers are dead. Foolish human, save your own life first before we talk about anything else. It's been a long time since I've burned to my heart's content. I just love turning your blessed land into a land of disaster. I Zhu Zai will be the disaster of you humans." Zhu Zai laughed madly with hysterical hatred towards humans. Fire-red cracks extended upwards from the foot of Mizzenmast Mountain, all the way to the top. With a great rumble, magma gushed out, and Mizzenmast Mountain became an erupting volcano. At the same time, the protective formation of Mizzenmast Mountain reached the brink of collapse. With the great rumble, the entire Giant Ship Island shook violently, and the formation of Mizzenmast Mountain shattered as well, bursting into flames. There were a few more cries for help, and a few more balls of sparks were reduced to ash. Boom! Another volcano was born, and the flames on Giant Ship Island grew more and more vicious. Ji Changfeng was furious, but the surging waves of heat forced him away instead. As soon as the coldness Gong Yuan had released left Mizzenmast Mountain, it was nullified. The thick mist around Giant Ship Island was also swallowed by the black, oppressive ash. Mizzenmast Mountain had become a lone island in the sea of fire. We're in deep trouble now. Li Qingshan and Little N exchanged glances, and Little N nodded in agreement as Mizzenmast Mountain was shaking too. The protective formation flickered with light. Who knew when it would shatter? Who knew when it would shatter? By then it would be the true killing move. The flames of heaven and earth were already so violent and vicious, so what would happen to the flames of man? That would truly be a case of fish in the moat being caught in a fire. However, he had come to deal with the fire devourers in the first place, so he was not exactly a fish in the moat. It was just that they had come knocking on his door before his scheme had even arrived. This efficiency was truly worth learning from. As for the cultivators of the South Sea, they were the true fish in the moat. Never did they think they would lose their lives in the Merfolk Seafair this time. Against the combined attacks of the three fire devourers, they did not have the slightest chance of survival. Fellow cultivators, the other folk are vicious. In this moment of life and death, if we don't work together to fend off the enemy, when are we going to wait? Ji Changfeng called out, and the elders and disciples of the Cloud Sail sect all responded. Many of their friends and relatives had been burned to death by the fire devourers. The Merfolk went without saying. They had already worked together to put out the fire. Although they could not pose any threat to the three fire-devouring kings, every bit of strength they expended would increase their chances at victory. Sect Master Ji, this is an internal conflict among the other folk. What has it got to do with us? Please forgive me for my shallow cultivation, but I can't help you with anything. I'll be taking my leave first, said a cultivator. Li Qingshan glanced over. It was Seventh Seat, who had once made things difficult for him. Seventh Seat did not wait for Ji Changfeng to say anything. He took out a great shifting talisman and immediately activated it. Don't, fellow? Ji Changfeng said. Seventh Seat had already vanished, but he did not move several hundred kilometers away. Instead, he ran headfirst into the crater of the volcano on Mizzenmast Mountain. How did this happen? Seventh Seat paled in fright. He used his powerful cultivation to charge around in the sea of fire, wanting to fly back to Mizzenmast Mountain. Chapter 884. What a foolish human. They've put on such a great show. If they can't even seal off the region, Gong Yuan would have fled a long time ago, alright? Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Great shifting talismans were precious, but he did not lack them. However, Yin Qing in the Azura field had already told him that the surrounding space had been disturbed by a great power. Even if she used a spatial movement technique, she might not necessarily be able to escape. If a layman tried to rush out with a talisman, he would be courting death. Gong Yuan glanced back and shot a glance at Li Qingshan. I don't know if you're really that bold or if there's something wrong with your head. Do you really think the fire devourers will spare you out of the kindness of their hearts? I'm not that naive. They can spare anyone but not me. I'm guessing I'm their third target after you and fellow G, right, fire-devouring kings? Li Qingshan asked loudly. Yes, but you're wrong about something. Oh? What's wrong? You're their second target. Zhu Yin said, you managed to escape last time, but you're dead for sure this time. That took everyone by surprise. They all looked at Li Qingshan. The fire devourers had actually treated him as an enemy only second to the Merfolk Queen, even ranking above a great cultivator like Ji Changfeng. Just what had he done to the fire devourers? In the beginning, Zhu Yin did not take Li Qingshan too seriously. He had merely chased away a foolish mortal with delusions of his own accord. However, after Li Qingshan destroyed the entire myriad poison cult and killed 100,000 bone-eating shamans, Zhu Yin no longer dared to think like that anymore. He had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation, yet he was already so vicious. If he really did undergo the third heavenly tribulation, then what would happen to him? With his age, that was basically a given. Compared to Ji Changfeng, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was a truly terrifying threat. He had to be nipped in the bud. Gong Yuan suddenly found Li Qingshan to be much more pleasing to the eye. Compared to Ji Changfeng, that overcautious old man who only wanted to maintain a neutral position, this was called having a firm stance and soaring ambitions. Of course, it would be even better if he managed to kill a fire-devouring king. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Zhu Yin, I didn't expect you to have such good eyesight. However, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Fire-devouring queen, what did I say? I have grievances with the fire-devourers. You should be glad you didn't fall out with me in the Philian Hall right now. Humph, Then why aren't you joining hands with us to fight against the enemy? Gong Yuan's voice softened. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this juncture of life and death, that little conflict of the past was nothing. Sure. Li Qingshan flew to the peak of the mountain and transmitted his voice. However, I have a small condition. I heard that you have a heart of the abyss. If you give it to me, I will help you escape. How about it? How did you know? Gong Yuan's expression changed slightly. Very few people cultivated all water to ruin's end. Even among the merfolk, there aren't a lot of people who know about the heart of the abyss, so how does a kid from the Green Province know so much? An idea flashed through her head. You know that wretched spawn? Don't worry about how I know. All I'm asking is whether you're going to give it to me or not, said Li Qingshan. Don't even think about it. Gong Yuan was infuriated by Li Qingshan's actions of taking advantage of the situation. She tossed aside the sliver of good impression she had just developed. That's up to you, but I'd advise you to consider the bigger picture. Li Qingshan returned to his original position and stood with his hands behind his back, continuing to watch the show. The current situation was indeed dangerous, but after considering it calmly, he discovered that the danger was not fatal. Instead, it was an opportunity. If the 3 fire-devouring kings had come for him, then he would truly be in life-threatening danger. The danger was no less than when he faced the Dragon King of the Sea. However, their primary target was still Gong Yuan at the end of the day, and he did not believe he was second. Once Ji Changfeng escaped, they would truly become sworn enemies. The significance of killing Gong Yuan on Fire Melt Mountain would diminish drastically. With the 2 of them at the front, he was confident that escaping would not be a problem. The Phoenix's Nerva was enough to withstand a fatal attack, and his Tremors of the Ox Demon was enough to blast through the seal of the domain. As long as he left Giant Ship Island and directly used a great shifting talisman to flee, it would be impossible for the Fire Devourers to split up and chase after him. Perhaps he could even do something while Fire Melt Mountain was empty. Gong Yuan's expression stiffened. If it were not for the fact that a powerful enemy was right beside her, she basically could not help but kill Li Qingshan. She became doubtful again. Don't tell me he really has a way to escape? That's impossible. The 3 divine fire seals have already turned Giant Ship Island into a domain of fire. Even I can't think of a good way to escape. Their communication through soul sense only happened in a split second. They did not waste a single second. Mainmast Mountain trembled gently. Scorching lava surged at the foot of the mountain as the flames blazed fiercely. The protective formation gave off waves of light to defend, but after losing its foundation, it rapidly dimmed. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Alright, I'll make you die together and send you to the afterlife together. Zhu Zai snorted coldly. The fire tablet of earth produced a ring of flames. The flames on Giant Ship Island all surged towards Mainmast Mountain. In a single moment, it actually enveloped the entire mountain, turning it into a mountain of flames. Ji Changfeng no longer cared about waving the Filian flag. He focused on controlling the protective formation. Even his hair and beard were dyed red by the firelight. He roared out, "Fellow Yi, what are you hesitating for?" Yi Duanhai remained motionless the entire time. In terms of direct battle prowess, it was very likely for him to be the strongest on the island as a greatsword cultivator. Pavilion Master Yi, we fire devourers have clear boundaries. You should leave with your disciple. However, you should reconsider His Majesty's invitation, or the flames of the Cloud Sail sect might even reach the South Sea Sword Pavilion in the future. Zhu Yin said right afterwards. This was both an order from the King of Southern Yu, as well as a concern for Yi Duanhai's strength. Their primary objective this time was still to kill Gong Yuan. If the enemy gained another greatsword cultivator, it would add a lot of variables, so they might as well just let him go. Feel free to come. A sliver of cold light flashed through Yi Duanhai's eyes. He understood that the fire devourers had purposefully mentioned the King of Southern Yu to draw their hatred. He had never planned on getting involved in this mess in the first place, or he would have taken action a long time ago. Right when he was about to leave with his disciple, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. He had agreed to help Li Qingshan once, and right now it seemed like Li Qingshan needed help the most. If Li Qingshan spoke up, he would truly be troubled. He had some confidence in escaping after a great battle against the fire devourers, but his disciples would probably all die here. He secretly made up his mind to never bring so many people with him again in the future. As a swordsman, he had to do things alone, without any ties or ties. Pavilion Master Yi, there's no need to look at me. You can go. 3 measly fire devourers aren't enough to take my life. You can take you woofing with you too. Go back and cultivate properly. Once you've made up your mind to undergo the tribulation, I'll remove the blood oath." Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He could not waste this opportunity he had obtained after so much difficulty here. "Fellow Li, aren't you cutting off your own path of survival?" Ji Changfeng panicked, and Gong Yuan also hated Li Qingshan so much that she ground her teeth. Like that, the situation became a little more dangerous. They had basically lost their final chance of survival. "There's no need to look at me. They have no grievances with the fire devourers, so they never planned on fighting in the first place. Do you really think you can beg someone else for your own path of survival? There's only a battle." Li Qingshan said. "What a king of savages. Yi Duanhai will remember this." Yi Duanhai clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan, showing a hint of respect. With his disciples, he fell into a sword formation and rushed out of Mainmast Mountain. Sure enough, the fire devourers opened up a path. The sea of fire parted, allowing Yi Duanhai to dive into the ocean. He vanished in the blink of an eye. "Wait, we have no grievances with the fire devourers either. Don't fire devourers draw a clear line between love and hate? Please spare our lives." Yeah. I've always hated merfolk. I have no intention of becoming enemies with Fire Melt Mountain." The cultivators of the South Sea called out loudly, solemnly swearing to sever their ties with the Cloud Sail sect and the merfolk of the South Sea. Zhufan said, "Ha, do you know what fire devourers hate the most? Weaklings. Because you're too weak, you're all going to die today." The cultivators of the South Sea cursed aloud, but it only made Zhufan laugh madly. He said to Zhu Yan, "King Yan, it's about time. It's time for you to take action. I've been running out of patience a long time ago." Zhu Yan raised the fire tablet of man high into the air. Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai's powers gathered on him alone, and the fire tablet of man blazed with flames. "Fire of man, descent of the fire god. All of you can die." The flames that burned through Mainmast Mountain suddenly swept up and gathered together. With a loud dragon's roar, a fire dragon whistled out of the sea of fire. It was complete with scales and claws, and its claws and teeth were distinct. It swung its tail viciously against the formation, and the light flickered. "That's it." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Compared to the flames of heaven and the flames of earth, the fire of man was a little too weak. The fire dragon possessed the strength of a regular demon king, but that was all there was to it. And it even said something like, "All of you can die." Gong Yuan suddenly communicated with Li Qingshan in a hurry, "If you can help me break free from here, I'll lend you the heart of the abyss for a year. I'll lend you the heart of the abyss for a year. 10 years. 3 years. 5 years. All right." As if she was extremely worried, Gong Yuan agreed to Li Qingshan's request very soon. In that short moment of communication, another dragon's roar rang out. The two dragons swam about and Gong Yuan's expression became sterner and sterner. Suddenly, the backs of the two dragons bent down, and a pair of huge feet condensed from flames stood on the dragons. Gazing up along the feet, a colossal figure flickered in and out of the sea of fire, gradually taking shape. It was a giant god of fire that stood on two dragons. Its well-defined body was like a mountain, and it radiated with a primitive, savage aura. Its face was distorted and indistinct in the flames, but every single cultivator felt an unprecedented pressure. They were all shocked. Li Qingshan frowned. He basically felt like he was facing the Dragon King of the Sea, and compared to the Dragon King of the Sea's unpredictability, this giant god of fire that radiated with a violent aura was without a doubt more offensive. Once it struck, it would definitely be earth-shattering. None of the people present would be able to face it head-on. The 3 fire-devouring kings in the air were all excited. Holding the divine fire tablets with both hands, they bowed towards the giant god of fire from afar. "Burn everything, great god Zhurong." Chapter 885. The cultivators of the South Sea and the merfolk all covered their ears and collapsed on the ground, wailing out in fear like mortals. Yes, they viewed mortals as ants, but in the face of this legendary god, weren't they also like ants? Not to mention getting up to fight, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. This was a huge disparity in their nature. The roar was only a roar to vent. It was nowhere near an attack. Li Qingshan also felt his blood surge as his ears rang. He used the spirit turtle in a hurry to compose himself. This definitely isn't the real fire god Zhurong. It can't even directly descend like Cheongqi. There's only a sliver of his aura at most. He doesn't even have a consciousness of his own, yet he's already so powerful. How spectacular. Li Qingshan, why aren't you doing anything yet? Gong Yuan took a step back almost instinctively. Water should have countered fire, but against a godlike existence like this, even she had lost the confidence to emerge victorious. The divine fire tablets truly were the divine artifact of the fire-devouring kingdom after all. They fell into formation, sealed off the region, bombarded it with heavenly fire, and seethed with earthly fire. In the end, it was all to summon the god that the fire-devourers worshipped, Zhurong. You're a mighty merfolk queen, yet you're placing your hopes on a second heavenly tribulation human like me. Isn't that a little too much? The demon heart in Li Qingshan's body flickered. Surging demon chi condensed into a set of demonic armor. Before he knew it, his eyes had already turned scarlet red. His face was hidden behind the horned helmet, but his smile did not change. Instead, it was filled with excitement. For the first time, Gong Yuan did not find his audacity to be so detestable anymore. As a matter of fact, she even felt a hint of relief that she refused to admit. No regular person could remain in high spirits before an existence like that. Little and beside him was even stranger. He remained expressionless as if the giant god of fire did not exist at all. Li Qingshan adjusted his helmet and sensed the various pitch-black powers. He nodded at Little and beside him. With two rumbles, the giant god of fire rode on the fire dragon, extending his arm and wrapping it around a small portion of the mountain. The protective formation twisted and collapsed, about to shatter in an instant. The giant god of fire suddenly exerted its strength and rammed its head against the mountain peak, making everyone's souls leave their bodies. Li Qingshan did something that nobody expected. He strode, accelerated, and spread his wings to charge at the giant god of fire. Is he tired of living and seeking death? Whether it was the lofty fire devourers or the regular cultivators of the South Sea, they all thought the same thing. Li Qingshan was the first to charge out of the spell formation. He was still several hundred meters away, but the heat waves that swept towards him had already turned his demonic armor bright red. The blurry face of the giant god of fire filled his vision, filled with violence and destruction. Compared to this giant god of fire that was several hundred zhang tall, he was as insignificant as a bug. The sense of danger and fear screamed in his heart, but it also made his blood boil and burn, giving him a kind of freedom that could cast aside everything. Within 1,000 feet, the helmet softened, the armor melted, and the devil chi was depleted. Within 10 zhang, his flesh was burning and his bones could be seen. He was also burned red. The instant he threw himself into the flames, he pushed his right hand forward, and the azura field appeared in his hand. The blood-colored vortex spun and expanded. It was like a great gaping mouth that swallowed the giant god of fire. The firelight that filled the surroundings suddenly dimmed, which actually made the people on the mountain feel rather uncomfortable. They looked at one another. What's happened? It was not just the giant god of fire. Even Li Qingshan vanished. A red-haired, red-eyed man appeared in the air, holding the azura field in his hand. With a flash, he returned to the top of Cloud Sail Mountain, handing the scorching, trembling azura field to Little and said indifferently, "The fire person has already been temporarily sealed. If you don't fight him now, when are you going to fight him?" Alright, the king of savages really does live up to his reputation. Today I'll fight the fire devourers to the death. Ji Changfeng suddenly tore off his loose clothes, revealing his old but sturdy body. Then he swung the Philian flag in his hand, and the Philian hall collapsed loudly, producing a shrill howl of wind. A whirlwind rushed out of the dust and whistled over. Ji Changfeng leapt up and just happened to ride on the whirlwind. Only then did he discover that the whirlwind was the Philian divine beast from the murals. If Zhurong was the god of fire, then the Philian was the god of wind. Although it was nowhere close to the giant god of fire summoned by the 3 fire-devouring kings with the fire god's tablets, it still possessed some power after being worshipped by the Cloud Sail sect for several millennia. It was on par with early 3rd heavenly tribulation demon kings, and its speed was startlingly fast. Ji Changfeng and the Philian's figures both blurred. Only a long gust of wind rose into the air, attacking the 3 fire-devouring kings. Gong Yuan swung her crystal scepter and produced a streak of cold, azure light, directly targeting the weakest of the 3, Zhu Yan. What's going on? Zhu Yan, get the fire god to destroy the arcane treasure. Zhu Fan bellowed out, swinging the fire tablet of heaven to block Ji Changfeng's swift and fierce attacks. They had summoned the giant god of fire together. Originally they were at their strongest, but now they were at their weakest. No, great god Zhurong's aura is far too powerful. Even I can't control it properly. Zhu Yin frowned. As he dodged the incoming cold light, he gripped the fire tablet of man firmly, ordering the giant god of fire to attack without any regard for the consequences. The giant god of fire was far too powerful. It was impossible for him to control it with ease. All he could do was give some simple orders. Actually, there was only one way to attack. At most, he could only choose a target to attack. As for how to attack, it would all depend on the giant god of fire's instincts. The giant god of fire was extremely powerful, but it lacked any intelligence. It only inherited a sliver of fire god Zhurong's will to advance bravely and destroy everything, which was why it charged headfirst into the Azura field. Otherwise, no third heavenly tribulation expert would have been trapped by the Azura field so easily. You two men are not even as good as me, a woman. What's there to be afraid of? It's just an arcane treasure with a space of its own. The fire god will destroy it before long, and by then it'll be their deaths. With the three of us working together and the divine fire tablets in our hands, do you really think they'll be able to escape? With that, Zhu Fun and Zhu Yan returned to their senses. The divine fire tablets definitely did not just consist of these three axes. It possessed a combination formation. They stabilized their footing, only defending and not attacking, waiting for the giant god of fire to break free. No matter what Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan did, they were unable to break through the simplest formation of the three immediately. The giant god of fire did not break free as quickly as the fire devourers imagined it to be. Both sides were extremely worried. Just what had happened? It was impossible for a mere arcane treasure to possess such great sealing power. Was there some powerful existence hidden within that kept the giant god of fire busy? Or was it just Li Qingshan? That was impossible. Even if he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, the giant god of fire would still crush him to pieces. In the Azura field, Li Qingshan stood on the ground and gazed up. He found the giant god of fire to be even more indomitable, its pressure like that of a god. Chapter 886. The scorching heat emitted by the giant god of fire quickly evaporated the water vapor in the Azura field. The vast clouds and mist filled the air, illuminated by the firelight, turned bright red. The forest was set ablaze and black smoke blended into the clouds. The giant god of fire roared at the ant in front of it. Without the obstruction of the formation, Li Qingshan could truly feel the power of this roar. It was like a typhoon passing through. The soil and rocks around him were blown 100 miles away, melting into magma in midair. The giant god of fire turned its head, ready to break through this domain. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it had the most basic combat awareness. With the strength and realm of that ant, it should have been reduced to ashes after taking this roar head-on. But in the next instant, the giant god of fire turned its head again. If the blurry face of flames couldn't make an expression, then it would definitely be surprise and doubt. Amidst the smoke and the boiling magma, Li Qingshan stood where he was without moving. His scarlet hair danced, and his scarlet eyes were like fire as he stared at the giant god of fire. He suddenly spread his arms, and his body rapidly expanded until it was almost 100 meters tall. Just now he stopped. His hair was like flames and his skin was like black iron. He was like a demon. His ox hooves stepped forward and the earth cracked. He roared at the sky and the wind became fierce. A gust of wind twisted and rolled like a dragon, rushing into the clouds, breaking through the layers of flames and blasting the giant god of fire's face. Sparks flew everywhere. The giant god of fire raised its head slightly, but that was all. Even when Li Qingshan unleashed the tiger demon's breath at full strength, he was actually unable to cause any actual damage to him. However, he had achieved his objective of provoking him 100%. The giant god of fire was infuriated. The flames on his body burned wildly, and he lunged at Li Qingshan on the fire dragon. Even if Li Qingshan's body had grown to an unprecedented height, almost equivalent to a 100-story building in his previous life, compared to this giant god of fire, the difference was like the difference between a child and a strong man. As the giant god of fire approached, the temperature of his body kept rising. Scorching, melting, boiling. There's no chance of victory if I fight him head-on. Li Qingshan made his judgment. The magnificent phoenix wings suddenly spread open, and at the same time he activated the wings of wind. His huge body soared into the clouds, and he was about to use the palm technique that descended from the sky again when a scorching heat rapidly approached. The gigantic figure of the giant god of flame appeared from the clouds, and he flew over on the twin dragons. His speed was even faster than Li Qingshan's. The giant flaming palm blotted out the sky and came whistling towards him. Li Qingshan raised his red eyebrows. He had no time to dodge at all. He only felt his right leg tighten and heat up. The giant god of fire grabbed Li Qingshan and jumped down from the fire dragon, throwing him onto a small hill. Boom! The hill instantly turned into a basin. Li Qingshan's entire body felt like it was about to split apart. The two fire dragons coiled around him and locked his arms tightly like chains. They spat out two streams of blazing dragon fire, wanting to burn him alive into ashes. Is this the difference in power? Not only is it hard to win, but I can't even fight him. I can't even run away. But this is the opponent I want. If I don't even have a life and death crisis, how can I break through the 5th tier of the tiger demon? Tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan roared angrily. Black cracks tore apart the flames around him. He reached out and grabbed the heads of the two fire dragons, slamming them together violently. Only then did he break free. The giant god of fire's hand trembled and froze in midair. However, it still clenched tightly without letting go. This was Li Qingshan's most powerful mystical ability that had always been successful, but it could not crush such a powerful opponent head-on. Li Qingshan used the strength of the ox demon and punched the giant god of fire's wrist with all his strength. The power of tremors whistled out. Only then did the giant god of fire finally let go, allowing him to pull out his leg. His flesh had already been burned away, leaving only the leg bone that had been burned bright red. However, he did not have the time to look at it. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw himself at the giant god of fire, slamming his fist into the giant god's face. Flames surged and scattered. The giant god of fire's blurry face was also forcibly scattered. However, Li Qingshan did not feel the slightest bit complacent, because it was not because his punch was fast or fierce, but because the giant god of fire had no intention of dodging or escaping. It had directly met his attack with an attack. Before he could enjoy the pleasure of slapping its face, a scorching and violent power slammed into his chest, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. Li Qingshan was blasted dozens of kilometers away and slammed heavily into a great snow mountain. Only then did he come to a stop. The sturdy ice and boulders collapsed, almost burying him. Before he could get up, the scorching sensation assaulted his face again. Boom 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 boom. The giant god of fire swung its fists furiously. The fists rained down on Li Qingshan's body. It was not regular rain, but a meteor shower. The power of every single punch was on par with a meteor shower. The great snow mountain shook violently, or perhaps it could no longer be called a snow mountain anymore, as all the ice and snow had evaporated. The thousands of tons of rock that had collapsed had melted into scorching magma. Li Qingshan was unable to put up any resistance at all. He was punched into the mountain again and again. At a time like this, what kind of ability should he use? What kind of ability could he use? The power of tremors? Useless. The spirit turtle's profound shell? Useless. The nightmare tiger's demonic eye? Useless. 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 Everything was useless. Against such overwhelming power, even if he had 1,000 variations and 10,000 abilities, it was useless. His attacks posed no threat, and his defenses were as fragile as paper. It seemed like he could only accept his fate and accept death. However, Li Qingshan did not admit defeat. His flesh was burnt to ashes, and the tiger bones that he was so proud of were covered in cracks. At this time, it was already too late to escape from the Azura field. The flames on the giant god of fire were so intense that even the void distorted from the heat. There was no way to teleport out. If he could not defeat it, only death awaited him. Even until this moment he did not have the slightest chance of victory. Instead, he had fallen into fatal danger. The ox demon's great strength sinks into the mud, enduring and unmoving like the earth. Earth divine power. Li Qingshan simply gave up on all efforts to attack and defend. He fused all his consciousness into the boundless earth and activated earth divine power. Suddenly he entered a wondrous world that he had never seen before. It was as if he had really become a part of the earth, silently enduring the blows of wind, frost, rain, and snow for billions of years, holding up the sea and the sky. The raging fiery fists continuously bombarded his body, and then were drawn into the mountains and the earth. The speed at which his body was collapsing and being destroyed suddenly slowed down. I see. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. In the past, no matter when or against any enemy, he had never been like this, giving up on all actions and enduring all attacks. He now had a deeper understanding of the innate divine ability, strength of the earth. Still, this move really is a little useless in battle. I can't attack, I can't defend, and I can't even escape. Isn't this just a big sandbag? I can't just divert all my attacks into the earth. There will come a time when I can't hold on if I keep getting beaten up. Still, at least for now, his big sandbag still played a certain role. It allowed the giant god of fire to throw many more punches. Streaks of cracks climbed up the great snowy mountain. As Li Qingshan channeled the damage into the earth, the great snowy mountain was collapsing at an accelerated rate. Li Qingshan's body was also on the brink of shattering. The giant god of fire's attack suddenly paused. It clenched its fists and raised them high. The flames on its body dimmed and gathered on its fists. It raised them high like torches, blazing like the sun and scorching the skies. Then it swung them down fiercely like a falling comet, crashing into the earth. Li Qingshan's tiger bones shattered, and a wave of air swept across the entire Azura field. The great snowy mountain trembled violently, and then collapsed with a rumble, burying him like a new grave. The giant god of fire took a few steps back. As if tired, it suddenly turned its head. It was at this moment that an Azura commander wielding a giant battle axe descended from the blood-colored vortex in the sky. The fierce battle between the giant god of fire and Li Qingshan, or rather one-sided suppression, had stirred up unprecedented fighting and killing intent. It was absorbed by the Azura field, and another Azura commander was summoned. When the Azura commander saw the giant god of fire, his eyes widened. Fire god Zhurong. The giant god of fire let out a furious roar, and the Azura commander blocked with his battle axe instinctively, only to be blown away by an unstoppable force. His body turned to ash in the air, unable to recover no matter how great his life force was. The battle axe melted into a lump of metal. Having conveniently dealt with a fly, the giant god of fire was about to break out of the world when it suddenly looked back and gazed at the collapsed snowy mountain. The aura that it had personally destroyed seeped out from the rock once more. Boom. Thousands of tons of rock collapsed, and Li Qingshan leapt out. The phoenix's nerva had been reborn in fire, so he was completely unscathed. He said to the giant god of fire, "Don't fret. There's still the second round." Before he had even finished speaking, flames surged over. Spirit Turtle's profound shell block. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell assembled into a smooth, mirror-like wall. Under the giant god of fire's attack, it only lasted for a split second before shattering with a clang. Li Qingshan crossed his arms in a defensive posture, but he was blown away again. He adjusted his posture in the air and stabilized himself, but a sliver of joy appeared on his face. He could finally see a chance at victory. If it were before the Nerva, the Spirit Turtle's profound shell would have served no defensive function at all apart from distracting him and wasting his demon chi. Once the difference in strength reached a certain level, even the greatest technique would become a pointless trick. But it was different now. After a series of furious attacks, the flames on the giant god of fire had already dimmed slightly compared to the beginning. Even its body had shrunk slightly. Although it was still much larger than Li Qingshan, its strength was clearly declining. This was the greatest flaw of the giant god of fire. Although it could rival the Dragon King of the Sea at its peak, it was not a living existence after all. Its strength would be depleted. Originally, this was not a flaw. If it were on Giant Ship Island where lava flowed and flames roared, the giant god of fire would be able to last a very long time. It could basically crush and destroy all existences. However, in the Azura field, there was no opportunity to replenish its strength. Every sliver it used was a sliver less. It was exactly because of this judgment that Li Qingshan was bold enough to drag it into the Azura field for a battle to the death. He had gone to the lengths of rebirth exactly to deplete the giant god of fire's strength. Otherwise, while it was battle-hungry, it did not like throwing its life away. Chapter 887. However, no matter how low his chances of victory were, it was completely different from having no chances at all. The most important thing was that his various abilities were beginning to come into play. Just now, the Spirit Turtle's profound shell had only blocked for a split second, but it had reflected a portion of the damage. The power of the giant god of fire's attack on him had been weakened by 30% at the very least, which was why he could endure it. If I'm killed again, I'll really be dead. However, this is what you call a true battle to the death. If I know I can be reborn and always think about escaping, how can I break through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon? Li Qingshan let out a violent tiger roar, but his eyes became as calm as the deep sea. Suddenly he vaguely saw the trajectory of fate. In a single moment, the giant god of fire arrived before him. Flames raged and waves of heat surged. I see it. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed, and he saw a shadow appear on the giant god of fire. Its left hand punched over while its right hand formed a claw ready to strike. The most dangerous part was that the two dragons beneath its feet flew over, wanting to wrap around his legs. His heart sank. If he waited for the giant god of fire to actually strike before dodging, it would be impossible. Once he was caught again, all that awaited him was being burned to death. In the next moment, the shadow became real. Sure enough, the giant god of fire struck out like that. Within its endless violence, it demonstrated its powerful instincts for battle. Gravity of the earth. A powerful gravitational force suddenly appeared between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire, rapidly closing the distance and forcing him into the giant god of fire's arms. The giant god of fire's killing move immediately missed, and it swiped at its chest. Tiger demon digs out the heart. Flames surged from the giant god of fire's chest and abdomen, spewing out meteors that slammed into Li Qingshan one after another. Flames shot out, and within the rumble, Li Qingshan was sent flying again. The burn on his chest was bone deep, but he smiled. So you're not without weaknesses. Li Qingshan suddenly unfurled his phoenix wings and rushed into the clouds. The place where he originally stood became a sea of fire and magma. The giant god of fire stood in it, roaring at the sky and soaring into the air on a fire dragon. Pitch-black cracks and scorching flames constantly intertwined in the sky. Two huge figures danced around in the sky, chasing each other and killing each other. Sometimes they approached each other and sometimes they separated. The Azura field, which spanned several hundred miles, was really too small. For them it was like a large cage not allowing anyone to escape at all. Li Qingshan knew that he did not have the strength to fight the giant god of fire head-on. With the spirit tortoise divination, he always predicted the enemy's moves and resolved the crisis at the critical moment. Sometimes he would counterattack. The water god seal in his body continuously transferred the spiritual power accumulated in the great cloud dream swamp to him in order to maintain a sufficient amount of demonic aura. However, the consumption of his thoughts could not be made up. Although the divination technique of predicting the enemy's moves was powerful, it could not be maintained for too long. Especially in such a fierce battle, the sea of consciousness faintly surged and millions of ripples appeared. If not for the fact that the giant god of fire was not a true cultivator and only possessed a trace of the fire god's aura. Otherwise, any great cultivator would possess the ability to interfere with divination. The current spirit turtle was unable to divine at all. Only if it reached the fifth layer and underwent the third heavenly tribulation would it be able to suppress and remove the interference. The giant god of fire suddenly stopped and landed on the ground again. The two fire dragons coiled around its body as if it had lost interest in pursuing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan finally caught his breath. His calm and tranquil eyes returned to normal, but there was a hint of deep exhaustion. He had used this move to the point where he could not use it again. However, before he could even catch his breath, an unprecedented sense of danger from the start of the battle to now filled his heart. The giant god of fire spread its feet and stood on the ground. Surging fire gathered in its right hand, turning into a straight, scarlet spear. It gripped the spear of fire firmly and its body tensed up. It raised its right arm, assuming a throwing posture. It was like the image of a god raising a spear and hunting a colossal beast in the primordial age. This image was frozen in the cave murals, becoming an inextinguishable image. It was not a move from any cultivation method, but something that surpassed all cultivation methods and techniques. In that instant, the giant god of fire that was originally just a condensation of tremendous power seemed to possess a sliver of extremely glorious and primitive divinity. Its blurry face suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. It was not fire, but all of its desire to survive, gathered in this spear. Li Qingshan felt that he was a colossal beast that was about to be hunted. He instantly suppressed his turbulent sea of consciousness, and his eyes became tranquil once more. He saw the trajectory of the spear of fire, but he could not dodge it. It was as if fate had descended upon him. Fear and despair made it impossible for his sea of consciousness to maintain its calm. Was he going to die here? But so what? A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. Matters of life and death were nothing out of the ordinary. He did not want to die with such a ridiculous expression on his face. Since I can't avoid it, then come. The giant god of fire threw with all its might. The spear was like a shooting star that shot through the sky, piercing through Li Qingshan in an instant. The exploding sparks practically dyed the entire sky of the Azura field. No one could survive an attack like this, not even Gong Yuan or Ji Changfeng. This was an attack that could kill an ordinary demon king. The giant god of fire lowered its hand, and the flames on its body dimmed significantly. Judging by its combat instincts, Li Qingshan was dead for sure, but because of the strangeness just now, he still stood there without moving. He watched as the flames in the sky dissipated, and the flames on his body suddenly surged. This was because Li Qingshan, who had clearly been blasted to smithereens, actually appeared in front of the giant god of fire once more. His body was covered in visible burns, but they were not fatal. He said, "The second round is over. Now it's the last round." Inside his body, the divine talisman of great creation flowed with multicolored light. Almost all of its light had faded, and it had used all of its power to condense a fake body to take the blow of the spear in his place. At first, he did not have much hope, because the giant god of fire's consciousness had locked onto him firmly. Perhaps because it had been contaminated by the Clam King of Mirage Sea's blood, the existence it had created was as real as a dream, surpassing the normal power of the divine talisman of great creation. That was why it could fool the giant god of fire's consciousness. The giant god of fire stood still and its body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 600 meters tall, and even the two fire dragons had merged into its body. Meanwhile, the flames on its body burned fiercely once more. It raised its right arm high into the air again and it made a throwing gesture. The flames gathered into a spear that was pointed diagonally at Li Qing. Li Qingshan ran madly towards the giant god of fire. If he waited for this spear to be thrown, he would die. The wind howled past his ears, and his heart beat so hard that it felt like it was about to shatter. The distance that should have been covered in an instant seemed so far now. He watched helplessly as the giant god of fire raised its arm to its limit and suddenly swung it forward, the tip of the spear pointing straight at his forehead. There was no fear, no hesitation. This was the fight of a cornered beast, and there was only madness. An unconscious roar came from its mouth, and it turned into a tiger's roar. Killing intent surged and battle intent boiled. The blood-colored vortex spun endlessly, but no more Azura commanders descended. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the Azura field, and he was communicating with the vast and mysterious Azura realm. From the depths of the vortex, a wondrous and tremendous will shot down and gathered on his body. It seemed to be filled with praise and joy. Li Qingshan's body suddenly lightened, and new power surged out of his body. His speed suddenly doubled and he pounced forward. The giant god of fire threw with all its might, but the spear did not fly out of its hand. It was grasped tightly by a ferocious tiger claw, and it shattered into pieces. There was a loud noise and the flames swept out for hundreds of kilometers. The flames dissipated, and the giant god of fire's body shrank by several hundred meters again. In front of it stood a ferocious skeleton that was more than 100 meters tall. Its flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the flames, but it still stood tall. It flickered with a metallic luster and there was not a single crack on it. After countless battles and being killed by the giant god of fire twice, he finally broke through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon. His empty eye sockets stared at the giant god of fire in front of him, and there was no longer a hint of weakness. Brr, brr. The giant god of fire and Li Qingshan let out furious roars at the same time. Flames and gales clashed intensely, and they were evenly matched. Immediately after, the two bodies that were almost as large as each other collided violently. Iron fists shook, and fiery meteors rained down on the other party's body in a frenzy. However, neither of them took a step back, and they fought attack with attack. Boom 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 boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in the Azura field. The blood-colored vortex spun rapidly, and another Azura commander fell from the sky. He was swept into the aftermath of the battle, and his body was smashed to pieces. No one cared about it. Li Qingshan's tiger bones were scorched red, as if they were steel that had just been tempered in a furnace. Not only did they show no signs of softening, but they even became more and more solid under the tempering of the flames. However, Li Qingshan was still at a disadvantage. Even though he had broken through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon, in terms of pure strength, he was still inferior to the heavily weakened giant god of fire. but my chances of winning now are 100%. Li Qingshan said confidently. And so, the situation began to reverse. Li Qingshan's fist landed on the giant god of fire's face. Unable to withstand it, the giant god of fire took a step back. This was the first time it had retreated since the start of the battle. Then it was the second time, the third time, Li Qingshan's iron hooves advanced, ignoring the giant god of fire's counterattack. Attack, attack, attack. The giant god of fire staggered backward, bursts of flames erupting from its body. Its originally blurry face became even more blurry, and the flames on its body weakened at a visible rate. Li Qingshan had the strength of earth and the water god seal. His strength was endless and his demonic chi was endless. He gradually adapted to the new strength of the fifth layer of the tiger demon in battle, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. However, the giant god of fire could not be replenished at all. As the battle went on, the giant god of fire's body shrank until it was even a head shorter than Li Qingshan. As if it could also sense the impending defeat, it let out an indignant roar. However, it reversed the situation of its continuous retreat. The originally insignificant ant had already become a ferocious beast that it could not contend against. The giant bone claws grabbed the giant god of fire's neck, and the huge mouth with intersecting fangs let out a howl of wind. It was a maniacal laughter. Tiger demon steals heart. Li Qingshan's right claw stabbed deep into the giant god of fire's chest, dug out a scorching red heart, and casually tossed it into its mouth. In the angry and indignant roar, the giant god of fire collapsed and dispersed. In the blazing flames, Li Qingshan opened his arms and roared into the sky. The blood-colored vortex expanded, and as if a door had been opened, a mysterious call came from within. Chapter 888. In the sky above Giant Ship Island, a blurry figure flew around. Ji Changfeng rode on the Philian, stirring up fierce winds and swinging the flag. He constantly attacked and harassed the three fire-devouring kings with his advantage in speed. In order to summon the fire god, the three fire-devouring kings had all expended quite a lot of their strength, and they were slightly suppressed above the ocean. They also had to maintain their formation and seal off the region, so they were unable to do anything to him for the time being. All they could do was wait for the fire god to rush out and kill this annoying fly. However, no matter how they waited, the fire god never appeared. Instead, it snowed heavily. The top of Mainmast Mountain flickered with extremely resplendent, blue light. Gongyuan raised the crystal scepter high into the air. The light originated from a rhombus-shaped ice crystal at the tip of the scepter. It was a colossal piece of 10,000-year-old frigid arcane, like a frigid star. The light shot into the air, turning into snowflakes. A snowflake landed in a river of magma and directly turned the boiling magma into frozen soil. Although it was melted by the flames of the earth very soon, the snowflakes constantly drifted down, gradually suppressing the fire on Giant Ship Island. It no longer burned fiercely. Not only was the flames of the earth that gushed out from the earth's crust the source of power for this formation, but it also gave the fire-devouring kings a geographical advantage. Gongyuan could tell this. As long as she extinguished the fire devourers would not be able to last for too long. She thought to herself, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, you have to last a little longer. What? Why hasn't the fire god appeared yet? Zhu Fen questioned Zhu Yan. His scarlet hair and beard all turned into flames, like a furious lion. I don't know. Something must have happened. Zhu Yan said frantically. This was the first time he had summoned the fire god. He could only obtain some experience from the ancient records he had left behind. He still could not use it as he wished. But now, the fire god seemed to have been angered, completely severing the fragile connection. He could not even sense the fire god's situation right now. No, we can't wait any longer. We have to steal the arcane treasure, release the fire god immediately. Zhu Zai's fiery red eyes stared at little N on the cloud-masked mountain and cursed, damned humans. Alright, 3 flames and 1 kill. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them abandoned Ji Changfeng and turned into 3 streaks of fiery light. Then they combined the heaven, earth and human flames into one, forming a huge fire in midair. Like an incomparably dazzling comet, it fell towards little N with a long fiery tail. Wild dance of the wind god, flying sand and rolling stones, darkening heaven and earth. Ji Changfeng knew that the Dharma treasure in little N's hands would be the key to this battle. If he let the giant god of fire come out, no one would be a match for it. At this moment he no longer held back and attacked with his full strength. Waving the flag with all his might, an incomparably huge black tornado whizzed forward. For a moment, the world was filled with the roar of the wind, and even the sound of the raging fire was suppressed. The Fei Lian beneath his feet let out a furious roar and charged forward, arriving in the midst of the tornadoes. The black tornado twisted and surged into the Fei Lian's body, making it several times faster. Even its form changed, turning into a bird's body with a human face. It seemed to possess a sliver of divine nature. It unfurled its 300-meter-wide black wings and lunged towards the fire-devouring king. The black storm immediately swallowed the fire-devouring king. Shatter. With a furious roar, the flames erupted and pierced the Fei Lian wind god's chest. The fierce wind dispersed. The flames had weakened by quite a lot, but their presence was unstoppable, becoming more and more scorching. As the race that loved battle the most among other folk, no one dared to underestimate their battle will. Gong Yuan stopped them. Ji Changfeng no longer bothered with politeness, directly calling her by her name. There was a hint of anxiety on Gong Yuan's cold face. She swung the crystal scepter, and thousands of snowflakes whistled over, gathering into a misty pile of snow that blocked the path of the fire devourers. However, everyone understood that this was nowhere near enough to stop the fire devourers' sure kill move. Get over here. Gong Yuan turned around and called out to Little Anne, but she discovered that the place where Little Anne originally stood was empty. An ethereal, indifferent voice suddenly rang out from behind. Don't be afraid. The fire god is about to lose. I'm not afraid. Gong Yuan was alarmed. She had been concentrating on dealing with the fire devourers, but she should not have failed to sense someone approaching her. If this kid carries out an assassination, he'll be terrifying. But hold on, the fire god is about to lose? Gong Yuan doubted her ears. She already found it unbelievable that Li Qingshan could keep the fire god busy. As for defeating the fire god, she personally believed that even she did not possess the strength to do so. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he was just a great cultivator at most, so how could he possess such strength? She glanced at the Azura field in Little Anne's hand and thought, just what is hidden in there? Boom. The snowy clouds dispersed, and the flames were already right before their eyes. The wave of heat arrived first. With the divine fire tablets in hand, the combined attack of the three kings was no weaker than the flame spear the giant god of fire had hurled. It directly struck Little Anne. Even I'll have to use everything I've got to break free from an attack like that, so how can I spare the energy to protect others? Forget it. Gong Yuan gritted her teeth and spat out an inky blue pearl. It gave off a deep, distant, cold, and deathly presence, as if the entire abyss had condensed into the tiny pearl. It was the heart of the abyss, that connected to the world of Ruin's End. All water to Ruin's End, eternal silence of the abyssal sea. Gong Yuan chanted softly like a song. An indescribably strange power suddenly expanded with the heart of the abyss as its center. The wave of heat immediately vanished. The sounds of wind and fire vanished too. Even the hint of worry in Gong Yuan's heart immediately settled down, almost to the point of deathly stillness. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be sealed in thick, inky blue glass, frozen and motionless. Ruin's End. Here, the constantly surging, changing and flowing waters that never had a moment of peace finally obtained eternal peace. They no longer had to surge and flow, nor did they have to turn into clouds, mist, and ice. Here, the spirit turtle no longer had to work so hard to suppress the vast ocean, nor did it have to work so hard to divine fortune. It could sleep in peace without worrying about any disturbances. This was not a world of the dead like the Hell Realm or the Hungry Ghost Realm, but it was even more deathly silent. At the very least, there were still pots of boiling oil and the cries of ghosts in hell, while in the Hungry Ghost Realm, there were corpses and ghosts devouring and killing one another at the very least. Here, however, it was absolutely peaceful. 10,000 years felt like a single day. This was not a feeling that regular living beings could endure. Even Gong Yuan could not. With her final thought, she said to Little Anne, "Guard your mind. Don't let yourself be devoured and assimilated. I hope you're telling the truth, or we'll all die." Afterwards, her eyes lost all emotions. All she did was power the heart of the abyss coldly and mechanically, constantly drawing in the aura of Ruin's End. The flames that flew over suddenly made a detour around the Cloud Sail Mountain. The violent, belligerent fire-devouring kings seemed to feel fear, afraid of entering the force field created by the heart of the abyss. Chapter 889. The Fire Lord leapt and leapt about. Ruin's End, where water gathered, was extremely effective against the natural fire spirit's ability to devour fire. If the three of them worked together, they were actually completely capable of charging into the field of force created by the heart of the abyss and killing the immobilized Gongyuan. However, once they were contaminated by the aura of Ruin's End, they would develop an extremely great inner demon, which could even dim and extinguish the flames in their hearts. As a result, even with how vicious fire devourers were, they dared not barge in forcefully. Ha ha, we've already won. Zhu Fan laughed madly. Zhu Yan and Zhu Zai exchanged glances and also laughed aloud. Their strongest, Gongyuan, was in dire straits. After losing the Fylian divine beast, it was impossible for Ji Changfeng to stop the three of them together. Even without the giant god of fire's assistance, victory was already within their grasp. All that remained was to see how Gongyuan died. Undue delay is fraught with complications. Let's kill this old bastard first. Ji Changfeng, are you prepared to die? The three fire devourers simply ignored Gongyuan. They aimed the divine fire tablets at Ji Changfeng. If you want my life, then you'll have to exchange it with your own. Ji Changfeng stood in the air with the Fylian flag in hand, panting gently. After a bitter battle, he was utterly exhausted, but the fierce winds around him became even more violent. He was fearless. The sect had been destroyed, the disciples had been slaughtered, and even he was in a situation of certain death. This was a tragic situation that was enough to drive regular people mad, yet it made him feel a strange sense of lightness. As if an invisible burden had been lifted from him, his cultivation that had remained stagnant for so long showed signs of breaking through. He was born with the Sun spiritual constitution. From the moment he was born, he had received everyone's expectations, doted on by everyone. He climbed up to the throne of sect master step by step, becoming a great cultivator that reigned supreme over an entire region. He was highly regarded by the entire cultivation community of the South Sea. It seemed like his life had been smooth sailing, but he also had to shoulder heavy responsibilities, the expectations of his seniors and the reliance of his juniors. The survival of the entire sect was tied to him, so he was forced to maintain the balance carefully. Even the frivolity of his youth had been completely worn away. My name is Changfeng. When have I ever traveled thousands of kilometers, free and unrestrained? When the fire devourers destroyed the Cloud Sail sect that he had fought so hard for, they had also forcefully severed his ties. They used hatred to recover his fighting spirit, allowing him to see the possibility of advancing further with his cultivation. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely extinguish the fire in the future. Then we'll fulfill your wish. Zhu Fan and the other two spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping as if they were one. They raised their divine fire tablets high and were just about to attack when a calm voice came from behind them. You lost. The voice was a little muffled as if it came from the deep sea, but it was still pleasant to listen to. Zhu Fan and the other two turned around at the same time. Little and walked out from behind Gongyuan. Though his steps were a little clumsy, his expression was as calm as ever. You, this woman, are actually not affected by the aura of the ruins of End. But what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that you're somewhat good-looking, hand over that magic treasure, kneel and beg for mercy. If you become our slave, we can consider sparing your life. You lost. Little and repeated calmly. There was no change in his tone at all, causing Zhu Fan and the other two to feel strangely irritated. As if there really was something important that they had missed out on, they cursed, "Bitch, you're courting death." Little and slowly raised the Azura field in her hand. A faint smile actually appeared on her face, captivating and alluring. You lost. Suddenly, Zhu Yan's expression changed, revealing an expression of disbelief and shock. What's going on? Zhu Fan asked with a frown. The fire god has been killed, Zhu Yan said with great difficulty. The moment the giant god of fire's heart was dug out, that intense fury and indignation had passed through the barrier of the world and entered his heart. That's impossible. Didn't you say that you couldn't sense the fire god? Don't be fooled. Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai retorted at the same time. The giant god of fire's strength was already close to the peak of this world. Though it was extremely flawed, only those legendary figures whose names shook the world could kill it. Could an expert on the level of the Banyan Tree King be hiding in that tiny magic treasure? That was impossible. There must be something strange about the arcane treasure. Zhu Yan completely ignored Zhu Fan and Zhu Zai. His eyes widened as he murmured. The thought the giant god of fire had given him before it was killed had dealt a great blow to his mind. It was basically equivalent to a backlash. This news made Gong Yuan's heart ripple slightly, but it immediately returned to stillness. The ink-blue field of force rapidly expanded. The heart of the abyss had already lost control, and the all-water to Ruin's End operated madly, assimilating with Ruin's End. Even the crystal scepter in her hand dimmed, and the indestructible profound coldness gradually melted away. The ink-blue, spherical field of force rapidly expanded, enveloping Mainmast Mountain in the blink of an eye and rapidly growing larger. What? The sound of tides suddenly rang out in the surroundings. The seawater that had been kept out by the divine fire tablets seemed to be drawn in by an invisible power, turning into surging waves that surged towards Giant Ship Island. Clouds gathered over from all directions, forming a thick layer of clouds in the sky. The internal and external pressure destroyed the seal of the fire-devouring king's domain. Zhu Fan suddenly threw a punch at Zhu Yan's face and bellowed, "You've just destroyed a puppet that possesses a sliver of great god Zhurong's presence. You can still summon it in the future, so stop whining like a sissy." Zhu Zai shot a glance at Zhu Fan. "What's wrong with being a sissy?" she said to Zhu Yan. "Don't listen to that little bitch's nonsense. Killing that bitch Gong Yuan is already a win, and if we kill that old bastard Ji Changfeng, it'll be a complete victory. What's there to lose?" "Thank you for your guidance, Second King. I've lost my composure." Zhu Yan lowered his head and accepted the guidance. Then he glanced at Mainmast Mountain and thought, no matter what, the outcome has already been decided. Little and suddenly felt like she was drowning. Although she could endure the deathly aura of Ruin's End, the power of the heart of the abyss was growing stronger and stronger, producing actual pressure. The peak of Mainmast Mountain collapsed and collapsed silently. The grass, trees and pavilions were all reduced to nothingness. She furrowed her brows slightly, but it was not because of the pressure. She murmured, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan stood in the surroundings, gazing at the center of the blood-red swirl. He experienced an irrepressible urge to throw himself into the Azura realm and slaughter and battle. The wings of wind unfurled in an unprecedented manner. He only needed to flap them gently, and he could fly into a brand new world. Suddenly he thought of a face. He sucked in a deep breath and comforted the eager tiger demon. He pulled back the wings of wind and called out to the sky, "I will go, but not now, and not to take part in some endless battle of blood." After a pause he continued, "I will defeat all the Azura and reign over the entire Azura realm. I will end this endless battle of blood." The obscure voice fell silent as well. Only a while later did it say, "Reign over the Azura realm." How anticipated. Perhaps you are the person in the prophecy. I've already waited for far too long, but there's no harm in waiting a little longer. Chapter 890. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the object, taking a look. It was a rock over 30 meters in size, enveloped in a faint, blood-red color. It was engraved with the images of hundreds and thousands of weapons, as well as many profound talismans. "What's this? Surely it's not something I tossed out to smash people with, right? It looks more like an altar. Whatever, I'll ask Yin Qing when I have the time. She should recognize something from the Azura realm." Li Qingshan gazed at the sky again, feeling extremely curious. Was that voice really the consciousness of the Azura realm? Was the world of the 9 provinces conscious? However, now was not the time to consider that. Between the jagged ribs that flickered with a metallic luster, a scorching fire-red heart radiated with thousands of resplendent rays of light. It was the heart of the giant god of fire he had swallowed. Not only did it contain pure, scorching fire spiritual qi, but it also possessed a rare hint of divine nature. Li Qingshan immediately practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva and began refining the heart of the fire god. Right now was the perfect time for him to break through to the 3rd layer of the phoenix. 3 balls of fire pursued a whirlwind, whistling back and forth above Giant Ship Island. The 3 fire-devouring kings wielded the divine fire tablets, surrounding and killing Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng was obviously not their opponent. He had tried several times to charge out of Giant Ship Island, but he had failed. With no other choice, he just charged headfirst into the inky blue sphere of the heart of the abyss. By now, the inky blue sphere had already swallowed half of Mainmast Mountain, turning into a colossal object almost 3,000 meters tall, hovering above Giant Ship Island quietly. The seawater rose higher and higher, like mountains, rushing towards Giant Ship Island one after another. They were reduced to steam by the flames, piling up layer by layer until they reached the horizon, connecting with the low-hanging clouds. As a result, it formed a spectacular sight. The entire Giant Ship Island was enveloped in thick clouds, dyed red by the flames. What fell from the clouds were no longer raindrops, but streams and rivers, gushing towards the heart of the abyss. They were evaporated by the flames mid-air, turning back into clouds. Just like that, the clouds constantly pressed down. The divine fire domain can't last for much longer. Jian said. Don't worry, we definitely won't be the ones to give way first. That bitch Gongyuan will soon suffer from qi deviation and assimilate with Ruin's End. The heart of the abyss will completely lose control and shatter. Once this power erupts, they'll all die. Though we have to prepare to leave too. Don't get sucked in. As the oldest fire-devouring king with several thousand years of life, Zhu Fan was extremely knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that Gongyuan had already reached her limits. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the abyss and echoed through the surroundings. "Of flames. You dare to leave after offending me?" Zhu Fan and the other two were shocked. It was only then that they realized that a figure wearing armor and a horned helmet had appeared at the center of the dark blue sphere at some point in time. His crimson eyes shot out a sharp gaze that seemed to have substance, piercing through the thick layer of dark blue. It was breathtaking. After refining the heart of the fire god and breaking through to the third layer of the phoenix, Li Qingshan immediately stepped out of the Azura field. He sensed the heavy aura of Ruin's End and felt refreshed. Then he saw Little and sitting with her legs crossed with her eyes firmly shut, resisting the great pressure of Ruin's End. He pulled her into his arms in a hurry and asked gently, "Are you fine?" The pressure vanished. Little and opened her eyes and let out an enchanting smile. "I'm fine." Li Qingshan smiled. He happened to hear Zhu Fan's words, so he could not help but turn around and bellow out, "Li Qingshan?" Zhu Yan said in disbelief, but he was also rather uncertain. "That's me, your grandfather." Li Qingshan said with his head held high. "There's no need to waste your breath on him. He's just someone who's about to die." Zhu Fan said in disdain. Before he had even finished speaking, the inky blue sphere suddenly stopped expanding. This was a sign of collapse. "Let's see who dies first." Li Qingshan pulled Gongyuan into his arms, hugging her left and right. Just when Zhu Fan and the others were confused, thinking he was going to take advantage of her before he died, the inky blue sphere that was on the brink of collapse actually stabilized. A hint of vigor suddenly flashed through Gongyuan's empty and deathly still eyes. When the heart of the abyss began to communicate with the deep and mysterious Ruin's End, she could no longer see anything. There was only endless darkness and deathly silence. It was the bottomless abyss known as Ruin's End. Her body had been forgotten somewhere. It must have been crushed a long time ago. Only her soul continued to fall into the abyss, falling into an even darker place. She could not resist at all, nor did she want to. Compared to this eternal deathly silence, what was a temporary existence? Compared to this torment day and night, death might be a form of release. Thinking that, the darkness seeped into her soul bit by bit. She sighed gloomily. "Little sister, I'm so lonely." Then she closed her eyes and allowed the dark abyss to devour her. Suddenly, a warm current flowed over and quietly surrounded her. It gave off a tranquil and intimate aura. "Little sister, is that you? Have you come to pick me up? I miss you so much." Her heart shivered and she searched through the darkness. In that moment, she seemed to return to many years ago, when she was playing hide-and-seek with her younger sister in the coral reefs in the deep sea, but she was unable to find her no matter what. She was both angry and worried. She suddenly stopped falling. Did this Ruin's End have a bottom too? A huge spirit turtle rose up from the abyss, floating upwards with her on its back. Gradually, a sliver of light descended from above, growing brighter and brighter as if they were already approaching the surface of the ocean. Her eyes gradually turned from pitch black to a bright blue. The various scenes became clearer and clearer, and there were sounds as well. With a splash, she burst through the surface of the ocean, and various scenes entered her vision. The burning island of Giant Ship, the stacked clouds of fire, the violent fire devourers. Her memories returned, and Gongyuan suddenly discovered she was currently being hugged by a man. She could not help but become furious and embarrassed, struggling to break free. Her waist tightened, and a tremendous force that she could not resist was hugged even tighter instead, pressing firmly against the man's sturdy body. A commanding voice rang out by her ear, "Don't move around." Why would a mighty merfolk queen listen to someone else's orders, let alone a human? But for some strange reason she stopped struggling, allowing Li Qingshan to hug her. What's going on here? Gong Yuan rubbed her forehead. She also found this extremely strange. After all, she was not a little woman who would become flustered from a man's hug. She sorted through her thoughts very quickly and recognized the demonic armor. You're Li Qingshan? We'll talk later. Relax your mind and work with me. Let's kill these 3 bastards first. Li Qingshan said sternly. He had no intentions of taking advantage of her right now. Although hugging Gong Yuan felt nice, it was more important for her to calm down and control the tremendous power from Ruin's End so that he could launch a counterattack. All right. Gong Yuan was slightly taken aback. She obviously understood the severity of the matter, and just now, when her consciousness had basically been assimilated by Ruin's End, Li Qingshan had already taken advantage of the situation. The spirit turtle that had appeared in her sea of consciousness was a manifestation of Li Qingshan's consciousness, which was why she obeyed his orders subconsciously. She understood that it was impossible for her to control this power with her own strength, so she simply let go of her mind completely and allowed Li Qingshan to do as he pleased. In that moment, their auras merged and their consciousnesses intertwined. They were extremely compatible, entering a state similar to dual cultivation. Chapter 891. Gong Yuan was in a daze. She originally thought she would experience great discomfort, but instead she felt a sense of peace and serenity that she had never experienced before. Ruin's End no longer seemed so terrifying. Li Qingshan grinned at little Anne. He also felt carefree and relaxed, as if he had finally returned home after running around for many years. The aura of Ruin's End penetrated deeply into the demon core, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. As the home of the spirit turtle, the land of eternal rest, Ruin's End was far too compatible with the spirit turtle. Gong Yuan needed Li Qingshan to help her stabilize her mind and eliminate her inner demons, but why would Li Qingshan not need Gong Yuan's power of Ruin's End? The inky blue sphere suddenly shrank, becoming only half its original size and turning pitch black. Ji Changfeng suddenly broke free, gasping for air. He was still rather shaken up. He did not want to experience the feeling of suffocation a second time either. The 3 fire-devouring kings could no longer pay any attention to Ji Changfeng. Although they were still rather confused about what had happened, the sense of danger grew heavier and heavier. They glanced at one another and made up their minds at the same time. Retreat. Stay behind. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the pitch-black sphere and the clouds in the surroundings. It was mighty and filled the surroundings. The burning clouds in the sky suddenly surged and churned. A colossal hand several thousand meters long condensed from clouds slammed down, like the full-powered strike of a god from beyond the heavens. It enveloped everything, blanketed everything, and suppressed everything. Blaze to the heavens. The 3 fire-devouring kings raised the divine fire tablets high into the air at the same time. With a clang, the tips of the tablets collided. Flames gathered on their bodies from the ground, rushing into the sky. Boom. The huge hand of clouds landed on an invisible barrier and shook violently. The clouds dispersed. Sure enough, it's just a facade, huh? Before Zhu Fan had even finished talking, he saw a huge hand condensed from water appear after the clouds dispersed. It was much smaller, but it was even more condensed, pressing firmly against the invisible barrier and pressing down inch by inch. A shattering sound rang out in the surroundings. Well done. That's how it is. Break their domain seal first. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan communicated with each other faster than telepathy. Almost as soon as his thoughts moved, there was a response from the other side. This was the so-called heart-to-heart. This immense power in essence still belonged to Gong Yuan. It was the power that she had drawn from the ultimate using the heart of the abyss. It was just that she did not have the ability to control it, and if Li Qingshan wanted to control it, he needed her absolute cooperation. Otherwise it would be difficult to control it as he wished. After all, this power was just too great. Li Shaoer, you don't need to tell me. I know what to do. Gong Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. She was still not used to being ordered around like this. It's good that you know. Then don't have so many distracting thoughts. If you still have so many defenses and dissatisfactions, just throw them away. Li Qingshan bellowed. With his current level, it was impossible for him to keep the 3 fire-devouring kings here. Defeating and killing them were on 2 completely different levels of difficulty. Gong Yuan's chest heaved, but the situation was beyond her control. As the merfolk queen, she had to take responsibility for the merfolk race and do her best to kill the fire-devouring kings. She gritted her teeth and gave it a try. No, I can't do it. Opening up her mind and letting Li Qingshan's consciousness delve into her sea of consciousness was already her limit. Asking her to completely lower her guard and heart to heart with him was not something that could be achieved with just hard work. Perhaps only her little sister could make her lower all her guard and trust her unreservedly, but that was a deep affection that had accumulated over who knew how many years since she was young. It was not something any man could compare to. Even if you can't do it, you have to do it. Don't resist. Li Qingshan sniggered. What? Gong Yuan cried out. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and directly suppressed her thoughts. Since they could not play together happily, then he would just suppress her with brute force. Bastard, don't you even think about it? Gong Yuan was filled with humiliation and fury. She felt like a man was about to force himself on her, yet not only was she unable to struggle or resist, but she even assumed a posture to cooperate. This was something her dignity could not allow. With a difference of major realms of cultivation, it was virtually impossible for the spirit turtle to suppress the consciousness of a merfolk queen. Gong Yuan was not just slightly stronger than the myriad poison ancestor. Her mind was as tough as ice. The two consciousnesses clashed with one another, greatly disrupting their compatibility. After all, they were not the real spirit turtle and Ruin's End, but two main bodies with a strong belief. The huge hand in the sky trembled and shattered, and the inky blue sphere twisted. Let's go. The three fire-devouring kings used this opportunity to rush off towards the north without the slightest hesitation. What the hell? Do you want revenge or not? Li Qingshan roared inside. No matter how great the power was, it could not pose any threat without the control of a will. It could even backfire on the wielder of the power. Revenge. Gong Yuan's heart shuddered. Suddenly she thought of that gentle face and let out a long, gloomy sigh. Sister, I'll avenge you today. This is probably my retribution. As a result, she gave up on all resistance. Li Qingshan's will suppressed her, sweeping away all of her selfish thoughts and emotions. If two hearts were to be completely compatible, they would either require an extremely deep foundation of affection, or one of them would abandon everything to follow her. Li Qingshan used the latter, forceful method to achieve a perfect compatibility. Gong Yuan let out a gentle moan and leaned against Li Qingshan's chest gently. She no longer possessed the iciness and arrogance of a queen. Instead, she possessed a rare sense of softness, which made her seem lovable. However, Li Qingshan could not be bothered to show any tenderness towards the fairer sex. Their telepathic conversation was as fast as lightning. The three fire devourers had only just arrived on the northern coast of Giant Ship Island. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and another huge hand of cloud chi appeared in the thick clouds. It was twice as large as before, almost as tall as Mainmast Mountain. It descended from above, basically like a mountain crushing down. Boom. The world shook and the ocean surged. Spurt. The three fire devourers coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. The flames on them withered slightly. The divine fire domain was different from the giant god of fire. The giant god of fire was only a colossal puppet. It was extremely powerful, but its connection with them was very weak. Even if they killed it, there would not be any backlash. However, the divine fire domain was different. Its connection with them was extremely close. Never did they think that when they wanted to use the divine fire domain to trap Giant Ship Island, the cloud chi that had accumulated outside the island would instead become their cage. Again? Li Qingshan riled up. With a wave of his left hand, another huge hand of cloud chi slammed down. It became even more agile and swift, as if it was his own arm. Boom, 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 boom. The two huge hands of cloud chi slammed down one after another, and a laughing face vaguely appeared in the thick clouds. It happened to be Li Qingshan's face. Ji Changfeng was also dumbfounded by this sight. How can it be him? It really is him. How can he be so powerful? He's far too powerful. The two huge hands of cloud chi pressed against the invisible barrier. Li Qingshan's cloud head pulled back slightly and slammed down. Chapter 892. The sea seemed to flip upside down. Giant Ship Island was immediately swallowed by the water, and even the roaring flames of the earth were extinguished. The entire island collapsed, only leaving behind a few mountains vaguely visible between the huge waves. Li Qingshan, I want you dead. Zhu Yan let out a hysterical roar. He could not understand how a perfect ambush could end up like this. Yes, all of this was because of Li Qingshan. He was the only variable. Not only did he destroy the fire god, but he even helped that bitch Gong Yuan stabilize the heart of the abyss, completely ruining their plans. You want to kill me with words? Come fight me. The surging clouds condensed once again, turning into Li Qingshan. He said, King Yin, don't get caught up in the battle. There's plenty of time in the future. Once we get back, we'll destroy his savage mountain first. Zhu Fan grabbed Zhu Yan's shoulder and also ground his teeth in hatred towards Li Qingshan. Zhu Zai also said, that's right. If we keep fighting, it'll be detrimental to us. Let's return to Fire Melt Mountain first and come up with a proper plan. You're dreaming if you want to keep us here. Heavenly fire. Earthly fire. Human fire. The three of them raised the divine fire tablets and swung them through the air at the same time, leaving behind 3 trails of fire. They connected and formed a triangle. Gate of divine fire, open. The triangle of fire suddenly lit up with dazzling red light. Huarong could actually be vaguely seen inside. The divine fire tablets truly lived up to their reputation as the divine artifact of an ancient divine kingdom. They could not be compared to regular arcane treasures. They could turn into a domain of divine fire when attacking and summon the fire god. They could open a gate of divine fire when retreating and teleport thousands of kilometers away without leaving any openings. If it were not for that value, how could the arrogant fire-devouring kings lower their heads and become honored guests of the king of Southern Yu's estate? Li Qingshan frowned heavily. With this new and old grievances, once the three of them recovered their strength and attacked Savage Mountain, it would be impossible for them to stop them even with the Banyan Tree King controlling them. The threat was no less great than the Dragon King of the Sea. However, it was all too late. The gate of divine flame quickly stabilized. Zhu Yan and the other two were just about to pass through the door of divine fire when a circular blade suddenly flew out of the void and into the door of divine fire. It immediately melted and shattered, but a crack also appeared on the door of divine fire. The three of them hurriedly stopped, not daring to go forward. A crack in the void like this was extremely dangerous. Yin Qing's figure flashed out of the void. She had been hiding at the borders of the Azura field all this while, hiding in the void to observe the battle between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire. Only when the domain of divine fire was shattered and the void was no longer sealed and disturbed did she emerge. She hid in the void and waited for an opportunity to assassinate Li Qingshan. However, the 3 fire-devouring kings were far too powerful, and their auras were linked like they were one. If she took the risk and attempted an assassination, not only would it be ineffective, but she would most likely be killed instead. He had patiently waited for this moment, finally waiting for this opportunity to destroy the gate of divine flame. Well done. Li Qingshan praised. Yin Qing smiled sweetly, yet she couldn't help but ponder in her heart, is he really a legendary person? She purposefully flew near the gate of divine fire in a provocative manner to attract the attention of the fire-devouring kings. The 3 fire-devouring kings were furious, but they held themselves back. They said, don't worry about her. The gate of divine fire will repair itself. I'd like to see whether she's bold enough to come over or not. The 3 of them wielded the divine fire tablets and stood in front of the gate, ready for battle. Whether it was Ji Changfeng's fierce winds or Li Qingshan's huge hand of cloud, they blocked both of them regardless of the price. Sure enough, the gate of divine fire recovered rapidly, and it was unaffected by the shockwaves of the battle. Only Yin Qing's attacks and Li Qingshan's power of tremors could destroy it, but none of them were able to approach it. Li Qingshan said to Gong Yuan, don't just stand there. They're running away. Hurry up and use whatever you've got. Gong Yuan had been charging up since the moment the 3 fire-devouring kings drew out the gate of divine fire. She raised the crystal scepter high into the air right now. Without the seal of the divine fire domain, the vast South Sea had become her home field once again, and she no longer had to worry about losing control. She could unleash the all-water to ruin's end fearlessly. The 10,000-year-old frigid profound condensed once more, becoming even more resplendent. Her earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and other crystal accessories all shone with dazzling, cold light. She seemed like a goddess of ice as she chanted loudly. Icebound domain. 12 pillars of ice rushed out of the surface of the ocean and reached into the clouds, spreading out like 12 branches of the earth and freezing the region within several dozen kilometers. The gate of divine fire immediately became dyed with a layer of icy blue. The faces of the 3 fire-devouring kings changed. They never thought she could unleash this move alone. In the icebound domain, the surging ocean immediately froze, and the pouring rain turned into hail and snow. Not only did it freeze the gate of divine fire, but it also suppressed the fire devourers tremendously, making their already terrible state even worse. Actually, even Gong Yuan herself was extremely surprised. She glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, I didn't think we could unleash such power when we worked together. Little Li II, I'm going to focus on maintaining the icebound domain. The rest will be up to you. Leave it to me. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He raised his hands and pushed them down slowly. The thick, dark clouds flooded down. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon and the 3rd layer of the phoenix, he was already confident about clashing with the 3 fire-devouring kings. However, while the 3 fire-devouring kings had expended a great deal of their strength and suffered a backlash, they still possessed the divine fire tablets after all, so they definitely could not be underestimated. And he still had to help Gong Yuan suppress her mind. Surely he could not carry her into battle. Fortunately, the power from the heart of the abyss was extremely great, even greater than his own strength. He could use this overwhelming power to crush the 3 fire-devouring kings. Fellow Li, let me lend you a hand. Ji Changfeng originally thought he was already in dire straits, but the sudden reversal of the situation made his face glow. Mustering his remaining strength, he leapt to his feet and swung the Filian flag again. The snow and hail immediately turned into a blizzard, whistling towards the 3 fire-devouring kings with the delight of revenge. Fellow Ji sure is hale and hearty with age. Li Qingshan said. Fellow Li is the real hero. I admire you. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Ji Changfeng waved the flag loudly. As he watched the fire-devouring kings roar out furiously under his attacks, but there was nothing they could do, he laughed aloud until tears ran down his face. It was as if an invisible shackle had shattered loudly. He had broken through and reached the mid-third heavenly tribulation. The whistling wind immediately became a little swifter and sharper. Stash this fire tablet of earth away. I'll go open up a path. Don't forget about this. Zhu Zai said resolutely. I still don't need a woman to save my life. Move aside. This fire tablet of heaven must be passed down. Zhu Fan said. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. Did they really think they could escape like this? Basically, the tiger demon transformation and the phoenix transformation determined his speed. Now that they had both increased by a realm of cultivation, he still had to try to find out just how effective they were. We can't, 2 kings. Only when the 3 of us work together can we unleash the power of the divine fire tablet. In our current state, even if we escape, we probably can't escape from the South Sea. Zhu Yan immediately rejected the idea. Then what do you think we should do? Are we supposed to just wait here for death? Chapter 893. What are you talking about? Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai exchanged glances. They had never taken the identity of honored guest of the king's estate seriously. They would not risk their lives for the king of Southern Yu, nor did they count on him to save their lives. Don't tell me you really think the king of Southern Yu returned to the king of Southern Yu's estate after handing the divine fire tablets to us. Doesn't he want to see the outcome of a battle that will affect the overall situation of the South Sea? Doesn't he want to test our true strength? Perhaps he's watching us from somewhere right now. As Zhu Yan said that, Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai also looked around subconsciously, but apart from the dark clouds and water, they saw nothing. Whether it was the divine fire domain or the current icebound domain, they both had the effect of isolating the outside from the outside. Zhu Fan said, let's hope you're telling the truth. Let's give it a try. At the juncture of life and death, they could no longer care about their pride. Since they had already accepted their identities as subjects, taking it a step further was not embarrassing. The 3 of them bowed towards the north from afar and called out, Your Majesty, please save us. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Sure enough, not only had they snuck over through the Silver Dragon King, but they had even become honored guests of the king's estate. Nothing would happen to Ruexian, right? Above the frozen sea, the clouds continued to press down. The wind and snow continued to whistle, but nothing happened. Zhu Yan frowned. Could it be that my conjecture was wrong? Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Where the sea and sky connected to the north, a bright silver star suddenly lit up. The Silver Dragon King had returned. The three of them were overjoyed. Sure enough, the identity of honored guest was useful. Zhu Yan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Even the King of Southern Yu could not underestimate their combined strength. Even if he did not help them destroy the merfolk of the South Sea, he would never just watch them die. I never thought you mighty kings of godhood would actually serve as the lackeys of humans. You've really embarrassed your ancestors. Gong Yuan sneered. Other folk did not forget their ancient glory. They all considered themselves as godfolk and looked down on other races. Becoming subjects of humans really was nothing to be proud of, not to mention the fact that during the ancient war, the violent and warlike fire devourers fought the humans and demons the most horrifying battles. Zhu Fan angrily snorted twice. Zhu Zai then cursed, "Bitch." They were both a bit speechless. Zhu Yan said, "Gong Yuan, if this human hadn't interfered today, do you think you would still be alive? Before mocking us, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? Becoming a subject of the King of Southern Yu is still better than becoming a monk's woman." "Who are you calling a monk?" Li Qingshan was taken aback before realizing the monk was referring to him. He could not help but fly into a rage. At the same time he thought inside, don't fall for their scheme to drive a wedge between us. Let's see what the King of Southern Yu is trying to do. Gong Yuan let out a soft "N" and didn't say anything else. The Silver Dragon King quickly approached. When it was still 1,000 kilometers away, the dragon head at the bow suddenly lit up. An incomparably huge beam of dazzling white light flew over 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, piercing through the extreme ice domain and tearing apart the thick clouds. As if she had been struck by lightning, Gong Yuan shuddered all over, and the blood drained from her lips. Whether it was the fire-devouring kings or her, neither of them could control a technique that sealed off a region as they pleased. By the time the Silver Dragon King launched an attack and wanted to withdraw it, it would already be too late. Originally, it had been rather difficult for her to maintain the extreme ice domain alone. Now that it had been directly pierced by a terrifying technique, and she could not share the burden with the three of them like the fire devourers, she suffered a severe backlash. Li Qingshan could not help but dismiss his final sliver of hope. However, what was even more significant was that the Silver Dragon King's attack had not targeted him and Gong Yuan either. Otherwise he would have been prepared to retreat right now. The three fire-devouring kings regained their freedom. None of them were stupid, so they noticed this too. They actually understood extremely well that the King of Southern Yu did not trust them, nor did he have any intentions of helping them destroy the merfolk of the South Sea. Otherwise, the Silver Dragon King would have never left in the first place. Right now he had no intentions of helping them kill Gong Yuan either. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty the King of Yu. We will definitely repay you in the future. Let's go." Zhu Fan clasped his hands at the Silver Dragon King in the sky and called out to Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan before glancing at Li Qingshan deeply. "Kid, I'll remember you." Afterwards he stepped through the thawing gate of divine fire first. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan followed close behind, expressing their gratitude and hostility towards the King of Southern Yu and Li Qingshan respectively. Making them subjects of humans and ask for help from humans was already their limit. If they begged the King of Southern Yu to take action again and use his connections against Gong Yuan, they would not be able to afford the humiliation. Most importantly, even if they did ask for help without any regard for their dignity, they would probably just be asking to be humiliated. What an unexpected outcome. This Li Qingshan always surprises me. What do you think? In the cabin of the Silver Dragon King, the King of Southern Yu crossed his arms and sat comfortably in a high-backed chair. He was at ease. A series of semi-transparent images hovered before him, displaying the situation of Giant Ship Island from various angles and distances. The myriad poison ancestor and Ru Xen stood to one side, watching the up-and-down battle from beginning to end. They were both calm on the surface, but their emotions constantly changed with the situation of the battle. Even though the Silver Dragon King had flown to a distance that even a normal great cultivator wouldn't be able to detect, the detection abilities of this uncanny mechanical creation were far beyond the imagination of a normal person. Even Yin Qing's spatial concealment wouldn't be able to escape its detection. As a moving fortress of war, their first imaginary enemy was still the king's estate that occupied an entire province. They could not afford to leave behind any weaknesses that others could take advantage of. "Since Your Majesty wants to take action, why don't you be a little more direct?" Ru Xian's eyes locked onto the pitch-black sphere hovering in the air. "One of them is your family and the other is your lover. If I were a little more direct, their lives would be in danger. The king of Southern Yu said in a ruminating tone. What do cultivators need to talk about family and love? Wuxia was indifferent. What you take them to be isn't important. What's important is what they take you to be. The king of Southern Yu smiled. Wuxia wanted to say something, but the king of Southern Yu raised his hand. Say no more. You'll know once you try it. As for your problem, you should understand it all too well with your identity. As a chess player, the most important thing is that you can't jump onto the chessboard yourself. Once you become a chess piece, you've already lost half the battle. He used the South Sea as the chessboard, while the fire devourers and mare people were the black and white sides. The kingdom of Southern Yu's strategy had always been to use Fire Melt Mountain to contain the South Sea, preventing the mare people from developing in peace. Otherwise, Fire Melt Mountain was not hidden in the deep sea like the Crystal Palace either. If they really made up their minds, they could just destroy it. Now that war was about to break out, the king of Southern Yu needed a stable rear even more. He did not want the other folk to take advantage of the war with the Green Province. The 3 divine fire tablets could drastically increase the intensity of the war, leading to an extremely heavy toll on the 2 other folk races. At the same time, he would gain 3 more helpers. However, he would not take part personally. If he supported the fire devourers in completely destroying the mare people of the South Sea, not only would Fire Melt Mountain become unstoppable, but the mare folk kings who had been wiped out would definitely resent the king of Southern Yu's estate and carry out brutal revenge. Once a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator gave up on cultivation and went all out to engage in guerrilla warfare and assassinations, they would be extremely terrifying. The fire devourers could hole up in Fire Melt Mountain, but where were they supposed to defend against the Mist Province that spanned 100,000 kilometers? Surely they could not all hide in the Mist capital with so many descendants of guest elders. The Merefolk kings only needed to attack all the small and medium-sized sects indiscriminately, and they could heavily damage the foundation of the cultivation community of the Mist Province, which was also the foundation of the king of Southern Yu's estate. At the same time, even though the Cloud Sail sect did not know what was good for them, personally destroying a large sect would serve as an even greater deterrent, and it would make cultivators fear and raise their guard. It was nowhere near as effective as destroying the entire Cloud Sail sect with a gentle nudge behind the scenes. When something happened to the chessboard and Ji Changfeng escaped, he clearly knew this was the king of Southern Yu's estate's plan, but he could only seek out the fire devourers if he wanted revenge. The chess player was high up in the air. Everyone knew he was the one manipulating the chessboard behind the scenes, creating various situations. However, the chess pieces could only fight on the chessboard. Even if they made a wrong move, the chess player would not be harmed. As a result, the king of Southern Yu could not just watch the 3 fire-devouring kings die here, but he would not directly become enemies with the Merefolk either. All of the hatred did not belong to him. Ruexan said, "It's a pity that you're still forced to personally fiddle with the chessboard in the end. After all, not all chess pieces will act according to the chess player's intentions." What do you think I should do with disobedient chess pieces like that? Chapter 894. Giant Ship Island had basically vanished, covered in thick ice. Only the 3 icebergs of Cloud Mast Mountain remained, and the landscape of the past could still be vaguely made out. Half of Mainmast Mountain had been forcefully swallowed by the heart of the abyss. The towering mountain turned into a curved valley of ice. The surroundings were filled with icebergs that rose and fell, pointing towards the heart of the abyss in the air like thousands of eager hands. At the bottom of the valley there was a crack and the tough ice cracked open. A group of people emerged, still shaken. There were both cultivators and mare people. As it turned out, there was also a structure similar to Savage Mountain's hall in the center of Mainmast Mountain. It was a dwelling that Ji Changfeng specially used for secluded cultivation. It was also known as the place with the greatest defense in the Cloud Sail sect. When the giant god of fire appeared, Ji Changfeng knew that this battle was no longer something these people could interfere with. As a result, he ordered the elders of the sect to hide here with everyone. They worked together to maintain the remaining formations of the Cloud Sail sect to fend off the effects of the shockwaves from the battle outside. There were several times when they thought they were dead for sure. Whether it was the giant god of fire smashing through Cloud Mast Mountain, the magma gushing up from below, or the inky blue force field of the heart of the abyss constantly expanding, they were all enough to claim their lives. If the fire devourers won in the end, dealing with them who had managed to escape would just be a piece of cake. In this terrifying, hopeless situation they had never been in before, they were in the same boat. Coupled with their rather good luck, they actually managed to last until the battle ended. Only then did they emerge from the dwelling. Is it over? That's fantastic. The fire devourers have been defeated. Your Majesty, are you fine? The group of people were filled with joy and sorrow from surviving a disaster. Before they could even celebrate the end of the nightmare, their various expressions stiffened. The Silver Dragon King had returned, bursting through the thick clouds and arriving above Giant Ship Island once more. He shone with cold, silver light, assuming an offensive stance. The pressure he gave off made the giant god of fire even more terrifying. They had awakened from the nightmare, and it was a new nightmare, one that was even more terrifying. The Silver Dragon King shot out a beam of light, forming a huge projection. A young man with delicate features appeared in there with a faint smile on his face. The King of Southern Yu. Ji Changfeng was shocked, and his voice contained a trace of irrepressible anger. How could he not know that there was a conspiracy from the King of Yu's estate behind all of this? Furthermore, the attack that allowed his three enemies to escape had gone from the shadows to the light, completely sowing hatred. King of Southern Yu, have you made up your mind to stand with the fire devourers and fight to the death against my race? Gong Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Disregarding her wounds, she activated the Heart of Abyss again, and the pitch-black sphere suddenly expanded, confronting the Silver Dragon King in the sky. The King of Southern Yu said, "They're honored guests of the King of Southern Yu's estate, so I obviously can't just stand by and watch them die. However, I'm not a babysitter either. Regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they have to bear the consequences themselves. Don't you think so?" Ji Changfeng and Gong Yuan both let out a sigh of relief. The King of Southern Yu was clearly saying, "Feel free to seek revenge on Fire Melt Mountain. I won't interfere." Right now, Ji Changfeng's greatest enemy was still Fire Melt Mountain, not the King of Southern Yu's estate. He basically had no chance of succeeding in his revenge, so all he could do was direct his hatred towards the King of Southern Yu's estate and slaughter everyone related to them. However, the King of Southern Yu clearly would not be so kind as to help Fire Melt Mountain attract hatred. Gong Yuan was even more worried than Ji Changfeng that the King of Southern Yu would completely stand with Fire Melt Mountain. If that happened, the merfolk of the South Sea would definitely suffer heavy losses. Anyone could tell that this was a scheme, but it was still better than no scheme at all. At the same time, it also expressed that they were temporarily safe. However, Gong Yuan was rather perplexed. Since he had no intention of attacking, why had he come? Did the King of Southern Yu really need to be so careful just to explain a little? She asked. If that's the case, why have you returned, King of Southern Yu? The people I'm looking for, aren't you? The King of Southern Yu shifted his gaze, passing through the pitch-black sphere and landing on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, should I kill you? It was Li Qingshan again. Everyone's gazes gathered on the pitch-black sphere. They were all surprised, but their strength was limited, so they were unable to tell what was going on inside. You can't kill me. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the black sphere. It was calm and filled with great confidence. A kid who had not even undergone the third heavenly tribulation was actually saying the King of Southern Yu could not kill him. Normally, everyone would definitely treat this as a great joke, but now, they had all become numb from his fearless deeds of challenging the powerful. Really? The King of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, perhaps in surprise or disdain. Really? Li Qingshan said. Although he had already lost the opportunity to undergo nirvanic rebirth, he definitely could not be killed so easily with his current speed. But now that you've said that, I want to try it even more. The King of Southern Yu was not someone who feared provocation. But before that, you should know that there's someone else beside me. According to what I know, you've already known each other for many years. You've probably come to the Mist Province partly for her sake. You want to use her to threaten me? Li Qingshan's face changed. This was what he worried about the most. And the King of Southern Yu had guessed wrong. In the very beginning, most of the reason why he had come to the Mist Province was because of Wuxia. Looks like it's different from what you said. He still cares about you very much. The King of Southern Yu turned around and said to Wuxia beside him with a smile. Wuxia said nothing. She did not say anything along the lines of, "Don't worry about me." Why would this man who loved to do whatever he wanted to do listen to her? However, she also believed that he was not the type of person who would hesitate and allow others to threaten him. Then the King of Southern Yu turned around and asked, "What do you think? Can I use her to threaten you?" Don't you find something as despicable as the mighty king of Southern Yu to do something like that? Li Qingshan asked. The king of Southern Yu considered it. It's all right. If I can make you work for me and turn an enemy into a friend, then that's nothing. Li Qingshan, I admire you very much. Become my honored guest. What you obtained in the Green Province, I'll give you 10 times, 100 times more in the Mist Province. Give her back to me and we'll mind our own business. There might still be room for negotiation with other people, but between us, we're either friends or enemies. I don't want to become enemies for no reason because I'm willing for no reason, but I'm not afraid of becoming enemies either. It's not like there's anything to worry about when there's enough lice. I'll definitely get revenge. In other words, you're determined to become enemies with me? The king of Southern Yu squinted his eyes slightly. Li Qingshan's toughness had exceeded his imagination, but it was also within reason. Whether I'm an enemy or a friend is up to you, king of Yu. However, I, Li Qingshan, will never submit to others, sell my life for others, or be threatened by others. Li Qingshan took out a handful of calculation rods, black and white, and held them horizontally in his hands. Chapter 895. Before Ru Xen boarded the soaring dragon ship with the myriad poison ancestor, in order to prevent something strange from happening, he gave the lost stocks of the King of Yu to Li Qingshan first. You actually gave him the lost stocks of the King of Yu in exchange for suppressing his inner demons. You actually gave him the lost stocks of the King of Yu in exchange for suppressing his inner demons? In the projection in the air, the King of Southern Yu was rather surprised. Then his gaze landed on Gong Yuan's face and he understood slightly. He said he had come for Li Qingshan, but actually, his main objective was still to force Gong Yuan to hand over the lost stocks of the King of Yu in exchange for a promise that he would not support Fire Melt Mountain. He never thought there would be another change at the last moment. This Li Qingshan, that's the spoils of war of my clan. I can give it to anyone. In the past, the former king of the Kingdom of Yu made a name for himself through divination, but in the end he still lost by a single move and miscalculated, dying in the South Sea. I'd advise the King of Yu not to take unnecessary risks. If another conflict arises, it'll probably be a grievance that will last for millennia or even millennia. Although the Kingdom of Yu had failed to conquer the South Sea in the past, they had dealt a heavy blow to the merfolk of the South Sea. In the end, the two sides negotiated a truce. In the future, the successive kings of Yu all wanted revenge, but none of them dared to get involved in this mess again. They only used Fire Melt Mountain to contain them. Faced with the aggressive king of Southern Yu, Gong Yuan immediately recovered her cold and proud nature as a king. However, her current posture was detrimental to her bearing as a king, so she continued to lean into Li Qingshan's arms. The king of Southern Yu never expected Gong Yuan to stand on Li Qingshan's side in such a clear-cut manner. Was it because she wanted to save Ru Xian? But according to his knowledge, Gong Yuan was not such a gentle person. However, the thoughts of women were unfathomable, so it was difficult to guess. There seemed to be 2 stocks missing. The last 2 are with me. Gong Yuan immediately took out the black and white stocks of the lost stocks of the King of Yu and said coldly, "Release her, and you can obtain all of the lost stocks of the King of Yu." The King of Southern Yu fell silent for a while. Li Qingshan, if there comes a day when you become my enemy, I'd rather not have these bargaining chips. The strength that Li Qingshan had displayed was simply too terrifying. If they had no choice but to become enemies, they would have to kill him at all costs. There is no need to swear an oath. Does King you think that I will submit to someone? Li Qingshan said loudly. The King of Southern Yu nodded with a smile. He really doesn't. Suddenly he changed the topic. But after saying so much, you're still wearing your helmet. Isn't that too rude? Li Qingshan shuddered inside. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, his strength had skyrocketed, but the spirit turtle was unable to suppress his demonic nature at all, so he was unable to recover his human appearance. That was why he had been covering himself with the horned helmet the entire time. He never thought the King of Southern Yu would notice something. He ignored the King of Southern Yu's threats and went as far as to fight. He had also been influenced by the tiger demon. The more powerful the enemy he faced, the more violent and bloodthirsty the tiger demon would become. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Everyone below was extremely nervous. They were afraid that they would suddenly fall out and the King of Southern Yu would suddenly start a massacre. They did not even have the strength to run right now. The coldness of the frozen sea reached into the sky, and feather-sized flakes of snow drifted down. In this icy confrontation, the king of Southern Yu suddenly laughed aloud. I see. I should have thought of that a long time ago. No wonder you're not afraid of becoming enemies with me. Everyone looked at one another, all surprised and curious. They had no idea what the king of Southern Yu had seen. He actually said that Li Qingshan was not afraid of becoming enemies with him. Even though they had become rather numb from the shock from Li Qingshan's various actions, they could not help but feel shocked again now. That was the king of Southern Yu. Even Fire Melt Mountain could only be regarded as a small organization compared to him. Just what was this Li Qingshan capable of? North Moon. Gong Yuan raised her head and murmured softly. When the horned helmet turned into demon qi and dispersed, it revealed a handsome face that was completely different from Li Qingshan's. It had 2 horns on its head, and its scarlet hair was like fire. The 2 words, North Moon, were engraved on the horns. She was still rather confused, but the king of Southern Yu remembered this name extremely clearly. Back then, the Dragon King of the Sea had pursued him all the way to the Mist Province for this demon. It was no wonder that the Banyan Tree King would favor a human so much. As it turned out, he was not a human at all but a rare genius of the demon race. The Banyan Tree King probably played a role in him being able to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit. Although she had no idea how he managed to fool everyone with his identity as a human, his reason for coming to the Mist Province was as clear as day. He was clearly hiding from the Dragon King of the Sea. Since he had even included one of the 10 demon kings, the Dragon King of the Sea, on his list of revenge, he obviously had no fear of offending another king of Yu. Most importantly, he was not the first demon to infiltrate the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Once his identity was exposed, not only would the Chan Monastery of Devanaga no longer tolerate him, but the King of Chu would not tolerate him either. At the same time, he was a sworn enemy of the Dragon King of the Sea, which was equivalent to saying the entire Green Province, both humans and demons, were his enemies. Why would he help the Green Province fight against the Mist Province? Your Majesty, what do you think? Li Qingshan said. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, even if the Dragon King of the Sea came after him again, he would have the ability to protect himself. Only strength is fundamental. Very good. The projection in the air suddenly disappeared. After a while, Ru Xen flew down from the Silver Dragon King. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan threw up the Yu King Lost Stalks in their hands at the same time. The Silver Dragon King shot down a silver radiance and the Yu King Lost Stalks flew up along with the silver radiance. The King of Southern Yu stood up. He was also slightly excited as he combined the 2 pieces of divination slips together. In an instant, a dragon's roar rang out, and the shadow of a dragon rose into the sky. In the beginning it was only as thick as an arm, but in the blink of an eye, it became as large as a water tank, soaring around the Silver Dragon King like a great river. Li Qingshan raised his head and was shocked. The figure of the dragon was extremely blurry. He had seen countless forms of dragons in the past. He had once possessed a demon dragon sword that could transform into a dragon, but it was different from the demon dragon sword, different from the fire dragon of the giant god of fire, and different from the black dragon that Si Qing had transformed into. This was the aura of a true dragon. Quite a while later, the figure of the dragon gradually shrank again, returning to the Silver Dragon King. The myriad poison ancestor said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've regained a great treasure of the kingdom of Yu. Your chances of victory against the kingdom of Chu have increased by a little. Even with this treasure, it can't divine everything that happens in the world. All descendants of the kingdom of Yu should heed the lesson of the previous king. From today onwards, this piece of divination will be called the Yu King Lost Stalks," said the King of Southern Yu. The Silver Dragon King split through the clouds and took off. The King of Southern Yu's voice rang out from afar. "King of Savages, if you want to drink in the future, come to the King of Yu's estate. I'll treat you to the best alcohol in the Mist Province." Since he had decided not to become enemies with him, an existence with startling strength and potential like this was extremely worth befriending. The Banyan Tree King had already expressed his desire to ascend. Perhaps he would be the next Demon King of the Mist Province. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Only when the Silver Dragon King vanished into the horizon did Li Qingshan lower his head. Gong Yuan pushed him away gently and broke free from his embrace. She stowed the heart of the abyss away slowly. Li Qingshan withdrew his consciousness too, and the feeling of compatibility was immediately severed. He was still rather reluctant to part with her, but Gong Yuan's expression was so cold that it seemed like a layer of ice had formed over her. She seemed to have turned against him mercilessly. Li Qingshan smiled and did not mind. He put on the horned helmet again and said to Ruexin, "Are you fine?" Ruexin smiled. "Fortunately, you're not stupid enough to be threatened." "I was so close." There was some relief in Li Qingshan's smile. Just now he was not actually as resolute as he seemed. He was certain the king of Southern Yu would not stoop so low as to threaten him with Ruexin's life, but if the situation really deteriorated to that extent, he would still hold himself back and compromise. He would never watch Ruexin die in front of him for the sake of something like his pride. Ruexin's heart softened. She wanted to mock him like usual, but she could not bring herself to say it. However, she had a belief in her heart. She would rather die than watch him lower his head to someone else for her. Then she glanced at Gong Yuan deeply and said, "Thank you." Gong Yuan sucked in a deep breath and pushed Li Qingshan away. She stowed the heart of the abyss away and recovered her cold and arrogant expression. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm only doing this for your stone heart. Don't forget about your promise. Don't listen to her nonsense. She was very concerned about you earlier. She just suffered from qi deviation from cultivation, which is why she's suppressing her normal emotions. The aura of ruins and really is far too extreme." Li Qingshan immediately retorted. Just now he was connected to Gong Yuan mentally so he could sense all of her emotions. Gong Yuan was furious. "Shut up." Ruexin smiled. Although she still could not forgive him, she felt slightly relieved. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Ionor. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.